Right. Hello and welcome to Hallam Sports Park. We're here at the Women's Rugby Ones, and we're a tad late to start, but we're here with a Hallam scrum. I'm here with Will.
Nothing too exciting so far. Hallam are putting the ball in now. Oh, and it's looking like it's coming out the Sheffield end actually.
Yes, and it's the scrum half, and it's the centre. And a long tackle, many players involved, and it's a bit of a scramble, and Hallam turned over.
Hallam turnover, Hallam 12 carrying it in. I've been reliably informed that Union have got a very, very skillful scrum. Their forward pack is a very, very skillful set of players, and Hallam are a rather more direct style of play that they use. And so we're hoping to be seeing that throughout the game. Union were relegated last season from the Premiership, but apparently they're now sitting in third. Hallam are one place below them, I believe, in fourth. So this is very much an even battle.
Very much for anyone to play, and it's another scrum.
This is going to be a game of rather few scrums. It's very muddy out there. The pitch is going to be liable to mistakes, unfortunately.
It's another Hallam scrum.
Hallam are lining up to play the ball by the looks of it.
Yeah. And they're engaged, and the ball is about to enter the scrum. It's in the scrum.
It's in.
Both sides, and it's a uni ball.
It's been turned over yet again from the scrum. Hallam have now got to set themselves into a defensive line very quickly.
A little bit of a messy tackle. Ball still go.
They would not have been expecting this. Hallam are known for having a very, very strong forward pack.
Oh, there's been a knock on. Advantage to Hallam.
Hallam are lining themselves up. You can see here, the university captain, number 15, is very much marshalling from the back. She's got control so you can see what's going on.
And Hallam still have it.
It's very good offload there from the Hallam 15.
I think are we going back to the original knock-on first?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, scrum to Hallam.
Advantage over. Another scrum. Will it be turned over again, do you think?
Probably, judging by the last two.
Yeah, I mean, statistics don't lie. Judging by this, it's going to get turned over yet again.
So Union probably aren't too upset about this way of things at the moment. They're definitely passed in the Hallam half.
Union will be upset they haven't managed to get the ball out to their wingers and their fullback yet, because they are extremely fast players.
Yeah, it's been a bit sloppy in the passing at the moment.
Union of number 11, Lucy Davies, she's a fresher this year, but she has been scoring tries for fun by the sounds of it, and in honesty, she's very, very quick, very, very strong. I think she's going to be quite a handful for Hallam.
Oh no, Hallam have the ball, and it's passed to Hayley Everett, and it's still on, and interception.
Not backwards.
And it is a knock-on, and it's another scrum to Hallam.
This is going to be a game of scrums by the looks of it.
Oh yes, we're already on to 4. And we're only about 5 minutes into the game. And
we're going to see some substitutions at some point. 4 is going to take so much of this before we need a little bit of a break.
We'll need to get to the end of the first half, though, before any of that can happen.
Absolutely.
But the pitch is already in a bit of a state because the rubbish weather we've been having beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the video from last year, and it was a rather beautiful day outside, but it's a bit cold, isn't it, Dan?
It's a wee bit nippy here on this balcony, but it's not too bad.
Several layers on. Little wave there. Little wave from the Uni of 13.
And they're still deliberating about the scrum. Don't know what's going on. The coach is looking over at the benches. Not coach, the ref, sorry. And we're about to come back to the scrum, having words at the moment. Oh, someone from Hallam's running on.
Oh.
Presumably a forward.
Yep.
Number 8.
By the looks of it, yeah, substitute for number 8.
Oh no, it could be a flanker out. It's hard to say. It's on the far side of the scrum.
It looks like their blind side has come off, I believe. It's quite hard to tell. I mean, even this early on, it's going to be nice to have a fresh pair of legs in the scrum.
It is.
4 scrums in.
Especially if they're warm legs from off the bench.
Yeah.
But I wonder why. I don't know what the reason is for that substitution already.
No, there
must be an injury for this early. Oh, and it's been put in, and it
coming out.
It's come out of the side of the scrum, but for Hallam. And it's a penalty.
Now, I do wonder which way this penalty is going to go, because I've got a rather interesting stat.
It looks like they've taken a quick one.
Oh.
It's now with Evie Holder, the prop.
There's going to be no inclination to kick from this far out. They must be 70 metres out. That's an impossible kick for anyone, and especially in this weather as well. It's windy.
This weather, the winds are gusting all over the place.
And Hallam and Union are actually yet to score a penalty this season.
It's out to 13, and taken down just for to make the offload to the winger. The ball's still alive, but it's going through the phases at the moment. And it's the prop again. It's Evie Holder once again with the ball taken down. And it is and we are going back to a penalty, I think.
Does look that way, yeah.
I don't know what for.
Union they're going for a quick tap by the looks of it.
Another quick tap and go.
Take advantage of this. That looks like the Union number 6, Sarah Dixon, I believe, carrying hard. She's actually played for Sheffield Ladies.
It's over the line. They're celebrating as if it was, but no. Having words with the Hallam player, and are we going to come back for another penalty? Oh yeah, having a 5 metre play. Another tap and go. It's Evie Holder again.
She's been
lots of the ball at the moment.
Is that being turned? No, it's not turned over.
Long pass.
Number 11.
And number 11.
Lucy Davis.
Is she down the corner?
No.
Oh no, not quite.
Held up just at the end.
And Union have a try. It's 5-0 to Union. An excellent start. It's only 9 minutes into the game, and it's already a try.
Was that number 11 Lucy Davis, or was
I believe so. I believe it was Lucy Davis.
That's a very good start for the fresher.
It's an excellent start. And it's a hard conversion, though. It's a hard conversion for Emily.
This is going to be very tricky. Union this season have only got a 30% conversion rate. It's not good by any standards. However, you would hope on Varsity Day, with all this sort of the support they're getting, you'd hope they might be able to just.
Oh no, it's not the number 12. Sorry, it's the number 2. I can't quite tell from this angle.
I mean, I've heard of skillful hookers in the past, but this is something new.
Yes, this looks like Laura Brookshaw for Uni. Very hard conversion. 5 metres from the touch line. Oh, and no.
Just short.
Oh, yeah, it's landed short of the post.
An extremely good effort from that far out there in that angle.
Definitely. It was accurate, it just didn't quite have enough power.
And the wind is unfortunately against them here.
Yeah, hopefully, if it stays constant, it'll be fair for both teams in the second half.
It's a very good start from Union. They did lose their last match to Hallam 24-7, but in pre-season they trumped them. I believe it was something like 32-5. So we would hope that last match was just a blip.
Yeah, especially as their points difference in the league this year is so much larger, even though they're just above them on the table. And it's Hallam kicked. It's still going through, but all Union players have missed it. It's still, the ball's been kicked dead.
That was pretty much the best option there.
Yeah, it's a bit sloppy in terms of picking up the ball, but it was bobbling all over the place.
It was a good decision from him. I believe it was number 13 there.
And it's a 5 metre scrum to Hallam, which the Union will have to win, but they're looking not too bad at that so far.
It's been fairly equal so far in terms of a scrum, but considering they've mostly been Hallam scrums.
Exactly.
Union have made mistakes, but they haven't been too badly punished for those. But is that going to change now? They can only hold out for so long.
Especially 5 metres from their own try line.
Absolutely.
A bit off to one side, so it'll be a hard conversion, so they might want to try and pass it into play a bit more.
They do look like they're lining up to play the ball.
Definitely. With nice staggered formation. down the open side. And the ball is in the scrum, I believe. Oh, not quite yet. And now it is. And it's well, they're being pushed, but it's been hooked back by the number 11, by the number 2. And the ball's is that a forward pass?
That looked forward, or it's certainly a knock on after that.
So are we going back? Where are we going? Are we going to another scrum?
It looks like. Oh, are they going to go for the kick?
Okay.
That looks like the best option from that far out. Playing with a scrum from that deep is dangerous, to say the least.
Yes, definitely. Oh, and it went straight into touch.
Straight into touch.
Not very long kick at all, but yeah, straight into touch. So it's better than if it went straight into play.
This has been a rather attritional game so far, I'd say.
Yeah, these conditions are really not suitable for a nice, quick game of rugby.
No, it's not. It's not going to be a beautiful game, unfortunately. But hopefully, it will be an exciting game. Sheffield have dominated in the line-out so far this season. I've heard from a reliable source they've got an incredible jumper in number 5, Kat Hamer, and number 4, Mary Thorpe, who is famous for being able to steal in the line-out.
We'll have to wait and see. There's a bit of confusion, it seems. Union were getting ready to take their line out, but it is a Hallam throw. And there we go. And Evie Holder's waving her arms in the air, but it's it has been stolen.
It's been stolen.
And it's now in another ruck, being pushed over, and it's now live with Union. A sloppy pass and a knock on. But Hallam Hallam have the ball, so I'd assume.
They have got numbers on the right. Carrying straight into touch there, fearless. They're lining themselves up on both sides. Union are going to have to be prepared on both sides.
They're very open on this closest side pitch.
Jemima Owosu carrying very hard there. Union not looking to turn the ball over.
They've got massive numbers on this close side. Hallam have.
Hallam lot carrying it in there. They've made some meters. They've got some numbers out wide.
But all these passes have been really slow.
Backwards. Turned over.
Yes, it has definitely been turned over. Was advantage over?
It looks that way.
Yep. So yet another scrum for Union here.
I don't envy these forwards, I'll be honest.
No, they've
had quite a day of it in this first 15 minutes.
They've probably spent more time in the scrum than out of the scrum at this rate.
Scrum's not a fun place to be. There's nothing good in the scrum.
But this will probably be one of the first Union put-ins in the scrum.
I would say, is it the first?
It could well be.
I believe there's 6 scrums in, is it now?
Yes, something like that. Ellen Moss
6 scrums in 15
now
minutes.
actually gets a hand on the ball for the scrum. And the ball is been put into the scrum, and it's been immediately hooked straight backwards, and it's been picked up by the number 8.
Number 8 is carrying.
It is Ellie Williams, number 21. But it's been knocked on by Union, and it's back to Hallam.
It looks like it's being turned. No, it's not been turned over.
Yes, it has. And Union's now dived on it, so they'll go back to the original penalty.
Evie Holderved diving on the ball.
So yet another scrum in exactly the same place as the previous one, but this time it's a Hallam put-in.
This does sound familiar, the Hallam put-in.
Oh yes, Beth Babette being very busy.
We're going to get very used to those 3 words today. Calls for Sheffield there. We are, of course, remaining impartial throughout.
They're all set up. With the Hallam back row just getting into position.
Keep an eye here on the Hallam number 7, Jemima Owosu. She is a fearless carrier.
Oh, now they're resetting. Clearly the ref wasn't happy with something. It looks like he wasn't happy with the flanker, the number 6.
It does appear that way.
Bridget Jones-Crabtree.
Something you don't hear very much in a scrum, the flanker doing something wrong.
No, they're normally very external to the scrum.
Yeah.
They only get blamed for things like pinwheels. But they're
very nice description of a flanker there, pinwheels.
They're now set once again, and the ball has now been put in, immediately hooked straight back.
Straight out to number 9.
It's been passed, quite slow passes, a very flat pass there.
Hallam inside centre carrying hard there, Jamie Roberts-esque. Ball is straight back out, they're moving.
And a spill from Hallam.
They're playing advantage over.
So once again, another scrum to Uni of.
Are they going for the scrum? Or are they going for the? No, they're going for the scrum.
Their scrum's been very dominant so far.
It has. They do have a very good forwards back, Uni of.
Last Hallam scrum, they didn't really bother pushing. They just hooked the ball immediately out the back of their scrum, which is probably the safest bet for Hallam. And they're now set with Eleanor Moss about to take the put in. And now the ball is now live into the scrum. It's been hooked back. You can quite clearly see. And picked up by the number 8, but
pass straight onto the 9. Oh,
very, very messy passing there. It's ended up back in Uni hands somehow. All passes backwards as well.
that is a fierce carry from Union there. They're setting themselves up on this right side. They're going for the kick. Oh no, they haven't got time to kick now.
Oh, they have still tried mid-tackle kick.
Valiant effort, but that hasn't.
But has been a knock-on by Hallam, I do believe. I don't think the ref's seen it. Oh no, there we go.
Called.
Yeah, once again, another scrum. We must be in double digits of scrum now.
We must be moving on towards that.
And we're only 17 minutes into the game, so not even halfway through the first half yet.
Do we have enough space on the Excel cell for our stats for the scrums to fit this in? Because it's going to go for like triple figures by the end of this.
At this rate, the forwards will just be obliterated.
Will someone not think of their thighs today? They're going to be so tired by the end of this.
The forwards are not going to be happy with the backs if they keep doing
They're not going to be very
like
pleased.
This. But the rain has picked up, I do believe. It's not going to make conditions any nicer.
No.
And Uni has just put in, and it's slow
Straight out.
Back, and it's now in play. Some good passing so far.
Union 13. That is number 15, Union captain.
Barry Anderson. Oh, it's
straight out of the scrum. Slow carry, but carries straight back in.
Hard. It's being held up though very successfully by Hallam.
They're going for a maul hit.
Still holding up in the air, and not a deliberate one. And now it's been pushed over. Leading a penalty for not releasing.
Union carrying quickly there.
And back Evie Holder with the ball once again, powering through the Hallam players. Back on the floor. And there's steady rook, holding steady. Oh,
taking their time there, but carrying straight back out. Playing hard, playing fast. It's not.
Kept alive there very, very well by Eleanor Moss, the scrum half.
Union of number 20 carrying it in there. Straight out the back again. That was a very good pass. That was excellent.
And very, very good hit from number 21, Eddie
That's been pulled backwards.
Hallam being told to take their get back.
They need to leave that space. They will get penalised. Going straight to the carry to number 4.
Quite a slender second row.
That's Mary Thorpe. She's actually the club captain.
Oh, very good.
They've got 2 captains this year, number 15 and number 4 co-captains. Mary Thorpe, apparently, fun fact for you here, she actually enjoys playing in the centre. She's one of those forwards. Body of a forward, brain of a back.
Probably what you want in these conditions when you try and pass it.
I would say so. And honestly, the way the backs have been playing so far today with all the drops, you might want to consider putting that number 4 in there.
Yeah, or just have lots of fast balls. But there's been a Hallam injury, it seems.
Is that the second one of the match?
It must be, because they've already had one substitution.
That looks like it.
Number 12, it is Tamsin Island Shillito, sorry. But it looks like she's got back up and is ready to play again.
You're not going to want to come off the pitch during varsity, are you? You're going to want to play until you're basically carried off.
Which at this rate for the forwards.
I was going to say it's not going to be long.
But a bit of time off now.
They do need it.
Everyone, yeah, time to reset, to have a drink. And is the ref ready to carry on again?
Yeah.
Yep, he's just ordered time back on. And it looks like it'll be yet another scrum. Or is it? Oh no, it's a line out. Apologies there.
Switching things up a little bit there.
Is that number 18? Hallam 18, Alice Butler taking the throw.
Union are dominant in the line out. We're hoping we can see that this time.
Only a 4-person line out though.
That's
very
rare.
stripped back.
And that is, stolen by Union. But Hallam have jumped straight onto them there.
And is it back out into touch?
Not quite.
No, I think we're going back. Are we going back to scrum? No, it has gone out into touch. So it's yet another Hallam throw.
Union are going to hope they can steal this yet again. They've done very well at the line out and at the scrum today. Their set piece has been phenomenal.
And
that's stolen yet again.
Once again, it was a bit.
This is incredible.
A bit of a win backwards. Now down to ground with a bit of messy ruck there though, and once again Evie Holder taking the ball into contact.
Evie Holder's been very involved today. When you consider she's been in the scrum as well all these times.
And Mary
that
Thorpe,
yet again is Mary Thorpe.
Being pushed backwards hard though by Hallam, a very hard tackle. And
Union have set themselves up.
And the Moss passing out to
By half here.
Hayley Everett. And is it Hallam calling players over to the far side? So it's very heavy on the short.
They've got numbers out wide here, Union. They can make use of that space and keep that ball live.
But Hallam once again holding the player up for quite a long time.
Hallam tried for the turnover there. Not quite. Again, making use of the ball. That's a very hard carry, very impressive there. Are they going for the turnover? No, not quite.
No, Uni still have the ball.
Playing this ball, using this ball. There's a blitz defence being carried on by Hallam to stop them playing.
Mary Thorpe was there playing in centre.
Excellent collection there.
And it's been picked up by Eleanor Moss and taken straight into contact once again. It's been a very messy game, lots of contact, not much flowing. But with the state of the conditions, it's probably all you can do. The ball being very slippy.
Beautiful rugby isn't the way to go today. Carrying hard, carrying fast. No one's going to want to be one who drops the ball and allows let another scrum to be. And the ball has been dropped. It looks like that's been called backwards. Advantage over.
Knock on by Hallam. Probably a Union scrum once again. Back in the Hallam half though, which is, we haven't had a scrum here for a fair while. It's been mainly lineouts in their half. It's all being set up once again. A lot of Hallam players coming over, having a chat. Someone being sent, was that a message from the benches or was that
looks like it, yeah.
Coming in? And the ball is now in the scrum.
Ball is in, and the ball is straight out the other end. The ball is live. Union are trying to play the ball here. They're trying to make use of the space, but Hallam are operating an excellent blitz defence today.
They're coming straight out of their lines very, very quickly.
They're drifting until just the right moment, then they're just blitzing them straight off the bat when they get the chance. When there's someone who's loose or taking their time, that's a very hard carry there.
And it's been taken down by Hallam once again, and it's been picked, and it's back out. Oh, long pass, not picked up by anyone. And I don't think that was knocked on though. So
no, they managed to keep hold of that, and that is, has that been turned? Nope.
Yeah, still the Union ball.
Union of 9 has got that.
And the Moss once again passing
short
out.
passes to get the ball into contact.
Oh, and quick.
That's not something you've seen much today. A kick.
No, and
Hallam have collected that, but Union are straight onto them.
But that click, I probably wouldn't have to do it again.
I wouldn't.
It wasn't very effective.
It didn't go great.
And it's still a Hallam ball now with the captain.
That's Jemima Owosu, I believe.
Lots of Hallam players in the ruck there.
They don't want to lose the ball. They don't want to be turned over just inside their own half. That would not be ideal. They're trying to play.
Especially when they've not had much possession, but they're still going. Hallam's still going on the very far side. It's been recycled, it's coming back out again, and it's now been taken immediately straight back into contact. The Hallam captain once again.
That's a very good collection there. Straight into contact, making several metres right after contact there. That's got to be at least 5 metres.
Definitely. And
Union trying for the turnover, but no dice today from Hallam. That is very good passing from Hallam, but even better defending from Union.
Yeah, very, very hard defence there. But there's no one else to pass to Hallam.
There's some real competition at the ruck today. Oh, I felt that one from up here. Union of 10 looks like she's struggling a little bit there. She did get hit on the nose. Hallam going straight for the carry, but they're trying to push him out into contact.
And
that's out into touch. That will be exactly what Union have wanted. They've dominated at the line-out today, even though it's been almost entirely Hallam line-outs. They're going to want to win this and get the ball moving. Try and make use of the space, but it's always out wide.
Now, will they try and increase the numbers in the line-outs, though, to drag more Hallam forwards into it? Because they
are very versatile in the line-out. They can go 4-man, they can go as much as 8-man if they really need to.
I think we've got a 7-man line-out here.
And there's a very good connection between the Uni of 9 and the Uni of 10. They've had an excellent game
Short
so far.
throw there. Long hold up in the air as well.
Oh, that looks like a late hit.
Oh, it was not a straight throw, apparently.
That's interesting. Uni of are known for having a very good line out.
But it's now a Hallam throw-in. Line out, sorry. Apologies there.
But Uni of will be wanting to steal that. They've done very well at stealing so far. They'll want to keep up that excellent record they've had so far this game.
And now it's Hallam line out.
Four-man
it's immediately
line.
4.
That looked like it wasn't straight, but I don't think they're going to complain because that went Uni of way. Hallam are straight onto that defensively though, but they managed to keep hold of it, Uni of.
And the ball is on the ground, being cleared out by Uni of.
Uni of again going for the quick tap and go. They've been called back. That was the right call. She was a little bit too far forward there.
They're passing down the lines.
This connection between Eleanor Moss and Hayley Everett has been excellent so far today. They've got a very good understanding of each other, and it is lending itself to playing some more attractive rugby than we were expecting when we started.
Definitely, and they've been very reliable passes as well between the pair.
It does feel like the first 20-minute jitters that we had at the start, that sort of the dropping of the ball and the consistent scrums has stopped somewhat.
They must have adjusted for the conditions and got a feel for the ball.
No one wants to see a game full of scrums unless you're a rugby pedant, which I don't believe anyone here is today. Everyone's come here to watch good rugby, exciting rugby, and that's what we're getting now later on in the match. Almost 30 minutes into the match here, and it is starting to get very exciting. Not going for...
Oh, a slow pass there, but still
carrying
still
hard.
Going. That is number 13, that is Emily Topping, and it's now finally gone to ground. Made many meters.
That is incredible after contact. That's Billy Vunipola-esque there.
And it's been recycled once again between the pair, 2 halfbacks.
That is excellent from Hannah Probert.
Finally been taken down.
Very good recovery.
Lots of time taken, but not much ground gained, unfortunately. But
such is the way of rugby.
Exactly. The Hallam players having a talk, speaking to. It is Hallam's number 11, that's Lauren Bolger. It's been sent to the sin bin.
Oh.
Lauren Bolger, Hallam number 11, been sent to the sin bin there. And once again, another tap and go penalty.
That's not what you want to see during Varsity. You want to see passion, but you don't want to see foul play.
Especially, and she'll basically be off for the rest of this half now.
Bit of a break, though, which is nice for her.
Well, that's definitely true.
I'm not sure her coach will be too happy with her, though. That is an excellent carry there from Uni of, straight through the ruck.
You thought they'd be able to make lots of advantage with the numbers there.
Hallam have got to be careful. They've got to keep numbers around that ruck because Eleanor Moss, number 9, is known for being able to snipe through the defence if they leave any gaps, which means that Hallam have always got numbers out wide, but not enough. If Union can get the ball moving out wide, they can make use of the space that's always out there with their quick wingers and their quick 15. They can make use of it. They've got a phenomenal back three. They need to get them involved in the game more.
Oh, and we have another penalty. This time for... Everyone, refs clearly waiting for him to be picked up. It's a scrum for Uni of.
They want to make use of this and get the ball out wide.
Definitely, especially with the left winger missing.
Absolutely. Especially at the end of the half, people are going to be tired. The back line is going to be stretched. If they can get the ball out there and keep the ball live, they could get a try here.
Yeah, there's absolutely no one on the far side of the Hallam scrum at the moment.
They need to fix that, Hallam. That is they've got someone out there, but in reality, the space. Look, Union are talking amongst themselves, trying to work out how they can make use of this because they can do something here if they play things right.
Just through sheer numbers alone. If they can keep the ball alive and bring players in, just pick them off one at a time, pass it along.
Very simple, basic rugby. Just get the ball moving out wide. Use the 2-on-1 against them.
But they're not. They're passing quite.
That is a very good play.
Oh, and
that's Lucy Davis carrying hard. Oh, Hallam's stolen it. That is phenomenal work from Hallam there. They have to be congratulated for that turnover. They needed that.
They picked it up. They saw the ball on the floor and immediately went for it and picked it up. And immediately took into play.
A lot of numbers around the ruck here. Hallam are aware that they haven't got the number. That looks like it was knocked on. That's been pulled back for a Uni of penalty.
No, it's a Hallam.
No, I'm wrong.
Scrum.
Forgive me, please.
Yeah, the forwards can't wait. The half-time can't come soon enough for the forwards now.
They must be exhausted. They're going to need their orange slices at half-time.
10 minutes remaining in this half. So I do believe one of the forwards was signalling to the backs.
Hallam need to work out how they can make use of this. With one person missing for the rest of the half, they need to adapt to this. They need to be adaptable. That's come straight back out.
Immediately back outside again. Will the scrum just be simply reset?
One would imagine so. The setup is commencing.
What would you say Hallam's best tactic is now?
That's a very good question. I think they've got a very strong number 8. They should try and utilise that, because in reality, the numbers out wide of the backs, of the way the game's being played so far today, they can't afford to drop the ball. They certainly can't afford to give away a scrum again. They need to just be careful and just see this half out.
Oh no, but Union
that's been turned over.
That is Emily Topping taking it into contact there. They've just been kept in touch there. And there's
that is a Hallam ball.
penalty for not releasing the ball when on the ground. I'm assuming they'll take a quick tap and go.
Oh no, they're going for the kick. But that is
straight.
That's a missed opportunity there from Union to collect the ball deep and carry.
Definitely, but it did bounce straight into touch though.
Yeah.
So it's a Hallam line out.
That's very well done by Hallam there to use that.
Reasonably good distance considering how close to the line they were.
They're just on the halfway line. If they can just see this half out, they'll be happy. They don't need to score. They just need to see the half out.
They're only 5 points down as well.
They've got the time to fix this match. They shouldn't try and rush it this half and potentially give away yet another try.
But
again, Union have stolen. That's a consistent. Is that 100% steals in the line out so far?
I believe so.
That's unprecedented. That's a very hard carry from Union number 10 there.
And it's gone out to the flanker.
Oh.
Sport pass, but it's been retrieved by Union.
Emily Bentley carrying in hard there.
Oh, reversing the direction of the play there.
That's Mary Thorpe, the one of the oldest players on the pitch, actually. And that is what I was talking about. Eleanor Moss, if you leave numbers outside the ruck, they will punish you. Eleanor Moss, has she got the legs? She has got the legs. Yeah, that is a try for Union. That is incredible work by Eleanor Moss there. Incredible work. She's known for that, sniping from the ruck.
Hallam being punished for the player down there.
Yeah. That Sinman has come back to haunt them now. End of the half. This is exactly what they didn't want to happen, but no one saw that coming.
Jemima Owusu really chasing hard though.
That's very good work from the Hallam captain. That is a very good position for a conversion as well.
Definitely.
If they can get that, that's suddenly a very different game in the second half.
We're probably one of the only conversions you'll be able to do this match with the conditions being as poor.
You would say so. It doesn't get much more ideal than this in terms of conversions.
Yeah, Laura Brookshaw there taking the conversion. Very, very unusual for a hooker.
I've not heard of that before. I mean, Jamie George, the England hooker, is a very skillful player, but he doesn't do the kicking. And
it was straight over.
That is a very good kick. That is 12-0 at half-time, one would imagine, unless, of course, Union can get another one. You just don't know with the way this game's going. That try came from nothing.
Exactly. And
just inside Hallam's half.
5 minutes left to play as well in this half. Having yet another team talk. Another drinks break.
Eleanor Moss can be congratulated for her work there. That was extremely good.
Definitely. Very long, long run for her.
She'll be looking forward to half-time after that run, one would have to think.
Definitely. She'll probably be wanting the scrum, so a bit of a break for her.
Union taking their time. They've got no rush to get back into the game. They just need to see this half out, keep it at 12-0, and they'll be very happy.
Yeah, very happy.
That's a very good lead to take into half-time.
Union being spread all over the place. Not a collection of players anywhere, just filling all the gaps.
They're being stretched here.
But Bob, straight into the hands of Uni's number 12, I believe.
That does look like it. That's a very hard carry yet again from that number 12. Ball is out the back. Eleanor Moss has been phenomenal at 9 today. She's been like a metronome. She's been so consistent, and that try was just fantastic.
Absolutely, definitely player of the half so far.
I would say without a doubt. I mean, she was doing well until that try, but that try was phenomenal.
Very, very slow look there, though. And has it been, whose penalty is it? We cannot see
hands
yet.
in Morocco? That looked like hands in Morocco to me.
It looks like it, because it's a Union penalty.
And again, Union are going to want to carry that. Yep, once again, Ellen Moss going for the quick tap and go. Playing the ball out for Union number 6.
Bridget Crowder-Jones Crabtree there. And Ellen Moss once again.
That is
sloppy.
One of her only mistakes of the half, though. Union number 10 carrying in with a big, big fend there. That's been called back, however.
A Hallam scrum.
That's a very, very familiar term this half.
Oh, yes. Well into the 20s now, one would think, from the scrums count.
They must surely be moving on for that, absolutely.
But yeah, the scrums haven't been nice. All been very well to maintain scrums, though. Not many collapses or anything like that.
No, there's been not many problems in the scrum, apart from that one problem, that unexplained problem with the flanker in the scrum. It's just the amount of turnovers from the scrum, which has been, it's been notable to say the least.
Absolutely.
Hallam will hope they can keep hold of this.
But it's gone straight back out the side once again.
That's very unusual.
Definitely, maybe the hooker clearly not finding a clear path into the scrum there.
Unfortunate. But again, I don't feel that Hallam will have too much of a problem with that if they've still got the scrum in their hands. I mean, they're going to want to see this half out, aren't they? They've got no desire to keep running around for the rest of the half. They want to just see this half out and get that winger back on the pitch if they can afford.
Yeah, just got to hold it in the scrum.
Keep it consistent in the backs.
Time just ticking away now.
And you can see that backline does look very sparse. There's one player missing.
Definitely. And Hallam, Uni turned over
yet again.
Oh, but
the Uni set pieces, but those forwards can be commended today. They have done a fantastic job in this first half.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, Ellen Moss, I believe, knocked on after failing to collect the ball from exiting the scrum.
I don't think either team will be wanting to play too much in these last 5 minutes or so. They're just going to want to see this half out and just get a bit of rest of those tired forward legs. They've been competing at the line-out, they've been competing in the scrum. The rucks have been just vicious, one might say. They've been incredible so far, these forwards, for both teams.
Either side can't relax in the books. There have been so many turnovers from them.
This is what you see at Varsity. You see this competitiveness, this will to win that you just don't see consistently in all the other matches.
And Hallam have got the ball out of the scrum.
They're trying to make use. Oh, that was unfortunate. They could have had a chance there to carry in hard.
A very quick pass.
But a good collection there. Hallam trying to make the most of it.
Finally taken down by the Union player there.
Union competing in Morocco, but no dice. Hallam have kept hold of that.
Hallam's number 4, Nina Smith there, taking it down. Being kept alive.
That is all.
Near interception there from Uni.
It's been a very exciting last 10 minutes.
Number 13, Emily Topping
that did look like Emily Topping.
Oh, but a sin bin. A deliberate knock on. Apparently.
Does feel rather harsh to me. She was trying to go for the ball there just before the end of the half. This makes things quite interesting.
Especially 14 players on the pitch at the moment.
A few minutes left. Hallam might want to try and make the most of this.
Absolutely. Are they not back up to the full complement then, though? I think there's a few minutes left.
Hallam chasing harder, trying to get... Oh, and that has gone out for a line-out.
Straight out into touch. A Hallam line-out, though, but they've not won any of them so far.
No, that's deep in Uni half, but you would... By the looks of things, it doesn't look like they're going to be winning that this time.
Absolutely not. This is probably one of the last passages of play in the game as well. Long time coming this line out. Ball finally getting collected by the Hallam number 18. And now we're ready to commence with the line out.
Hallam going for these smaller lineouts, presumably to complement the fact that Union haven't got the number of players they did have, and Hallam have now got their full complement back, we think?
I'd assume so, but
they're going to want to make the most of that.
Over the strong line-out once again.
They're doing a manful job in the line-out today.
The Hallam players must be dreading every single time the ball goes out into touch.
That is a very big carry there. Hallam looking for the turnover, but
big handoff there.
Huge handoff.
Evie Holder once
Hallam
again.
not going for the turnover for some reason. They could have had that there. That's a slow play.
Absolutely.
Going for the short pass, carrying it into Uni of number 5.
Cat's Hammer.
That's a good name, that, isn't it?
Excellent name. Oh,
another kick that hasn't gone too well. They should probably try and avoid those. But it's a big handoff there from Hallam number 12.
Finally being taken down. Made quite a lot of distance sideways, but not much forward.
Keeping the ball moving in the same direction, just carrying hard there from Hallam's number 22 by the looks of it.
That'll be Ellis Clark then.
Hallam looking to play the ball out. Very direct running there.
Finally being pulled down.
Hallam are known for that. They've got very direct runners in their forward pack. They're big forwards, but they're very, very skillful.
Union co-captain on the floor though. Mary Anderson's not only just
That is
getting
a huge carry. Excellent offload as well. Still going. Nope, she's been brought down about 6 meters or so from the Uni of try line.
This just showing what having a player Simbin can do for your team.
Hallam are going to Hallam need to make the most of this. They need to be sensible, keep it calm, and not drop that ball.
They still have possession.
Hallam taking their time, lining up on this right side of all of their backs. They're going to want to keep that ball moving left and bring it back across at the end.
Ellis Clark's taking it straight into touch.
They have now got space out on this right side. It's what we were complaining of with Hallam earlier. They haven't got the numbers out wide. The tables are turned now.
Absolutely.
Hallam keep pushing left with the forwards. I can only imagine they're going to bring it back on this right side eventually, because they have got the numbers, and Union are flooded on their right side.
Ball is still live. Only one player out there for Hallam though, just to run straight directly into contact.
That looked like it was Hallam's number 13, Robert McLaren. And now they're going to try and move this ball down this right side. They have got numbers, Hallam.
If they do it quickly as well.
That's another good carry.
Off.
Excellent. That's what's known as a suicide ball, that pass, but it's been collected. They're moving it down this right side.
Lots of
straight into contact, but that is a very good carry.
Lots of meters gained.
5 meters after contact there, one would say.
And it's now a penalty to Hallam. Only 5 meters from the line. Oh, and it's been immediately tapped and going, but...
Has that been called back?
I believe so.
That's disappointing for Hallam. They would have wanted that try just before half-time. Try and go in their heads held high, knowing they've got a bit more space on their side.
Actually, the ref talking to Evie Holder there and bringing over...
Number 4,
Is that Mary Thorpe?
I think so.
Having a quick word. Right,
these last 10 minutes have been very exciting.
Oh, so I called over Mary Anderson there. Pull back. I'm assuming they'll go for the quick tap.
You would imagine so. Hallam have got the ball. They've got all these numbers outside, Hallam.
Oh, that's a very, very impressive move. And that must be a try. And
that's over for a try. Hallam have scored. That must be the end of the half, then one would imagine. Hallam going in at half-time with 1 try to their name. There's suddenly, the game must seem a lot more level for them now. They're only 1 try off. They can get this conversion. 5 points is very easy to get back.
And it shouldn't be too hard a conversion. It's taking it in very near the posts.
Hallam have got a very good conversion rate so far this year. They've got 70% conversion rate, which, when you add in the Union 30%, that equals 100%. So if you do your maths that way, it's going very, very well for both teams.
I suppose so. Or either that, or only one team can get all their conversions and the other team none.
Well, so far, Union have got all their conversions. I'm wrong there.
They've
got half their conversions.
This is the first time up kicking for the posts.
I'm afraid the maths is lost on me now. I've got no idea what's going to happen. You'll have to wait and see. That is straight down the middle.
Kick.
That's an extremely good kick. That's where that 70% is coming from.
And that is half-time.
That's been quite a half.
I do believe that's half. Yes, it is. And so we'll pass you. I think we'll pass you back over to Charlie, Dan, and Will.
Hello and welcome to Varsity 2017. It's the first day of the main event. Yes, we are live here at Hallam Sports Park for what is going to be a day of great events. I'm joined by Dan and Will. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello, very well. A bit cold, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think we've picked probably the coldest day of March so far to be here.
Yeah, we have.
It's all good.
It is. So we have just been watching the women's ones of Rugby Union. So the score is currently 12-7. How's it going for you guys? What do you think?
I think that obviously there's been a few weather scenarios that has impacted certain things like the line speed or like the handling, for example. We've probably seen a lot more scrums than we were expecting because of obviously a lot more knocked-ons because of the wetness of the ball. But I think that the forwards have kept up their sort of physicality, and I think that they've done very well to keep that up despite having so many scrums in the first half.
What about you, Will?
Yeah, I think so far we've seen quite a a decent performance from both teams. I mean, it's very wet and muddy out on the pitch, which might be slowing them down somewhat. But yeah, I think towards the end of the first half there, we really got a sense of a bit of pace going. So hopefully more of that in the second half as well.
Definitely. So we were just talking about the weather. It is very drizzly. It's very cold. It's been raining pretty much all morning. Other than making the pitch very slippery and muddy, which can obviously have a bit of an impact on how the play goes, what else does the weather change? Does it change their mental state? Will it change the way they actually use tactics and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I think it just gives you a bit of adrenaline. So, yeah, nice and cold. I think, well, like you say, line speed's again affected. So yeah, I think they're getting into it a bit more now. So
well, I think it's going to affect everything twofold. I think firstly, it's going to affect the fact that the ball's going to stay much tighter and much closer to the forward. So when we were watching them warm up, we noticed that even the back moves that they were practicing, for instance, the set moves with the backs, they're focusing more on crush balls. So that's kind of keeping the ball close, much closer to the pack. That's probably following behind them, as opposed to these sort of like big looping passes and that sort of thing. So I think we're going to have much more phase with the forwards, and even when it does go to the backs, we're looking at sort of crush balls and pops as opposed to looping passes. But secondly, as well, don't forget both sides have subs, and if it's cold weather like this, then it's going to be much harder for them to stay warm and ready to come on at a moment's notice, which means that if they do come on, it may take them a bit longer to actually get into the game. But I think you're right with it's not always just a bad thing. Because it's raining, it means the ground's a lot softer, and if the ground's a lot softer, it means that people are going to be it means that going to contact's going to be less of a daunting prospect. And as you've seen, there's been some really good hits, really good tackles, and I think that should be commented on as well.
Yeah, definitely. So actually on that, we've got a nice, good crowd down below us, which is really nice to see, even on a day like this. So it's good to see them getting behind them. Are the supporters getting behind the team?
Oh, definitely. It's always a great atmosphere at Hallam Sports Park. I remember, obviously, we've not quite got the weather that we could have done with today.
No.
But, hear them cheering all the way through. So, again, it just builds up the atmosphere, and it's buzzing.
Great, yeah. So we are hoping for a really lively atmosphere here today. We I think, is that the men's fours football, or warming up, men's ones football, which is taking place just behind us. And there's a huge crowd going on there. So, yeah, definitely lots of people here today. So we'll be taking you through all of the events, including the men's ones as football, but also we've got the Rugby Union men's threes going on as well at the moment. How is that going? Do we know?
Well, I imagine they're having the similar sort of challenges with gameplay that we're having here at the women's ones. The fact that it's so boggy and so muggy, the whole pace of the game is going to be slowed down, which means that, and as something that we've been seeing here, it's just that line speed. That line speed we need to bring up a lot more, otherwise we're going to have a lot of issues in terms of actually just making the yards to score tries.
It looks like we're going back to play now already, so we're going to hand back to Will and Dan for some live commentary.
Hello and welcome back. We're just waiting for the ref and the linesmen to come back onto the pitch for play to commence. The players are all there ready and waiting.
The ref seems to have disappeared.
I think they're in the changing rooms, probably getting some warm.
I don't blame them for that. I have lost feeling in several of my fingers at the moment.
I was very surprised to see at half-time all the players actually staying in the middle of the pitch or in the dead zone rather than actually going back to the shelter of the benches.
That is pure unfiltered passion there. That's a love of the game right there, just wanting to be on the pitch at all times.
But yeah, the players are desperately trying to stay warm there, all of them. And here come the lines people
The
and
true,
the ref.
true celebrities of the day.
They're in bright yellow.
Rather similar, actually, to the Uni of kits.
They are a bit brighter, but very similar, yes.
And we're just waiting for the kickoff here. You can see who the new players are on the pitch, because you can actually tell what numbers they're wearing on their backs.
Much brighter kits. But it's a Hallam kick to Uni. Swapping ends, obviously, at the half. And the second half has commenced.
That's a very direct kickoff, straight down the middle.
Being safely collected, though, by Uni of.
That must be 10 metres after contact. There's been a lot of that this game. The teams do need to work on that. Just once they make contact, keep them there. Don't let them keep making metres, because that's where tries come from.
Absolutely.
In an attritional game like this, where it's just muddy and cold, and you're just making metres and carrying hard.
Big
exactly
hit.
like that. Hold them up, stop them making those metres after contact, and they're going to get tired. They're going to get downbeat. That's the Uni of number 8 with an excellent offload. That looked like it was knocked on.
I do believe so, and it's been brought back for it.
Referee tried to play advantage, but That
Nice.
Uni of defence straight up on Hallam there. Couldn't afford to make use of it.
So it looks like some of the players that have come on for Uni has been, one of them's been Ellie Williams in number 21. Oh, we're back.
That's a very good carry. Being held up very well by Hallam there.
Quite looping passes there, but a very short one there.
Oh, that was a big handoff. There was basically no one there for that one.
Ellie Williams still powering on, but finally been brought down.
Uni of setting themselves up. They should, in a few minutes, presumably. Is number 11 back on the pitch now?
I don't believe they would be. I thought they'd still be off for another couple of minutes.
So Uni of are going to want to keep it in the forwards until such time, and that looks like a knock-on. It's that same thing we saw at the start of the first half. The players are just a little bit cold, but not quite warm yet. They need to just grease things up a little bit, you know, get themselves moving again, get used to the speed of the game.
Absolutely, and it looks like Hayley Everett for Uni in a bit of pain there, clutching her knees, trying to stretch out, teammates trying to comfort her. Ref now coming over to talk to her. She looks like she's really hurt her legs there.
She's been very good so far this game as well, that number 10. Apart from a couple of slightly off kicks, the play to the back has been phenomenal.
And also very safe collections from Eleanor Moss as well.
In weather like this, it's very hard to make that ball move, but they've done it fantastically well.
It looks like she's carrying on as well though, and it's back to another scrum. Hallam's put him for number 20, Amelia McKay. But Hallam clearly coming back for instructions.
They're trying to line up here. They must have the wind in their sails at the moment after that try in the last moments of the game in the last half. They must be very, very up for this second half. They must have a point to prove.
Absolutely, they've got that motivation now. They can see they've only got to convert a try and they've in the lead.
This has been an extremely tight game so far. When you can compare this to the last game the two played, the last two matches between these two have been very, very pronounced victories for either team, both one in Hallam's favour, one in Uni's favour. But this has been a very tight game so far.
Absolutely.
The forwards have done a manful job. They've been just powering away all half, and they're going to keep that up in the second half, no doubt about it.
It looks like a lot of their subs have already been used, filling the forwards with new numbers, fresh blood.
I don't blame them for that at all.
And the ball is now been put into the scrum.
That looks like, is it?
Oh, the ref's blown up for something.
That looked like it didn't go in straight, that ball. Which, in reality, the ball never does go in straight nowadays, but that must have been a particularly bad one. Uni of lining themselves up, presumably for another tap and go.
Absolutely, and it's been
Big carry. Oh, that is a very good carry.
Brought down, that was the number 22 to me. Akinbayade.
Uni of making that ball move through the back line, making use of that space out wide, but Hallam insist on leaving them. And they're punishing them now for that. They're making meters.
Union don't have to be scared of the touchline either.
No.
If they get pushed into touch, they're happy with that.
They don't mind a line out, do they, Uni of?
Oh, and it's been immediately picked straight up.
That's another snipe by number 9. She scored a try from that last half, and Hallam have got to be aware of that. She's known for doing that. They need to be wary of that.
Absolutely, especially keeping the ball live, immediately passing out as soon as you go into contact.
Carried backwards there by Hallam. They're carrying. That's a good tap and go there. Big handoff, but brought down very, very hard.
Not very well competed ruck there by Hallam.
No, I did wonder about that one. That is a carry from deep, and that is a very, very hard carry.
And it's a Uni penalty. Presumably another tap and go.
One would imagine so. You don't want to go for you don't want to try and score a penalty kick in these conditions, not from that deep, and certainly not in this wind.
Absolutely. Although the conditions have improved slightly, the rain doesn't seem to be quite as pronounced.
I still wouldn't want to be down there at the moment, but I'm very happy up here in the pavilion. Thank you very much. Uni of lining up for the kick, in fact.
Yeah, and probably kicking for the corner, knowing that their line-outs are
Considering their
safe.
line-out ability, that does seem like a very safe option. If they can get that within 10 metres or so of the line, they would happily compete for that.
Absolutely.
Slight bit of confusion, it seems, about what's actually going to happen. That's the best way to win. If you don't know what you're going to do, your opposition can't know.
Although one would think there's an obvious choice, judging how they've set themselves up here.
They are indeed going for the kick.
And it's gone straight out into touch.
That looks about 5-10 metres out.
About 10 metres, I believe, yeah.
They're going to hope to compete for that. Hallam have got to be wary of that. They've got to try and win that.
Because it's a uni line out, they'll probably have a large complement in the line out.
One would imagine so. They're going to want to get that out. They're going to want to keep those numbers out of the Hallam backline and try and get that ball moving in the way they've done so well in the first half.
Absolutely. They know they're almost certainly going to win this line out, so
it would be a shock if they don't.
Take the ball and try and fill up as many of the forwards as possible.
Try and keep that forward area flooded. Oh, that's the short line out throw, but it's been called back by the referee. It looks like it wasn't straight, perhaps.
I don't think so. There's the ref sending some Hallam players back.
Too many in the line-out, perhaps.
Oh, and Hallam have got the ball.
It's been a day for line-out takes, not a day for uni of takes. Both are doing very well at the line-out now. That's a very good kick.
That's a very, very good
Uni
kick,
of want to collect that.
Oh, knocked on there by Uni.
Hallam tried to play the advantage, but no dice. That's been called back. That's a shame for Union. They would have wanted to make the most of that.
It looks so close to being a very, very excellent collection as well.
25, 30 metres out like that, they would have wanted to carry that in. But unfortunately, in weather like this and wind like this, it is so easy to drop the ball, especially under varsity conditions when you've got people watching you, you've got that pressure on you.
It's all competing for that one big point. Player on the ground, though. Looks like a medical person.
These injuries are going to start to pop up, unfortunately. As people start to get tired, the injuries are going to start to show.
Definitely, as the people on the bench desperately trying to stay warm just in case they have to come back on.
I do associate with that feeling of trying to stay warm.
Yes.
That looks like, is that an injury?
It looks like number 21's
That's
going
their
off.
number 8, I believe. He's done some enormous carries so far this game. He's got a vicious handoff.
Yep, going behind the fencing.
Both captains have been called in. It looks like the referee wants to have a word with them about something.
Probably to stop any more injuries like that happening.
You would imagine so. It looked like it was an unnecessary injury. It looked like it was something that was just a little bit late, a little bit off the ball. No need for that kind of thing. Because although they are competing for a point here, they do need to remember that this is a game that should be played in good jest. They should be playing this with a good feeling team. I know they want to compete and they want to win, but you don't need to see an injury like that in a game like this.
Absolutely.
So it looks like it's going to be a scrum. Union lining themselves up here to play.
Yes.
They're going to want to try and get that ball out wide and make use of those extremely fast players they've got in their back three.
They should be back up to their full complement now as well.
They should indeed. They'll be wanting to make good use of that.
Just setting up the line out. Scrum, sorry. So many line outs recently.
Just set pieces in general, to be honest. They've been the most marked point of the game for set pieces. Uni of number 14, Hannah Probert here, an extremely fast player. They're going to want to get the ball out to her and let her run at that Hallam back line because they've got such depth here. They've clearly set themselves up to run. That's a very good push from Hallam, however.
It is, and it's come back out for them. And a very good kick again.
They're clearly trying to make use of that this half, but that's collected, hopefully.
Yeah, it went backwards.
Yep. That's an extremely good run. Very good line, but that looked like a high tackle. That looked like it was around the neck.
Coach protesting on the try line, on the line.
That has been called back.
The referee just talking to the linesman.
Especially those new rules concerning high tackles. Is anywhere above the shoulder. You just don't want to be anywhere near there. Just keep it low, keep it safe. Don't risk giving away a stupid penalty like this.
Absolutely. It's normally more effective anyway to just go for the legs, take them down.
Well, it depends what you're trying to achieve.
Very true.
Hallam setting themselves up here with a very, very... Looks like they're going to go for the blitz defensive. They're setting themselves up to attack hard. And Union are going to have to make use of that and try and get that ball out there fast to the wingers before this Hallam blitz can really get on them.
But they're all very, very tightly compressed onto that far side of the pitch.
They are.
No one on this whole half of the pitch in any way.
I suppose they're very aware of the fact that in this weather, with these conditions, you can't afford to play that long looping passing style. It won't work in this weather. They need to keep it tight, keep it compact, and try and run into space rather than making the space through passing, which unfortunately is going to lead to a lot of tired legs later on in the match.
Hopefully you won't get too scruffy in the end, but you wouldn't be surprised or blame them, to be honest.
Hopefully it will follow a similar pattern to the first half, whereby Hallam and Union were both a little bit scruffier at the start, but by the time the second half was fully in flight, they were doing very, very well. They were playing some very attractive rugby, running hard but passing well nonetheless.
Definitely. Still talking to the captains there. Is there any action to be taken?
Doesn't appear so. I think he just wants to keep things friendly, keep things amicable.
Definitely, and the captain's clearly been told to call their teams over and have a talk to all the players. Just tell them no more funny business like that. And we're now back ready to go.
That sending off has clearly ruffled a few feathers amongst both Union and Hallam players. Referee just wants things to calm down a little bit.
Kick straight out into touch, but didn't get really much distance whatsoever.
No, that's an interesting decision, but hopefully Union can compete at this line-out and make up for that last loss at the line-out.
Absolutely.
We must be heading into double figures for line-out soon, surely.
I'd have thought so, most of which are coming this half.
It's been a very set-piece heavy game, but the teams have managed to make the most of it. Union setting up here to compete and try and win that ball. And that is a very good line-out. Union running this, playing some very deep passes.
Oh, spilt.
That's unfortunate. Hallam's blitz defence is very... When you've got players running at you like that, you are going to panic a little bit, and Hallam are making the most of that.
It wasn't the happiest of passes either. A bit in front of her, arms fully outstretched, trying to receive it.
And we're back with yet another scrum. This is a feeling of deja vu. There is quite a crowd here today. It must be
becoming increasingly vocal as the game progresses.
They
as
are.
well.
They're getting very amped up for their uni to win. That
Oh, it immediately went straight back outside again.
This is becoming a habit.
It really is. I'm only on the Hallam Twitters as well.
Yeah, there seems to be some problem with the Hallam hooker. They're trying to get that ball out fast.
But this is a different hooker now as well. This is Maria Romero Beltran, who judging by the state of her kit, looks like she came on at half time.
One would imagine if you can read the number on the back, you presume that they've not been on for very long, because it is a very muddy day out there.
To me, it looked a bit like it was coming off Naomi Bland's foot, the Hallam prop.
Yeah, they're trying to get that ball out fast because they don't want to keep people in the scrum for any longer than they have to, because it is so tiring. But unfortunately, that's been turned over, and Union are trying to make the most of that, but Hallam's blitz defence is working yet again, jumping straight onto them there. Hallam setting themselves up here to attack with a rather scruffy backline, unfortunately, at the moment, but that's a very good takedown by Union.
Definitely, and the ball's just there waiting to be picked up.
Hallam trying to set themselves up to attack here, trying to get that depth that Union have managed to have so well. That's a very good line of play here. That's been turned over. Hallam straight onto it.
Presumably a knock on there.
That's Akimbado there doing very, very well to jump on that and manage to keep that ball live. That's for Union of number 10 again competing. That looked like it could have been a knock on there.
That was a very, very good tackle there. Just immediately came charging out at her.
That looked like it was number 6 for Hallam, I believe.
Very impressive tackle.
Hallam not competing at that ruck. And that's a very good kick.
Much better kick.
Hallam number 15 just fell asleep there. She was setting up for the attack and she didn't consider that kick.
Mary Anderson charging down at her, the Union fullback.
They're going to try and turn that over. That's their co-captain there, chasing down that ball, and that's been pulled back.
All for competing in the ruck, apparently.
Yeah, it looks like it was hands in the ruck there, unfortunately. You've got to be careful of that. When you're that excited, it's so easy to just pop a hand in there, try and get the ball out, but you can't let that happen. Especially in a place like this, you've made so many metres in so few seconds.
Yeah, it was like simply 1 metre away from the Hallam try line.
Yeah, but they've kicked it out now, and Union are going to be happy with that. They've still made a good 15, 20 metres there off 2 kicks.
Definitely.
And with their ability at the line out, you would hope they could win this and get that ball moving yet again.
I'm glad to see that they're getting used to used to the conditions. They're happy to kick like that and do it so successfully.
The kicks have been a much better example in this second half. The first half was rather scruffy. They didn't really have the time, but this second half they've been afforded a bit more time to kick, and it is lending itself to that more modern style of kicking rugby.
But once again, with the Hallam line out, very, very low numbers in actually competing for the ball there.
Union are getting ready to compete here. Hallam need to combat this, and they need to keep this ball live. They can't afford to lose it this deep into their own half.
And
that didn't look like a straight throw to me, but the referee's given them the benefit of the doubt, and they're running hard.
very, very sideways running though. Not much
a lot
direct.
of running, not many meters.
Exactly.
And continuing that pattern.
But this passing has been very good by Hallam there. It's just finally taken down.
That is elusive running there. It's like butter in a bathtub. You just can't get hold of her. And that's Hallam's number 11 there, trying to carry on through, but no dice. The referee's called them back.
Do you tend to put much butter in the bathtub?
It depends what day it is. I like a bath butter on a Sunday. It just takes the effort out of moisturising afterwards if you use butter in the bath, I find. Kill two birds with one stone.
Absolutely. It looks like the captains have been called over once again from Uni. So there's both co-captains there. And lots of booing from the crowd.
Hallam are not happy. And that's a good kick. That's on.
Oh, bounced straight off the pavilion, but conveniently straight back into play.
That's a very, very good kick, if you ask me.
But maybe not quite what Hallam wanted.
Union setting up to compete here again. Hallam going yet again for this smaller lineup. They want to have those forwards in there to carry hard.
Definitely.
That 9 is just looking to pop the ball off straight to Hallam, get it moving. Get those forwards carrying hard and direct. But Union are more than willing to combat. But you look at those Union players, they are ready and willing. And that's a Hallam ball.
Yeah, it is.
And again, straight to the forwards, but they've gone for the kick.
Reasonably effective kick, especially with that bounce.
So that's very good work from the Union of number 15 to keep her head on and to be aware of that space behind her that Hallam could exploit.
Definitely. But it's come back out Hallam, and it's been brought in by Elspeth Ward.
The Union of number 13, Emily Topham, there jumping on the ball straight away, but not quite managing to turn it over. Hallam going for this.
Oh, it's passed.
That's a very good running style there. That is a very good line. Hallam keeping this alive, competing in the ruck, not giving Union a yard of space. And Hallam exploiting that space.
If they
out
can make
wide
that one
now.
Final pass, they've probably been away. There's a lot of space there.
Carried it in there, and that is unfortunate because they did have the space there. Just to move it out wide, one more person, you've made another good 15, 20 metres, or maybe even a try there. And really, that's all Hallam need is a try.
Absolutely.
Just level the game and make it more of a competition, because Union can afford to sit here and defend and defend and defend. Just soak up that pressure, which they've done so well.
With that 5-point advantage. Especially if they can defend directly underneath the post as well.
Absolutely,
At least force Hallam into the hard kick. Oh, very, very good tackle there.
Trying to rip the ball there, but not quite. Keeping hold of it there, Hallam. Moving the ball out again to the Hallam number 10, who's done a masterful job so far this half. She's been absolutely phenomenal.
It's Kennedy Nuttall.
The kicking has been fantastic. Hallam running it straight back into contact there, straight back into the ruck.
Oh, quick fumble, but ball safely received.
There's Jemima Owosu carrying hard yet again. That is an excellent
Still
run there.
going. So many metres gained, but she tried to pass quickly there and a bit sloppy.
That was valiant, to say the least.
It was just a shame she couldn't just hold onto the ball, let it go to ground, go through the phase. But they have won a penalty out of it, though.
Hallam are going to want to make the most of it. They're going to want to keep this ball moving. Just try and get a few more metres of this penalty. Try and keep things alive. Hallam taking the Union tactic of tap and go by the looks of it.
Yeah, in these conditions, you just would.
Because everyone likes to tap and go, don't they? There's nothing more fun than just picking the ball up and running straight into contact.
It's always most exciting.
Hallam going with this very direct running style that they are known for. Keeping the ball moving, trying to keep that ruck alive and not losing a single yard.
Yes, just passing out, passing down the line. Well, taken in hard, but still kept upright. Finally been brought to ground there. Hallam number 10, I believe.
Keeping that ball moving on the left. They've got numbers out wide. One would imagine they're trying to soak up all of the Union players on the left and then move that ball out right.
It's going back the other way. Number 8 there, I believe, for Hallam. You can see Union players desperately calling for people to move over to that far side.
They are aware there is space for them. They're aware that Hallam are moving the ball very well this half. And, Hallam had a chance to punish them there. They haven't made the most of it, unfortunately. It's been called back.
It's only a Hallam scrum for a put in there. Oh, no. No, it's just probably tap and go then.
Hallam are going to be very happy with that. They're on that 22 metre line, they're going to want to carry that in.
But once again, Union are leaving a lot of space on that far side for Hallam to exploit.
Yeah, but with these Hallam carriers, the way they're carrying so hard, they can't afford to leave that space. They're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. They need to have numbers in there, they need to have numbers out wide, but there aren't enough people on the pitch.
Lots of... it's been turned over but pulled into touch.
Straight into touch there. Union have given a few seconds of possession and then just pushed straight back out.
So that's a Hallam line out, I believe.
There are no prisoners being taken today, are there?
No, it's very full on action. It looks like a player down.
Seems being taken into touch there has taken its toll on someone.
Is it number... I can see Eleanor Moss, I think, helping someone that is on the ground.
Number 6? I can't quite tell.
I'm not sure who's on the ground. Someone being called over to help. And here comes the medic running all the way across the pitch as well. Not going to run. Finally reached the referees and lines and talking everything through.
No one's going to want to come off the pitch, but if you're down like that, it does appear that you don't really have a choice.
No, and it gives players a good 10 minutes breathe. It's been 20 minutes into this half, I think. So it's a good good breather, nice halfway marker for this half.
Both teams must be aware of the fact, however, they haven't got many substitutes left. They need to save those. As Eddie Jones calls them for England, they're finishers. You need to have those players brought on at the right times. You'd rather not be bringing them on through injury. In a game like this, bringing someone on in the last 10 minutes could be the difference you have.
Absolutely, with these conditions, just all the players, all the energy is just being sapped by the wetness and the mud.
A big carrying forward in the last 10 minutes could make all the difference to one of the teams.
Are we getting ready to play?
It does look that way.
I think Union's coach is onto the pitch as well, talking to players.
Calls of "We love you, Hallam, we do." Union not responding with any chance yet. You'd hope they'd bring something out to the game, though.
You'd hope, but there might not be many supporters for Uni at the venue yet. This is a Hallam venue after all.
It's true.
I can see a lot of burgundy, or is it maroon actually?
I would just call it sort of, don't know, purple personally. It's purple if you ask me.
I think it's number 10. Once again, it's Hayley Everett on the floor.
That's a shame. That's her second injury of the match. She's done so well so far. Her kicking has been excellent in the second half, and her distribution off 9 has been...
Definitely. Just been in the wars recently, though. By the looks of it, something to do with the legs, once again.
That is unfortunate. You would hope she could play on, but if someone's been down this long, then...
You wouldn't hold out much hope, would you?
No, unfortunately not. That's a shame. You don't want to see anyone's game end in injury, but especially not someone like this who's done so well in this first and most of the second half. I think one particular player there's getting some love from the crowd. That's got to feel good, hasn't it?
The morale boost you need on conditions like this.
In my personal experience, the only crowds I've ever had calling my names are more of a mob than a crowd,
honestly. She's being carried off there by the looks of it.
That's unfortunate. That's a real shame.
It's not the way you want to end your varsity career or in this season.
But she's done so well that she's got to be commended for that.
A long way for her to be carried as well.
It's quite a distance, that.
I suppose them being carried straight into the changing rooms.
That is an odd decision. That hopefully means at least that the injury isn't so bad that she's got to go for any kind of real medical treatment. Hopefully it's just some sort of injury that she'll recover from quickly for the rest of the season.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Union are competing, they want to go straight back up this season. They want to go straight back where they came from. They're sitting in third. They'd love promotion. But unfortunately, University of Manchester this season have done so well in defeating everyone that comes into their path.
And Union have won the line out, and they've kicked it.
That's a very good kick from number 9 by the looks of it, an excellent box kick.
It's been bobbling all over the place, and it's very scrappy by Hallam there, very scrappy, but they've collected the ball eventually.
Union trying to go for the turnover, but there are a lot of players around there. Hallam, if they can keep that distance and keep some players that wide, they could have a chance here. Just get that ball moving a little bit faster than it is, and they could have a try on.
Definitely, they had one hand off before finally being brought down.
Union's sole intention here is just to soak up that pressure, just slow the game down, see out these last 15 minutes when the players are tired and they haven't got many substitutes.
Well collected there by the Hallam player.
That's a big tackle there from Uniov.
Oh, and I think the ref's calling them back for something. It's a Hallam penalty for touching the ball in the book.
It looks that way, yeah. There's been a few of those, unfortunately, today.
So, especially in the second half.
Players are just getting a little bit frustrated, particularly in the Hallam end. They're just trying to get that try, and they are so close.
Another quick tap and go taken by the Hallam captain there.
But again, more sideways running, mate, isn't necessarily the best option here. Uniov are soaking up that pressure, and they want them to run like that. They want to tire them out, so the last 10 minutes, they're dead on their feet. And this might not be the best option for Hallam to keep running these diagonal lines. Just run directly and just try and make those meters. It's not beautiful, it's not pretty, but it could be the way to win the match for them.
It could very well be.
It's very exciting, isn't it?
It is. It's again the final like 10, 15 minutes now. Everyone knows there's just one converted try away from a Hallam victory. And it looks like the Union haven't had much possession in anyone else's half recently.
It has been a very Hallam heavy game so far this second half, especially in these last 10 minutes. Hallam have just been carrying and carrying and carrying, making meters, making space, using that width out wide and using that very good passing style they have to try and just slowly move their way forward, maybe find a gap, maybe just keep carrying on forward.
But unfortunately, Hallam knocked on there, so it's a Union put in at the scrum.
What do you feel the best tactic is for Union here? Do they try and play the ball out, or do they just go for a kick, bring it back again and try and dishearten Hallam a little bit more?
I think because their lineouts has been so strong, and they still are stronger than Hallam's. I would just try and kick for a touch, just work your way down the pitch that way, because it doesn't seem to be much for running in this game.
I'm completely with you on that one. I think the kicks have been going very well for Union so far. That last box kick was excellent. They just need to make the most of that. But Hallam have...
It went straight out the scrum again, and Hallam picked it up and went with it.
Looks like...
It looks like they're just going to...
Looks like a Hallam player might have accidentally been hit in the face by the ball there, which is never what you want to see.
It's not ideal.
It's not the most gracious of injuries to suffer.
It definitely stings a bit. I've had that happen to myself.
Especially when you're cold. It's never nice when you're cold to get hit with anything. Get hit on the leg, for example. That's the worst feeling in the world.
The scrum being set up. Uni put in.
Uni are going to want to win this. They're not going to want that to come up the Hallam end again.
And it's in the scrum. And where is it? Oh, the ref's blown up very, very quickly there. The ball didn't get anywhere close to leaving the scrum.
Hallam have got a very, very big push, but they haven't quite managed to get the ball out there. They're going to want to get that ball out and try and get moving yet again. Resetting yet again. They must be so tired by the end of this game. Those front row players must just be exhausted.
Your backs are going to be killing you.
The forwards must be cursing the backs at this point. For any drop balls, they must be thinking, oh, good, another scrum for us.
Hand-hander for them already.
And that's in, and Hallam going for yet another big push, but Union keeping that.
They're picked up by the number 8.
It's 5 metres after contact there, still carrying. That's been played out very quickly. Fast ball.
Very, very fast balls.
Oh, and that's an unfortunate knock-on, but they're playing advantage, the referee.
Yeah, Hallam have the ball now.
Number 15, but that's an excellent tackle by number 13, I believe.
And it's still Hallam's ball, trying to power forwards,
Very
but
good illusion
not
there.
gaining any grounds there.
That's Hallam's number 2 there. He's carrying it in hard, very direct. Hallam going with this same tactic, just pulling Union players into the middle, trying to create that space out wide for the back so they can try and make some meters.
But it was a quick tap and go taken by Union.
That number 9 is very, very quick. She's such a good sniper of the ball.
Eleanor Moss having a fantastic game.
She, for me, is probably, along with perhaps Jemima Rosu for Hallam, she's been
They've been
masterful in her
fantastic.
carries. Very good players on both sides. That's a very good kick.
But and it was knocked on as well by the Hallam number 15.
You're going to try and make the most of this. They've got players near the ball.
Taking advantage.
Still carrying. The referee should, and that's been taken into touch. Union won't mind that.
No, not at all. They'll happily take that line out. Only 10 metres from the try line, I think, as well. Everyone's...
Union taking their time to set up. They know there's no rush for them here.
No, not at all. They're just collecting their thoughts. Wasting a bit of time because it's not barely any time left in the match at all.
They must be looking on to the last 5-10 minutes of play here.
Something along that, yeah.
Union are going to be in no rush to get this ball going. They're going to want to set up, take their time, make sure their shoelaces are nice and tight.
Bringing new players into the line-out as well.
Yeah, having a little discussion, just taking their time so they can win this. The game is theirs to win.
Absolutely. One more points from them. It's pretty much sealed the game, I'd have thought, at this time.
I'd say if they could score a try here, that would be it for Hallam. They would be gone for now.
Oh, but a very poor throw.
That's very unfortunate. That's not the sort of thing you want to see at this point in the game. Hallam carrying it straight through the line out and making several metres after touch.
It's been carried there.
More diagonal running, unfortunately. It's not...
Still more side of
A big
running.
handoff from the Hallam number 2 there. Hallam's hooker is taking no prisoners today.
No, that's Sophie Parkinson there, I believe. Finally brought down. And
Uni are very aware they could be going for the kick soon. They're sending players back in that back three.
very
Pulling them
good
up yet
tackle.
again.
Very good tackle there from Emily Topping. Ooh.
Good blitz defense not taken.
And it's still Hallam's ball, but they've not gained any distance whatsoever.
This is what Union want. They just want to tire them out in these last 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, just work through the phases.
Absolutely.
That was an excellent take there by the co-captain for Uni.
Very, very good. That's the sort of thing you need to see in these last 10 minutes. Consistency, control. Just keep things calm, keep things smooth, and get that ball moving as much as they can. Try and score again if they need to, but not so much they have to take risks or give away silly mistakes.
Definitely. Unfortunately, it was knocked forward, I believe.
That's the sort of thing you just don't want to see at this point in the game. It's the sort of thing that can lead to a try, and that can be very upsetting for you.
He just wants that one player with a bit more in their legs.
Both teams setting up for a big scrum here. Both want to compete, both want to win this.
And both with the potential to win this still.
Hallam looking for the put in.
Still, and it's live. And the ball's been put
It is
in.
indeed.
And Union powering forwards heavily there, but the scrum has spun.
Hallam going for the kick here. That's a very, very good kick from Hallam. Union chasing back, setting up. That's an excellent take. Very good running style, very good line. If they can just pass that, has got to be offside, surely.
But not been given, not been given.
That's an interesting decision there from the referee. That was very offside to me, but what do I know? I'm not a referee.
Hasn't punished Union too harshly.
Hallam holding them up there and they're carrying in high.
Just going through the phases now, just passing it along the line, taking it into
Hallam can be commended for their blitz defence today. It has been an excellent, excellent defensive style they've played.
But it's been knocked on by Uni. And it's another scrum, another Hallam put in, about the halfway line in the very centre of the pitch. From my reckoning, there's probably about 5 minutes left
You
in
would
this
say
game.
so.
Not much time to do anything special, but the Hallam have just brought on a sub, by the looks of it. Number 21. I think Evie Smith's just come on.
That seems like a fair decision. The players are going to be tired. They're going to want to get that last bit of the match just seen through.
Could that be the big difference, though, in this game? Just actually having a fresh... Like, the fact they had a fresh pair of legs to bring on is quite an achievement.
Yeah, the fact they've managed to make it this far without using up all their substitutes is to be commended.
And it's been fed in, and it's still in the centre of the scrum, but it's been fed back out to...
Hallam are going to go for a big kick here. Just make some meters, hope that Union can drop this, and that's been knocked backwards. So that's still a Union ball.
It's been taken into contact by Mary Anderson there, still going, trying to protect the ball, and it's back out the far distant side of the pitch. Trying to keep the ball alive, out of touch.
Hallam setting up a big defensive. That's a very good kick. Hallam had not accounted for that at all.
Unfortunately, not really much distance gained, though.
No, but again, if they can just see the match out at this point, they'll be happy.
That's very true. So just another few times of eating away the minutes. Just waste another line out, another
see it
quick
out,
breather.
Let the game end.
Absolutely. Another very small line out by the looks of it. Another 4-person line out. Hallam's favourite.
It's not gone too well from today, though. You might think they would want to change it up a little bit.
Maybe, but maybe they just don't have the confidence to put any more players in to win it.
They've set up for a four-man lineup throughout the game, and that's where they want to play, so be it. It's gone well from today, though. This time, anyway, they've managed to get that ball moving. Setting up for a very, very good attacking line. They're not very deep, but they're attacking very, very directly. Just trying to make these last few minutes count. Just try and punch a hole in this Uni of defence. A hole exactly like that one. They've made a good few metres there, past that level of the ruck.
Definitely, and it's just been going through the faces, being recycled, coming back out. Oh, and there was a knock on there, I believe, from Hallam. So it'll be another scrum for Uni. Yet another scrum. Oh no, it's not. It's a penalty. Sorry.
Got very used to these scrums. We're so used to saying that now.
I think it's brought back.
That is. Oh, Jemima Welsh has been incredible today. She's going to be bruised at the end of this.
But she's probably bruised quite a lot of other players in doing so.
I would imagine so.
Some of those charges have been fantastic.
There's going to be some fond memories of Jemima Welsh for this Uni of team, just hitting them again and again and again.
Being held up there, but no, the ball's come out for Hallam.
Moving into the last few minutes of the game here.
Still Hallam's ball going, taking it into contact, I think by number 11.
It certainly looks that way. Just carrying directly yet
big
again.
Big hit.
Last few minutes of the game, they're going to want to make the most of this.
But it looks like a player's on the ground. I think it's Akinbade. So picks herself up though, but is she going? Where's she? I think she's going off.
It looks that way.
She could have been sin bin.
Oh my! Another sin bin in this match. This has been quite a match for sin bins.
Potentially, I'm not sure. I haven't seen. The ref's taking his time, so I'd assume that was a sin binning. Not what you want with literally just 2 minutes left in the game.
This is going to put the wind in Hallam's sails without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Hallam are there carrying hard. Could this be the ending to the match that, as a neutral, you want to see? You want to see this happen. You want to see a last gasp try to really just alter the game.
Definitely, just take it straight down to the wire.
Uni of, at the very least, will want to try and keep them out wide so it can at most end in a draw.
To be fairly respectful to the conditions like this today.
If it
it's
ends
been
in
a very
draw,
even
that
game.
Seems about right to me. Uni of have done very well in that first half, but this second half has been almost entirely Hallam.
Definitely.
And Uni of do have to be commended for their defence here, because they have been soaking up so much pressure, but if Hallam get a try, you do have to feel it's deserved.
Absolutely. Oh, and the ref's blown up for a penalty for interfering in the ruck once again.
There's been a few of those today.
And another quick tap and go. Will that be in it?
Hallam carrying hard. Is this the moment for Hallam? No, Uni of holding them up yet again. What an incredible defensive display from Uni of.
Oh,
and that's a try!
That's a Hallam try.
Hallam scored in the last few minutes.
There'll probably be one more restart left after this, but so it's 12 all.
An ending to the match.
It's 12 all now for in the match.
And now the question really is, can Hallam convert here?
It's not going to be the easiest kick in the world. It's quite far out.
You would imagine Hallam haven't quite got the accuracy for this. But
and the wind has just picked up again as well.
Thankfully, in Uni's favour, the wind has picked up. God is in Uni's corner today, clearly.
What's going through the Uni's players' minds at the moment? They're just there in the huddle.
They must be so disappointed, but they have to be commended for the way they've defended in these last 20 minutes. They have been working like absolute troopers. They've done so much hard work. And Hallam getting that try, it is deserved for them. Uni will not want to admit that, but it is a deserved try for Hallam.
It really is.
And it's quite an ending to the match.
And here comes Hallam, and it's not been converted. So it is currently a draw with only with mere minutes left in the game.
But this could be a game which goes on for quite a while longer. If Union can keep this alive, then maybe, just maybe, they can just push away, plug away, get another try, and end this game.
They are kicking to Hallam here.
They're going to want to get this kick deep, chase it, get on them straight away, and just try and get that turnover.
Definitely, and they're just there setting up for the kick.
Union setting up for a big chase. They must be so tired, both teams.
They really must be. Like last minutes though, you're just using all your reserves of energy. And it's been received very carefully by Hallam. Very
Union are straight in there
controlled.
for the turnover, however, but Hallam are having none of it today. They're going to want to get that ball out and go straight for a kick as soon as that whistle goes for the end of the match. They're going to want to keep hold of this. If they're feeling adventurous, they might want to go for another try, but that's a very, very brave decision.
Yeah, just try and keep the ball alive and just keep charging. So they definitely had the edge like toward this side of the half. Excellent tackle there by
Union
Union.
trying to go for the turnover and nope, that's straight out the Hallam end.
Ooh.
That is a big hit
Whoa,
from Hallam. And
that's a
someone's gone
headbutt.
down there. A Hallam player, looks like number 12, has gone down.
Did not look deliberate, but it was not
That's just an unfortunate clash
very
of
much.
heads by
It
the
looked
look of it.
did look very nasty. Hallam coach being brought on by the looks of it.
That is very unfortunate in the last few minutes of the game.
It's not what you want to see.
Neither team's going to want to see that happen.
No. Yeah, the medicals coming back on for that. Don't quite know what Hallam player it is.
I believe it's number 12, but it's quite hard to see.
If it's number 12, that would be Tamsin Allen Schlitto. But yeah, she won't be in good form at this point in time.
The water's being brought straight on for Hallam. They're going to want to make most of that. That's very unfortunate, that.
Absolutely, especially with they're probably like with 1 minute to go in the game as well.
One would imagine so. Union are going to want this ball.
Definitely.
Union desperately want that ball. They want to get this ball moving, get the ball playing, and just try and get that last try to yet another turn in what's been an incredible match of rugby.
It's been very close. Like this second half especially has been a fantastic watch.
It's been a game for the rugby lovers. It's not been the most beautiful game of rugby, but it has been an exciting game. These last few minutes have been masterful.
It has definitely been.
The try, the lack of a conversion. This in the last couple of minutes is not good to see, but. And that's number 15, I believe, for Hallam.
13.
13, apologies. I only got to see at GCSE maths. She's up, but it looks like she's coming off the pitch.
She surely has to come straight off. She does not look very comfortable walking.
That's unfortunate. And whose ball is that going to be?
I don't know actually, because it was
like
just.
A Hallam ball.
It was
They're going
just.
for the scrum. Union are going to want to get this ball. They're desperately in need of a try here.
They're just in the Hallam half as well, so if they got a slight advantage if they can win this scrum.
And it's been a game for turnovers at the breakdown as well. I mean, all the set pieces, they never seem to go the way you expect them to.
No, you say one team has a way of form and then it suddenly flips and then the other team just dominates the rest of it.
That's such an unfortunate end to the match for that player, but nonetheless, such a good display. And Hallam are going here. Are they going for the kick? No. They're going to try and play the ball. They want that last
It's
try.
a very quick ball, quite impressive passing. It's taken into contact there.
Neither team wants to draw this. They want the victory. They
want the full
deserve
point.
victory.
They want the full varsity point. Oh,
that's
dropped.
knocked on. That's knocked on in well inside the Hallam half. That's exactly what Union are going to want.
Now it's yet another scrum. For this time it's a Union put-in. Just surely this must be the last phase of the game now.
One would imagine so. It's been, what with all the injuries and stuff, it's very hard to keep track of that. However, one would imagine that this will be the last play of the game, and Union are going to want to make the most of this. This could be another 5-10 minutes of play if it goes the way you'd expect it to. If Union just carrying hard, looking for that last gap, just trying to get that try and win the game. And Hallam just desperately looking for the break. And Hallam just desperately looking for the turnover.
Still just there waiting.
Whoever wins, we can all agree it's been a very exciting game of rugby.
Absolutely. And a very deserved point or half point.
Yes, indeed. Whoever gets the point, both teams have played their absolute hearts out here, and
it's been put in by Eleanor Moss there, and straight back out as well.
And they're playing this well. They're trying to move that ball. That's not what you want to see. That's a very good collection for number 13.
Very good. Ooh, big hits, but good to get the offload in.
Number 16 here carrying it in hard, but Hallam are having none of it.
Ooh, just
Hallam
trickled through her legs.
There. Union going for these simple carries, simple passes, just trying to get this ball out wide. That's a dangerous mistake there by Hallam, going for a blitz that late. That leaves a big gap in the defence that Union could have exploited. And that's, referees called that.
And hanging the rock.
Yet again.
Oh, and a quick tackle.
Carry. And Union carrying here. But Hallam are very deliberately trying to wrap around the ball so they can't go for these.
Mary thought number 4 just holding onto the ball there, and it's now passing
That's
down the
a very
line.
good-
Big tackle
that's
there.
unfortunate. We should
Big
have held on to the
tackle.
ball there, but good recovery there from the winger.
And it's now out into touch
But both
at the
teams can
halfway
compete at
line.
This is very exciting. I don't know about you, but I've lost all the feeling in my legs. I'm not sure if it's excitement or cold or just a mix of both, really.
So who knows what their players must be feeling as well then.
Yeah,
With-
but, I
from
mean,
both
I
the cold
don't
and the
envy them.
tiredness, the lactic must be so hurting now.
Yeah. The prospect of a warm shower for those players must be a very attractive one.
Not as attractive as that one point
It
though
looks
that
like
they
the
can
rain
see.
is starting again, judging by the amount of umbrellas we can see out on the pitch. We thankfully are shaded here.
And Sophie Parkinson we're getting ready to throw in for Hallam.
Union desperately competing with this. That
Hallam
was a
won their
Hallam
line
ball.
out though.
Very, very good line out there from Hallam. Going for the carry.
Taken to the very
Union's
centre of the
trying
pitch. Oh, that was potentially a high tackle there, but it's been playing on.
The referee wants to see the ball played here. He doesn't want to call this back. He wants to see what's going to happen. He's as excited as we are, I'm sure.
There's advantage Hallam, I think.
It looks that way, and that's been called. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see this ball kicked out into touch for a while. Both teams feel they've got the wind in themselves and they've got the ability to score here. We could see another 5 or 10 minutes of play so easily.
Absolutely.
Hallam setting themselves up for what looks like a tap and go here.
Yep, well, as expected, tapped and gone. And
Past tense.
very good
That's
hand
a very,
pass.
very good pass there. But Awosu is taken down and they're not trying to, they don't want her to have the space to run because she's such a powerful runner. And that's for Hallam hooking there. Taken down by what looks like the Union number 9.
Yeah, excellent tackle by Emily Moss there.
She is, for me, my player of the match. She's done phenomenally well this match. That try was fantastic. That is quite a run. That is a bump off and a half if I've ever seen one.
But both players still raring and getting
Again,
back
the
in it.
Hallam hooker carrying it in, going for a not quite as good a bump off, but nonetheless, not bad. That's an extremely good step there. Stepping inside, making several metres after contact there.
Taken many players to bring it down, and she's still not quite. She's finally hit the deck.
This is scintillating stuff, and that's been called back again. Hands in the rock. This is
It's getting silly now. Like, just you don't need to do that sort of thing.
just let it go, let the ball go, and called back in. They tried to go for a big tap and go, but no dice from referee. It's a testament to how little the ball has been out wide for Hallam.
Oh.
The Hallam number 11, their left winger, has got a completely clean kit.
Absolutely. But Union managed to turn over there. And it's been kicked out into touch, and
That's
that is
the match.
full time, and it's 12 all.
Union have called time on it. That isn't the end that many of us would have liked to see, but nonetheless, that is.
Yes, Union
That
12,
is quite
Hallam
a
12. That means that the varsity point is halved, so it's a half point each.
I think we can both agree that's a very deserved half point for both teams.
Absolutely.
They've both played their absolute hearts out there.
Absolutely. And
Fully deserved.
And I would agree with you that Eleanor Moss was probably the player of the match.
Absolutely, but Awosu for Hallam has got to be commended for the running she's done. She is,
She's led from the front for certain.
quite literally, she's been carried so hard.
And I think we're going to pass you back to the studio now with Charlie Martin.
Thank you very much, Dan and Will, and welcome back. Yes, so we are still here at the Women's Ones Rugby Union, and they have just finished on a draw of 12 all. I'm still joined by Dan and Will. Hi, guys. What did you think about it?
I think, yeah, absolutely. Both teams actually put their heart into it there in the last half there, really getting into things there. As you can hear in the background, the crowd offering some really great support. So lots of exciting moments as well. So I really enjoyed that half, yeah.
A frustrating second half, Dan, or did you enjoy it more than the first half? Or did they get more into it by the end? And I could see they were really pushing for it, but did you find it frustrating?
Well, I think as you can see, the scoreline, the score didn't really change that much. Obviously, we had Hallam scoring that crucial try and the conversion as well in the second half. But I think, as we've seen quite recently, the weather has started to slightly deteriorate, which is going to slow the game down. It's going to make people cold. I think that one thing that we could have seen a bit more better is the line speed from both the players. But in weather conditions such as this, I mean, it's not that that's surprising.
It's not pleasant, no,
yeah, precisely.
no.
But I think, as you can see by in the match, the crowds are happy, people are happy, both teams are happy, and like spirits up as well. So surely it's been a good game for all.
So that means they'll take away half a point each, which I'm not 100% sure what that brings the actual varsity score to. The last time we checked, it was 6-3 to Uni of. So that might bring it up to 6.5, 3.5. Depends how we're getting on with the golf. Oh no, because we won. Also, we did win the men's fours football, so it might mean we are on to 7.5, 3.5. So we'll have to find out and see what the golf score was at for as well. So was there anyone today from the women who stood out to you from the Sheffield Uni team?
I definitely think that the Uni of scrum half, Eleanor Moss, has been switched on the entire game.
Definitely,
you can see that every time there's a breakdown, she's so aware not only of where her players are around her in terms of the space she needs to get to, but the most viable option in terms of penalties as well. Top stuff, really top stuff.
Yeah, I mean, excellent. We saw then, didn't we, Dan? I mean, some excellent passes being made from her. Absolutely. If there was ever a moment where you were looking down and something was exciting on Uni's half was happening, she was usually at the heart of it. So, yeah, excellent performance from her. She'll be really proud of that.
Yeah, definitely. So going from here, I assume their season has ended. This will probably have been the last event. How do you think they'll be feeling now? Kind of like they finished their season, end of year.
Well, I think they'll be on ending on a high note. So both teams played each other on the 8th of March as well, and at which point the Hallam team lost. The Uni of Sheffield team lost by about 20 points, I think. So not only to bring that margin down, but to also draw as well, I think is a phenomenal achievement in only two weeks since then. So I think they're going to be really, really pleased with that sort of finish in front of a ecstatic crowd, in front of people watching and fans. So job well done, I think.
You can hear, and you might be able to see just behind us, they are having a really great celebration now. So lots to be proud of, lots of good play there today. Lovely. So as we mentioned earlier, the men's fours football did win. They won 2-0, which was apparently was a bit of a slow game, but our ex-deputy head of sport, Matt Hutchinson, scored the first goal, which I thought was pretty exciting coming from him. Pretty exciting
stuff.
stuff.
I think that was the most exciting tweet we saw this morning was that. So, yeah, excellent.
Lovely. So we've got a huge amount of stuff still to come today. So obviously the football is going on, excuse me, the men's ones is going on in front of us, which we'll be passing over to shortly. But we've also got cricket going on and of course more Rugby Union from the men's ones coming up later. How are you guys feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've really got into it then. Really good atmosphere. So I think that's just going to carry forward tonight. Hopefully even more people will be out there. And hopefully the weather will hold off a little bit, but we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, really exciting stuff.
Lovely. I think we are shortly going to go over to an interview with Ollie, and he's going to speak to somebody pitch side. But first up, wanted to just say, okay, despite it being a freezing cold day, the crowd have really turned out now. The men's ones is just absolutely packed. It's all the way along one side. It's completely round. And just down here but in the pavilion of the sports park has been completely rammed with people. I think we can go over now to Ollie.
I'm joined with Mary Anderson. You are captain of the women's ones. You just drew. What are your initial reactions to the game?
I mean, no one likes a draw. A draw's boring, and it was a tough game and a messy game, and yellow cards, red cards, penalties here, left, right and centre. I want to say we could have had it, but a draw's a draw. It could have been a loss.
So you're happy with half a point?
I'll take it. A point's a point. Well, half a point.
Were you kind of expecting to be favourites in the game? Did you see yourselves as favourites?
We lost the last 2 games against them in the league. The last game was about 24-7 or something, so 12-12's not too bad. Can I go back?
Yeah, not a bad result. Thank you very much for having me. Have a great photo. And we're going to pass back to Charlie up there on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Ollie. She seemed reasonably disappointed, actually. She said she was disappointed to come away with a draw. She said nobody likes a draw. It's not really the best way to leave Varsity. What do you say to that?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. Surely that's the whole point of this. These teams train all year round for not only their Bucks fixtures but for Varsity. And if they believe that they can win it, and Uni of were dominating for most of the game. Not only that, but they were a man up, a player up for most of the time, most of the second half. Good. If they are determined to win, that surely is the spirit that we should be encouraging, as long as it's played in a competitive and fair environment.
Yeah. So would you say to her, Will, that actually a draw is great and you work really hard for it and you got half a point?
I mean, obviously a draw's not ideal in any case, so maybe But honestly, I think, especially in the second half, both teams giving it their absolute all there. I don't think they could have done much more, really. And that's what, it's people getting into the spirit of Varsity, just to see the fans, and Hallam giving absolutely fantastic support. And that's what it's all about, really. So I think come away from that very proud with a good performance from both teams.
Great. So we've got, as I say, we've got lots and lots coming up today still. What are you going to be sticking around to watch, and what should the viewers stick around to watch?
For me, definitely be the men's Rugby Union ones. I think that, as you've seen on the pitch here today, it's going to stay very much a forwards game, just because of the sort of the weather conditions. And I think that if we bear that in mind, like here, the scorelines will be much closer, and I think it'll just be a really good game to watch.
Yeah, definitely. What about you, Will?
Yeah, definitely. Again, men's Rugby Union ones. Looking forward to that. Obviously, that's just going to close our day off here, and that's always a really good atmosphere to be watching that. A bit of the football as well, if I can catch some of that. That's always nice to watch. And I believe this is the first time we've actually had, I think, the lacrosse ones and twos, I believe, who are playing on the pitch a little bit further out. But again, great to see that, and that'll be an interesting one as well. If people can get down to see that, that'll be really good.
Yes. We'd just like to say as well, if you've missed any of the coverage so far, all you need to do is head to fortoday.com/varsity, or find us on Twitter, Instagram, basically any kind of social media, and you can catch all the latest scores from there. And there is also a competition that you can get involved in. So we have teamed up with Alpha Rooms, who basically give away 4 pairs of tickets to a Sheffield United game. I think this is on Monday. And there's 4 pairs of those, so that's really exciting. All you need to do is go onto Forge Radio's Twitter and retweet the pinned tweet, which basically says you win a pair of tickets to the Sheffield United game. So then once you've retweeted it, all you need to do is follow Forge Radio and Alpha Rooms on Twitter, and then you'll be in with the chance of winning. Very exciting stuff. I think we will be shortly heading over to the football ones, and we can go to Tim Adams, and who else is there? Tim Adams and Josh Taylor.
Really, was on the floor there, and currently to our right as the rain continues to pour down here, Hallam Sports Park. We have a lot of varsity events live on Forge Radio. It's currently here. Hallam 1, the University of Sheffield 0. Matt Harris, the goal scorer, who missed a penalty earlier on. And here is Harris on the ball, looking to feed it through the deflection. Nearly took it through to, I think it was a Fosu, but in the end,
Fosu kind of sensed the rebound there, and Farthing came down to came and recovered the ball, but Fosu did come in. But it was a fair challenge. He had the right to go for that.
Looking to go long, looking to use the pace of Akaji, and in the end, I think he's just been shepherded out by the captain, Alex Meakin there.
I think Jesse was looking for that there. Well, Jesse has stayed down here. I think, is there a bit of cramp?
Jesse has stayed down on the floor. David Lodge comes over to him, and I think it maybe just be an issue of cramp. I think he's pulling up his leg. Josh, each team obviously has 3 substitutions. They've used 1 each now. How do you think the last 20 minutes will pan out?
Well, substitution-wise, there might be another change for both teams. I think Hallam will try and bring on another defender. Even though they did have a bit more pressure and a bit more dominance after the goal, University of Sheffield come back out and really giving it to them. So I think they'll go a bit more defensive just to hold on to this lead. In terms of Sheffield, just need pace, need more attacking on there. So we might see some more offensive-minded changes. But I feel that if University of Sheffield will continue on the pressure, I think they'll have at least another 1 or 2 more chances, and they'll need to take them.
Currently, Hallam 1, the University of Sheffield 0. The University of Sheffield do have a throw into our right-hand side. But in the end, I think, actually, I lied. They've just given it back to Jack Hayden as a pass back just there, as the foul on... Sorry, as the... Jay-Z stopped down to receive treatment for his cramp. Ball played on the far side as the sun tries to sprint out of the clouds to our left-hand side. I doubt it's going to. It's still hammering it down with rain, and this match is still very, very scrappy. This time, the number 11, Mike Kendall, who hasn't really got into the game in this second half, David Lodge. His physical presence may prove crucial in the latter stages of the match. Remember, Uni of Sheffield have scored 3 goals in injury time this year to win matches. They finished above Hallam in the league, but of course Hallam got to that cup semi-final. So in a one-off match, anything could happen, and so far, in that sense, the script hasn't gone to plan because Hallam do lead this match 1-0. Josh, what do we make of the midfield of both teams? Because we talked a bit about the attack.
I think the Hallam midfield have been actually kind of bypassed. I think they've just been trying to go straight up to Fosu and Harris, whereas King and University of Sheffield midfield has done very well. The times when King's got the ball and put it out wide is the times when University of Sheffield have really been the most dangerous. If they kept doing that, then that would have...
On that far side here, Lodge trying to use his physical presence, and the Uni of Sheffield do get a throw. They are just starting to make ground now.
Well, I think they've been putting on pressure for a good 15 minutes now, but they've only had that one chance to Jesse. Need to keep going, just need to keep believing they can get back into this game and get the half a point. So you were saying if there's a draw, it'll be half a point each for each team. Winner gets 1 point here.
I think, if I am wrong, I do apologise, but I think I can see the number 6 of the Uni of Sheffield's shirt over there, which means that Will Saxon has made an appearance on the pitch. Will Saxon, who is second year, 8 appearances this year, hometown from Manchester, who has one varsity win last year. That varsity win was 3-2 to the Uni of Sheffield. There were 2 red cards last year, and currently the University of Sheffield's fullbacks, both of them, are on yellow cards. That is Joe Hunt and Callum Wilson. A free kick to Hallam on our right-hand side, right to left, looking to find the ever-present Matt Harris up front. But in the end, the Uni of Sheffield do get the throw to our near side.
Looks like we're about to go into the last 10 minutes here. As University of Sheffield just looking, just need to get the ball up here, create chances.
Healy, 10 minutes for Hallam to keep the Uni of Sheffield out. Always the most tense 10 minutes here. Always the time of the game where the opposition normally finds it most difficult because the stamina does go down. And well, if University football was summed up by anything, somebody's angry because their drink has been knocked over by the ball.
Drink of water. Yeah, there's Hallam get the ball up here.
Fosu looking to gain that pace down there, but in the end, the ball travelled too far, and it is a goal kick to the University of Sheffield. Currently 1-0 down to Hallam. Around 8 minutes to go here at Hallam Sports Park. We are live on Forge Radio. We have cricket, we have rugby, and of course football covered for you throughout the afternoon. And there's a few Hallam fans trying to antagonise Farthing down there. The ball is played in the centre of the pitch, cleared away by Metcalf in the Uni of Sheffield defence, looking for the pace of Kendall down on that far side. But it's huff and puff, but can't blow the house down really for the Uni of Sheffield, because they're getting into positions in the final third of the midfield, but they're not making any opportunities of it. They are trying the long game here.
Well, yeah. I mean, they've had no space in midfield. They've not been able to get the ball wide. Actually, I mean, not been able to use the pace of Ajezi this half, and that's really proved kind of the deciding factors with no pace. But then again, I say that there's pace in this. Great movement.
Great move from left to right, and here is Brailsford looking to whip it into the back post, and the header comes across, but it is over, and it will be a goal kick. I think the header was
Saxon.
Was it Will Saxon?
Will Saxon, yeah.
I think it was Saxon and Lodge who went for the header there, and I think it was Saxon just behind Lodge who headed it just over.
Again, another chance. Great movement from right to left. Got a lot of space there for Brailsford. He put a great ball in. Had about 3 University of Sheffield players around it, but Saxon just met it when it was coming down. Couldn't really get any power behind it, and it was a good chance. So I think if they can build on that, they may be able to get back into this game.
It's a strong goal kick in terms of depth from the Hallam goalkeeper Jack Hayden, looking for the pace of Afosu up front. But here is Smythe looking to gain possession in the midfield, and he does so. Afosu looking to use his skill.
He made the space very well there. But I tell you what,
Uni going for the long game now on Bagias, who has that experience up front, who is going to join David Lodge up front. Uni of Sheffield have gone from a 4-2-3-1 pretty now to a 4-4-2 to join Hallam on a 4-4-2 to cancel out the formation. Coach
Afosu tried to find some space down the left there, but he was barged off the ball by Hunt.
Coach Steve Basford will hope that tactical change may prove pivotal in the final few stages. I'll reiterate what I said earlier, that Uni of have scored 3 goals in injury time this year as we head into the final 4 minutes of the match. Currently, Hallam will get that varsity point. They have not beaten the Uni of Sheffield since that 2014 match at Hillsborough when they won by 4 goals to 2. Can they repeat that today? It looks likely so far. Matt Harris, the goal scorer, who missed a penalty before that. He scored a header from a corner, whipped in by Smythe to the left of us here in the commentary position. And the Uni of Sheffield now do have the ball, but in the end it is a throw in and just starting to become scrappy. Not what the Uni of Sheffield will want, Josh.
No, I mean, well, it's been scrappy for the whole game. I mean, as I've been saying countless times in this half, no team's been able to get any sort of the foot on the ball, any dominance. I just think for Sheffield, if they are going to go Route 1, they are going to blast it upfield. They need to find Lodge. I mean, another wayward ball there for a goal kick for Hallam. They need to find the men, definitely Lodge. He's got the height for it. Needs to get a jersey on the ball. If they don't, that might be it.
2 minutes left on the clock now.
2 minutes left. It's 9 minutes left.
I like 2 minutes left. When you don't have a watch,
well,
it can be difficult. But yeah, there's about 8 minutes left, so a better chance of the Uni of Sheffield. But that's a very, very poor kick that from Jack Hayden, and Hallam do get possession in midfield though. That was very, 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 very good from Seb Carstensen. Just his presence in there. But Uni of Sheffield do win it back. And here is
really
Saxon
well here.
coming through.
Nearly got the ball back from Burgess.
Great block again by me.
So Saxon took about 3 plays, got it to Burgess. Burgess trying to get it back to Saxon, but the Hallam centre-back managed to come over and cover. Some good play, though, by Saxon.
Thrown to Uni of Sheffield on that far side to our right, and here is Kendall looking for Wilson. The long ball whipped in towards the back post, looking for David Lodge. And, well, I tell you what, Hayden fumbled that, and...
No, he didn't get touched on it. I think he came for it and didn't claim it, and Lodge's pressure there caused the corner.
It will be King to take the corner for the University of Sheffield. He has probably, I would say, been their brightest player in midfield so far. He's got a wicked delivery, like Smythe for Hallam. It is King, and it's tipped over in the end by Hayden, the header from Lodge, from the near post, just trying to outreach that towards the back post.
It was a looping header, and he managed to tip it over. Great save there by Hayden.
What a time this would be for the Uni of Sheffield to level the score. It will be King to take the corner from the far side of the pitch. Hallam have already scored from a corner. Wouldn't it be ironic if Sheffield did the same? Headed away, but the near post. King will collect at the far side of the pitch, looking to get an aerial ball again. And the ball is leapt in, and it's an equalising goal!
It's Saxon.
Saxon has done it!
And the ball was put in. Hunt with the header. It fell to Saxon. Saxon canned it in off the bar, and the crowd have gone wild here.
Well, the ever-present King there proving pivotal in the vital moments as that ball was whipped in with a vicious delivery. It forced, you'd have to say, the bundle in the box, and then Saxon there with a predator-like response to smash the ball into the back of the net and level the score. The Uni of Sheffield 1, Hallam 1.
Going to the few final minutes, that goal is very vital. If the University of Sheffield can build on that, they may be able to nick it.
Well, Josh, you've seen many football games over the years. You've seen how a late goal can swing it towards one team. Surely the momentum now is with the Uni of Sheffield.
Depends if Hallam can come back straight away. They have the ball on University of Sheffield's half. If they can bounce back, put a bit of pressure, create a chance, you never know.
Matt Leyland with the throw for Hallam. And now Uni of Sheffield trying to get it away. And that, well, they want the foul. It's played on. It is so scrappy in that centre of midfield. And now Lodge looking to use his pace.
He's found Burgess here. He's found Lodge.
And here is Lodge.
Brelsford's free on the right.
Great block.
Brelsford had a lot of space. If Lodge could have got his head up there, he could have found Brelsford on the edge of the box to the right. But University of Sheffield.
It is such a quick move that between Bagiers and Lodge. Josh, going into the final 4 minutes, what have we made of the match as a whole so far?
It's very scrappy. I mean, University of Sheffield now, if they can work on this goal, he may be able to nick it. Hallam, they bundled the goal. They had a couple of chances at the start. I mean, Afosu had 3 chances. When he got in behind Kawaja, he should have maybe taken a couple of those chances.
With a throw to the far side. Here is Saxon, who has made such a big difference for the Uni of Sheffield, just providing that low centre of balance, just to try and weave his way through that Hallam. It's been so narrow, but Saxon, it seems, has got through the cracks and the crevices in that Hallam defence. And here's Lodge to the right-hand side. Launches the cross, and it's a header, and it's pushed over
save there by Hayden.
But suddenly the Uni of Sheffield have got the momentum here at Hallam Sports Park. It's currently 1-1.
I mean, it was Burgess there with the header. Good save again by Hayden. Going into the final 5 minutes here.
King with the corner, punched away this time by Hayden. King into the Hallam box now. Still, King, still launches a near post shot at Hayden, who saved well, and then it was cleared eventually, I think, by Leyland. But Uni of Sheffield surely now have the momentum.
Well, King there, he had a second chance to put it in. He managed to turn a defender and force a good save from Hayden.
Corner whips in, and it's, oh my goodness.
It was actually flipped on. It was
Joe Hunt had a golden opportunity
there.
The
ball came in. It was actually flipped on by a Hallam player there, and Hunt just headed over there. It was a good chance.
Well, Joe Hunt may be having nightmares about that. It was a difficult header, but he was free 5 yards away from the goal. It was a looping ball from the cross to our right-hand side, to our near right-hand side. But in the end, Hunt managed to header it over from 5 yards. An extraordinary miss. Difficult chance, but in the circumstances, he would have believed he'd take that. And suddenly, Hallam at the other end have managed to, I think they've just got the foul. Harris using his physical strength there to...
I think he went down a bit too easy there under the challenge. But he's won a free kick, and it's a vital free kick, about 25 yards from goal over to the right.
We have seen the momentum of this game swing one way to the other. Hallam had it first. It was 0-0 at half-time, but Matt Harris missed a penalty earlier on in the second half. He then opened the scoring from a corner from Smythe, but then a King corner from the University of Sheffield eventually created a cross where King put it in for the second time. It created a bundle, and then it was put in by Saxon off the bench. Here, though, Hallam do have a free kick to our left-hand side at the far side, 25 yards from goal. It will be Smythe to take. The diagonal ball whipped into the cross, but that is easy for Jack Farthing in the goal. His experience surely will count by the end, and he launches it up, a quick one. Uni of Sheffield looking for a 2-on-2 for Hallam, but that is cleared. Now, the Uni of Sheffield looking to put pressure on the Hallam defence, and it is whipped out airily towards Harris, and in the end, a Uni of Sheffield throw. And that pressure from the University of Sheffield, with 89 minutes just on the clock now, surely will count towards the end if they are going to get a chance.
Well, University of Sheffield did have the momentum there. Hallam had a nice chance with the free kick from the right. But if University of Sheffield just can try and just get the ball in Hallam's box, create another chance, because they've had the most clinical chances of this game. The keeper's done very well to save. Jack Hayden's had a good game, but you never know. That
Josh,
one
normally
chance.
I'll ask you for the man of the match at this point, but I'm going to wait until this kick is taken, because it is still 1-1 and anything can happen. Remember, Uni of Sheffield, I'll say it again, have scored 3 injury time winning goals this season. Can they add a fourth? They've won it for the last 2 years, and they're going to get a corner. Is this their year?
Well, it's been a year for the past 2 years, but I think It's a great chance here. I mean, Hallam just need to throw everyone back here. They need to just try and gamble here now, University of Sheffield.
Liam King to take the corner, whips it in, and it's a header away, out to Callum Wilson. Great block that from Hallam, and now it's going to be Healy who looks to try and stop Afosu, but Afosu down that left-hand side, and Healy, that's a sensational tackle from Healy. Brilliant tackle, and in the end,
and
it's just Matt Leyland. Matt Leyland, I think it was Leyland who went in, just trying to
bit of commotion here now.
Down here, but Afosu, what happened was Afosu went down the left, trying to get clear after the block from Wilson from that shot. And in the end, I think it was Healy who went in. Leyland went over to tackle Healy late, and in the end, it resulted in a lot of players. And now Harris, it looks like, has potentially pushed down a Sheffield player, Uni of Sheffield player off the ball. It's just starting to heat up in this cold, wet, windy weather here.
Yes, I mean, it was a good tackle by Healy. Late tackle there by the Hallam player. Just a bit of commotion. Tensions are high, emotions are running here. It's 1-1. Ends in the final minutes of a big game for both teams. So this can happen. It's not nice to see it happen, but it can happen.
Well, there is a Hallam player down there for cramp. I think the referee has brought Jack Farthing, and Alex Meakin has just come over, and he's going to book Leyland for that, for a bit of commotion there in the final few minutes. The referee spoke to both captains, Meakin and Farthing, and settled it down. And in the end, the Uni of Sheffield have, in the most incredible circumstances, levelled the score around 10 minutes ago. Hallam did take the lead. It was Matt Harris with that goal. Saxon off the bench level. Will Saxon off the bench levelled. Here is Farthing with the goal kick from the left-hand side, looking to put the ball into the Hallam box. And that, I think, is a foul. Sheffield free kicks for the University of Sheffield. We are now into the final few minutes. We are now into injury time. I'll say it one last time. The University of Sheffield have scored 3 goals in injury time this year to win games. Is this their year?
Well, a good delivery it might be. King, he's done very well with his deliveries today.
Is this their moment? King whips it in. Headed away. It's a great header away. And now Hallam looks to break down that right-hand side, down the far side. But Wilson does shepherd it out for a throw. But that throw won't happen because it is full-time. And for the first time in, I think, 5 or 6 years, I think it's 6 years. For the first time in 6 years, we have a draw.
No, so it was a very, very scrappy affair. I mean, both teams had the chances. I mean, the Hallam penalty miss, Harris's miss, proved to be costly. Could have walked away with the full point, but both teams come away with half a point. Who's your man of the match, Tim?
I would have to say, for sheer consistency in the midfield, I'd have to go for somebody like Liam King, to be honest. But obviously, Matt Harris, the goal scorer, Saxon off the bench. Josh, what about you?
I'm going to say, I think Saxon or Afosu, actually, because I thought Afosu was everywhere. He was a menace. Could have taken his chances, but he proved to be a great weapon for Hallam. But Will Saxon, I mean, his contribution was a pivotal moment in the game.
Well, you see at the end of the game, Steve Basford and Ronnie Glavin, the 2 coaches of the Uni of Sheffield and Hallam University, do shake hands. We'll get interviews with the managers and the captains in a minute, but just to reiterate what happened today, it was a scrappy match between Hallam and the University of Sheffield. Hallam hadn't won this since 2014 when they beat the Uni of 4-2 at Hillsborough. Matt Harris missed a penalty in the second half. Most of the action was in the second half. Matt Harris missed a penalty. He hit the ball onto the post. Jack Farthing dived the wrong way, but Matt Harris from a Connor Smythe corner about 5 minutes later opened the scoring for Hallam. But Will Saxon in the end rescued I think it's a half a varsity point for the University of Sheffield and levelled the score with around 12 minutes to go. The final score here at a rainy, wet and windy Hallam Sports Park is the University of Sheffield men's firsts 1, Hallam University men's first 1.
So, Tim, going back to the goals, what do you make of Harris's first goal?
Well, I mean, if we are going to review the match, Harris's first goal, to be fair, you have 2 players, such as King and Smythe on the pitch, and it's always you're always likely to get a very, very good delivery. And in these kind of conditions, it was always going to be the set pieces, really, which were going to trouble both opposition teams. And I think it's not surprising, to be honest, where you have the 2 goals coming from great crosses, Smythe for Hallam and then King for Sheffield. So, yeah, not particularly surprised. It was such a good delivery, really, and I think it was a case that Harris, to be honest, that was probably an easier chance than the penalty. I think he couldn't really miss.
Yep. What do you think about Saxon's goal?
Will Saxon, a bust, to be honest, when he came on. It was such a narrow game that they're trying to get through the cracks and the crevices of the Hallam team, but it was so difficult. But Will Saxon, low centre of gravity, great engineering chances, and he was bright, he was enthusiastic, and it was a vital win. It was a finish which hit the underside of the crossbar and went in, and Hayden was having that type of game where, although he didn't look particularly convincing at times, when it came to the matter of actually preventing the ball going into the back of the net, he did particularly well. So in the end, I think it was a well-deserved draw. I think both sides had about 10 shots in the whole game, and the type of game where I think both sides can't argue that a draw pretty in the end was a fair result.
Should we wrap this up then?
Yep, I think we should.
It's a draw between University of Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam, a very scrappy game in a wet, windy affair, but it's a fair result, I'd say.
Fair result, and in the end, both teams will get a half a Varsity point, I think, in the end.
So I've been Josh Taylor, I've been joined by Tim Adams. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
So, welcome to Varsity Live. I am Oliver Baisley, and I'm joined by Nikhil Vicario.
Hello, how you doing, Ollie?
Good, thank you. It's been a fantastic day so far at Hallam Sports Park. The weather is getting better, I can assure you that. And we're going to be filling a gap for you in our broadcast today until we have another football women's ones on the football pitch at about 5 o'clock. So you've got about half an hour as on radio. We're going to have some call-ins from a couple of the sports. But can you update us so far, Nikhil, on what's happened?
Yeah, I can, absolutely. I mean, as you said, firstly about the weather, I mean, I was a bit out on the live blog earlier. I said, doesn't look like the rain's going to pass, but thankfully I've been wrong. I mean, it is still chilly out here, but not as wet as it looked like it might be earlier on. But it's been a very successful day for Uni. The men's ones football, which you've just heard live here on Forge Radio, has just finished 1-1. But I mean, Uni have been picking up some really good results. We won the inaugural men's lacrosse seconds. That was one. Obviously, the women's Rugby Union ones finished a very tight 12-all in the end in a game that I don't know, maybe Uni might be a little bit disappointed they didn't manage to win that in the end. But the women's cricket ones, again, that was a good game for the University of Sheffield. Another one that they won. We've also won in the men's threes Rugby Union today. Yeah, so wins everywhere. I think the current scores, I think it's 11-4 at the moment with a half point from the football just moving over. And I think Hallam are currently leading the women's football by score 3-1, I think, early on in the second half. So, yeah, absolutely. Obviously, a day that isn't always the easiest for the University of Sheffield. They sometimes, sometimes struggle at Hallam Sports that day. You sometimes expect Hallam to dominate some of the events, but early on, I mean, the University of Sheffield have really, really done well here, and they've won the majority of events.
It's great to see that the University of Sheffield are doing so well, and I believe that the Varsity score right now is 11-4.
Yeah, 11-4
after the finish of the football. There's some great commentary from Tim Adams and Josh Taylor on there, and we're going to have some great coverage carrying on throughout the day, and finishing with the men's ones rugby on the main pitch at Hallam Sports Park. So, what has been your highlight of the day so far, Nikhil?
I think I wasn't here last year. I didn't make it to Hallam Sports Park, and I think probably the highlight of my day was the women's Rugby Union ones, which happened on this main pitch. You know, we're up on the pavilion, we've got a great view over the pitch, and it is a really, really great setup. There was a pretty big crowd out for the women's Rugby Union ones, and I think for the men's Rugby Union later on, with that being the only event at that time, I believe certainly towards the end of it, I think that will be a really, really big crowd and be one to enjoy. But I also did enjoy watching the football. I was sat doing the live blog. turning around and watching that, and it looked quite a scrappy game from what I saw of it, but two teams really, really going for it, and a wonderful, wonderful goal by the University of Sheffield to get a 1-1 out of that after Hallam had missed a penalty as well. But I'm just loving the whole atmosphere of the day. Obviously, fans from both sides are here. A lot of people from both sides, especially considering the weather conditions, because although the rain has eased off, it is bitterly cold, particularly when you go down pitch side. But the day seems to be going really well, and from a University of Sheffield perspective, exceptionally well in the points tally. We currently lead Varsity 11-4. We came in to today with a 6-3 lead, and obviously Hallam Sports Park being one of the major days of Varsity, as it is every year. I'm just looking over. I think they're having a small break in the women's football down there. Yeah, I think they're having a small break down there. Oh, no, they're playing on the far pitch, so I believe that Hallam currently lead that women's football twos by 3-1. So looks like Hallam may record their first victory of the day in that event, but so far having just picked up 2 half points to take them to the 4 in the men's football ones and the women's rugby union ones. We still have a lot to come here though on Forge today. We've got, as Ollie mentioned, the main event itself, as many say, the men's rugby union ones here on the main pitch. We've also got the women's football ones. We've still got some cricket going on. Yeah. I mean, there really is loads happening, isn't there, Ollie?
There's tons happening, and it's throughout the day at Hallam Sports Park. It's one of the best days to come to Varsity because there's non-stop action. Right now, there is some rugby up on the top pitches near the Astro. We're going to have the women's ones commentary. We're going to have live radio commentary of that. And then we're going to have live YouTube live stream and a Facebook live stream of the men's ones, as well as radio coverage for Forge Radio, Forge TV, and also there is Forge Press on the live blog as always, so stay tuned for that. If you're tuning in and you want to find out more about kind of where the scores are updates, if you want to kind of see our live Twitter, we're at Forge Sport. We're on the hashtag SUVarsity to find out more.
And forgetoday.com/varsity for all the updates and a live score ticker, which I think has been working pretty quickly, hopefully, over the afternoon to keep you updated.
Yeah,
with
it's
the
a bit
scores.
inconsistent. Some, you see, it's kind of a bit. Some pages are fully updated, some aren't, but it's working. So it's been an eventful day in the Hallam Sports Park because normally we find that we're behind at this stage in Hallam Sports Park, but we're currently 11-4 up, and that's an excellent start for the Union in terms of the overall Varsity result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we came in with a lead today, 6-3, and we were almost saying on the way, of course, we wanted the University to really do well, kick on today, but it's a difficult day usually for the University of Sheffield. We often tend to lose some of these events to Hallam, and I don't think many people here would have really been surprised if Hallam had at least pulled it back to level at the end of today. So for the University of Sheffield to have actually extended their lead, I think is absolutely superb. And at this point in the day especially, I think the Rugby Union men's one's coming up, which will be a great spectacle.
And we're
the
favourites
football
for that
women's
game
ones.
as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if the University of Sheffield can leave Hallam Sports Park Day with an overall Varsity lead, they will be absolutely delighted with the days coming up, particularly due to us. I mean, finals days are standout where we pick up points, where you'd certainly expect us to pick up a few points on Abbeydale Day, also at the Hallamshire EIS Day. I mean, there is
sure. Over the
plenty of points
well.
there to be picked up, but that is what makes Varsity so exciting. We are saying right now, I mean, what, the University of Sheffield have got an 11-4 lead. I mean, an EIS Day in 2 hours, that could swing in no time.
This case last year, we were losing, and we'd lost the women's one. So we haven't, as far as I'm aware, lost an event today. We've only drawn...
don't think we have, no.
We've only drawn 2 events, and so that's how Hallam have got that extra 1 point. So that's great to see, and also we never like losing events. We were extremely confident, the University of Sheffield were this year, of retaining Varsity. Speaking to some of the staff, the club development officer, Steve Cox, who kind of counted up the Bucks scores, where they are in the Bucks leagues, and did their estimation, and they reckon we're going to retain Varsity. So it's exciting to see, and stay with us. We're going to be talking, and now let's talk to about the women's ones rugby. That just happened about the main pitch. It was a game which was really bizarre because we saw kind of 2 halves. The University of Sheffield really started brilliantly, but they faded in the second half and Hallam came back.
Absolutely, they did. And I think at half-time, if you'd asked most people who were watching it here at Hallam Sports Park, they'd have probably said the University of Sheffield had maybe even run away and win it fairly comfortably. I think Hallam's first try almost set them back a little bit. I mean, coming just before the break, wasn't it? And I think if the Union had maybe gone into half-time with that 12-0 lead, it may be in a different story. But as you say, Sheffield-Hallam came out in the second half and they were absolutely superb. And it was a very tight game. At times a scrappy game. The referee certainly had a job on. He had to make a few decisions, quite
There
a
was
few
a very,
sin-bins, yeah.
a very kind of non-following the rules game there, dirty slightly, if you could want to call it that.
But
there was a lot of there was one red card, there was a couple yellow cards. It was messy in that case. We heard from Megan Anderson, who was the captain of the Union Women's Ones Rugby, and she kind of implied the same, that she was kind of just a bit taken back by how intense the game was in that aspect. I think it was her first year as captain, so it's maybe a bit challenging in that aspect to both perform as well as you can as an athlete, but also kind of do well in that aspect. So we're hopefully going to be hearing from some other sports in a second, aren't we?
Absolutely. We are just going to go to a call-in now. This is David Schofield at the men's football threes, and he will have an update for us.
Hello, Nikhil. Pardon, sorry? Okay. So it's currently 2-1 at half-time in the men's threes football, with Hallam leading after Uni's opener. The first goal was a bundled-in goal from a corner. The second goal, which was Hallam's goal, was an own goal by the keeper after a fumbled save. And the third goal was a neat finish on a turn from a Hallam player in the box. It's been even so far in terms of the attacks. However, it's been all Hallam defending in a more sort of concise way, and that's led to the scoreline. We're about to go through to the second half now, so I'll end it there.
Yeah, that it's
2-1
even.
Hallam.
It's an even game so far. Obviously, we maybe like it to be going slightly differently, but it's a great contest, and that's what Varsity is all about. It's all about the competition, the respect that both teams play against each other.
Absolutely, and I think that's why it is so exciting. I mean, as we were saying, with the Women's Rugby Union ones, being such a tight game, being so hard fought, I mean, obviously, there was a few, the referee was quite busy,
They took the lead early on. They got 5-0, they got a try very early on.
But it was so hard to predict, and I think that's what is so brilliant, you know. You're not turning up and watching a game where after 5 minutes everyone knows who was going to win. I mean, Hallam suffered some big setbacks early on in that game, and they came back really well and they fought really well to get a draw. But at the same time, the University of Sheffield held out really well towards the end, and it was a very evenly matched game between two very good teams, and you could tell how up for it they were. And just to comment about this pitch, obviously the rain in Sheffield over the last few days has not been ideal, and Sports Park has not been immune to that. And obviously the pitch, it looked pretty good when we first arrived this morning, but it's had an 80-minute game on it, and
it could be.
It looks a little bit cut up, and it'll be interesting to see how that impacts the.
They'll have to move some of the scrums if they're in the wrong place, but especially out wide is very green still, and so the wingers will have a good time out there for sure. They'll be able to get there up to full pace.
Absolutely,
it's a bit sticky on the foot though.
Just a word on that, as you say, it is quite sticky underfoot in the middle of the pitch, and it will be interesting to see if they maybe change tactics or strategy a little bit and try and get it out wide rather than ball in the middle. I don't think you'd want much ball in hand in the centre of the pitch with
More
it looking
kicking,
as it is. Maybe a bit more kicking and getting it out wide to the wingers who can run into this area of the pitch. And we're standing over the one of the wings here closer to the pavilion, and it probably looks like it's the best area of the pitch. And as we look across near the dugouts, the wing on that side looks pretty good as well.
Just one thing to note, if you haven't made it to Hallam Sports Park today, it looks absolutely fantastic. It's decked out in black and gold and kind of crimson for Hallam as well. Looks great in that aspect. Throughout the course, throughout the park, it's absolutely brilliant. As we can just see the women's wands football team, the team from Hallam, going out to start their warm-up on the pitch. The spectators have migrated over to the rugby on the other side of the sports park, but we'll soon be over to that game. We've got about half an hour until that game starts, so the guys are going out to warm up now. So Nikhil, what is your favourite part of Varsity? Is it Sports Park? Where does that rank for you?
I've really enjoyed myself today. As I said earlier, it's the first time I've been to Hallam Sports Park, and I have really enjoyed myself. I think obviously there is so much going on. There is such a variety for anyone who is interested in watching a wide range of sports. One of my favourite days from last year personally was Abbeydale Day. I think that was really good. Obviously we had radio coverage like we will this year, and that is taking place next Tuesday, the 28th of March. And what I love about Abbeydale Day is all the fans are there. It's really partisan, and it is just 4 games back to back on the Olympic hockey pitch, which was rolled up and moved up to Sheffield. and laid down at Abbeydale Club.
I was
and
at that Olympic hockey pitch. I remember it very.
Absolutely.
I watched England in the I think the semis and in the third place match. So that was always really exciting. But yeah, it's a great hockey pitch and it makes for fantastic spectacle over there at Abbeydale. Sadly, we don't have a live stream, partly due to the function of no internet out there. But we have live radio for you guys, and it's a fantastic day. So do go along to Abbeydale if you can as well.
Absolutely. I was just going to say a recommendation to anybody who is thinking of going along to a day, Abbeydale Day. If you are free on the Tuesday, I think would be a great day to go down to for back-to-back hockey games. Always a very high standard, always very closely fought. No safe winners in any of them, and I think that will be a really, really good game to watch for anyone who goes down. Of course, before that, we have plenty of events as well. We have the American football, which is happening on Sunday. We've got EIS Day on Monday, Finals Day itself on Wednesday, and the Ice Hockey 2s tomorrow night. And obviously still some events to come here today at Sports Park. What are you most looking forward to, Ollie?
I really look forward to one event which has already happened, which is boxing. I always
Absolutely.
tell everyone that it's my favourite, just because it's so intense, the atmosphere in there. But as that one's passed, the big one, let's not kid about it, it's the Ice Ones. It's at the Sheffield Arena,
Absolutely.
8,000 fans, absolutely packed, split half and half, Uni of and Hallam. It doesn't get much better than that. The atmosphere is insane, it's electric, the whole game, with amazing kind of rivalry between the fans.
Absolutely, as you said, a rivalry between the fans, but also, would you say, a real celebration of Varsity? Obviously,
For sure,
at the end, huge crowd, partisan crowd, loads of fans, and just a celebration of the sporting talent of Sheffield, and obviously with the Varsity trophy presentation at the end as well.
Despite the result often being kind of already finalised by that point, both sets of fans really enjoy it, and there is never kind of any despondency in the fact that one team might have lost. Obviously, University of Sheffield have won in the last 4 varsities in a row, but all the finals days that I've been to and all these Sheffield Arena matches that I've been to, they've still been amazing spectacles, and we expect that to be the same this year, even if the result goes differently this year.
Absolutely, and for anyone who could not get a ticket for that event, obviously a hugely popular event, difficult to get a ticket, you can follow that all with Forge. It will be live streamed on Forge TV. We will have live radio commentary, we will have updates on Twitter, and as well as that, we will also have a live blog. That was the last bit, which I forgot about. So loads and loads of coverage from the ice hockey ones, as we will from many other events.
Yeah, give us a follow at Forge Sport on Twitter to stay tuned with all of our coverage and get the first updates. We are the quickest out there in terms of telling you the updates on the Varsity score. We all have it from our HQ here at Sports Park. We have a kind of control centre upstairs on the balcony. So we are looking now out at the pitches. It's kind of really clearing up. The weather's getting better. We can see some blue sky. That's an official announcement there. The Hallam Women's Ones are starting their warm-up over there on the football pitch. So, Nikhil, what are you expecting from the Hallam Women's Ones? It's always a great, the Hallam Women's Ones versus the Sheffield Union Women's Ones. It's always a great contest.
Absolutely. I think Hallam won it last year, didn't they? I think it was a fairly comfortable win for Hallam then.
Hallam normally have their way in this fixture.
Absolutely, but I think the University of Sheffield will really, really want to come out and, not make it right such, but prove a point this year. It's a huge, huge game for them, probably the biggest game of their season, and for them to come out today and really, really get about it with Hallam, go in for the victory. And also, it's quieted down a bit now in the areas that we can see. Obviously, we're looking over the football ones pitch and the rugby ones pitch, and everyone has moved across to watch the men's football 3s, women's football 3s, and some of the rugby games that are going on over there. But I expect it to get really quite busy down here. Obviously, only an hour and a half from kick-off in the men's rugby union ones, only half an hour in the women's football ones. People will be finishing uni, people will be coming down, and I think it should be a really good, strong partisan atmosphere down there. And I think you'd probably have to make Hallam favourites, judging by the last few results. But I think the University of Sheffield will definitely have something to say about it. And I expect it to be a pretty good contest between the two sides.
In the past couple of years, we've seen some really big upsets at Hallam Sports Park Day. Last year, both rugbies were meant to go to University of Sheffield, both rugby ones that was, and University of Sheffield lost both of them, and Hallam ended up taking those. In the women's ones, though, last year the game, to be fair, wasn't very close at all. Hallam really did get up a cricket score, a rugby score, if you will. So University of Sheffield will come into this game with absolutely no pressure. They have absolutely nothing to prove. People aren't expecting a result out of them. In some ways, people might be expecting the point already go to Hallam. So,
and I think, as you just say, just to touch on that, I think that will help them. I mean, going into huge games, there's a lot of pressure anyway that you put on yourself, but for them to be able to be sat in that changing room half an hour before, getting the final words from the coach, and the coach saying, look, at the end of the day, the only pressure that we've got is on ourselves. Nobody else is putting any pressure on us. And that is not the case with a lot of these varsity events. There is a team expected to win. They've got the pressure of the university. They've got the pressure of being the favourites. But for the University of Sheffield Women's Football Ones, I mean,
it's just a game
really,
to enjoy.
There's
They
not
can
much
go
pressure
out there, enjoy it
from
take
anybody
their time.
else.
Yeah, I imagine you might see
There's not much pressure from anyone else. And we are going to go to a quick update now from the lacrosse twos, and this is Louise Brown.
Hi. The men's lacrosse twos, it was quite a balanced game. It started off 1-1 and then 2-2, and then there wasn't really much action in the second half. And then in the last minute, Sheffield University scored 2 goals in the last minute to make the final score 5-2.
Absolutely. There is Louise, who was at the men's lacrosse twos earlier today. And yeah, Ollie, another win for the University of Sheffield, 5-2, as we heard from Louise. Quite close for a lot of the game, 2-2, not much really going on. And then towards the end, the University of Sheffield pulling clear, getting the 3 goals. I mean, that was
another varsity point.
Absolutely, that was the inaugural men's twos lacrosse varsity event. And yeah, it's another great victory for the University of Sheffield in a game that was very hard to call, and also sounds like, although it was 5-2, was probably quite close as well.
Yeah, lacrosse is a great sport, and that game, fascinating game for there, despite the score being a bit wider at the end. That lacrosse is a sport which is really growing at the University of Sheffield, and throughout Sheffield as a whole. Our kind of lacrosse correspondent, Alan Bailey, who does a lot of it for us, he always raves about it, how it's such an entertaining sport. And we encourage everyone to go down and listen and to watch it. We'll have a highlights package of some of the lacrosse as well, so stay tuned for that. So if you kind of thinking about what to come to next year, definitely come and watch the lacrosse at Hallam Sports Park. It's always worth it.
Absolutely, and to say as well, just as you were touching on, if you are thinking of what to watch next year, Hallam Sports Park is such a good day to choose. You know, it's cheap, it doesn't cost very much at all. You can get a bus straight here from the Union, and as you say, you can go watch the lacrosse, and if you change your mind when you're here, you can watch the football. You've got the rugby, you've got cricket happening. I think there's even some archery happening at 5:30 today. So there is loads going on here today at Hallam Sports Park, and you can almost sense it's the quiet before the storm a little bit. It has got a lot quieter where we are now. A bit of a wind, a lot of people over on the other side of the Hallam Sports Park complex watching some of the other events, but I mean, you can imagine what the atmosphere in here will be like
We've
in an
seen
hour
how
or
busy
so.
it was so far. I was pitch side for some interviews earlier with the women's ones rugby, and the atmosphere pitch side was incredible. It was so loud. It was definitely me and Tom Mason who were speaking. We couldn't hear ourselves. It was that loud, and it's only going to get even louder for the rugby men's ones. The women's ones game will be well supported, especially for the first half, but I think we can probably imagine the crowds to then migrate over and then get to the main pitch. It's a shame this year that they don't have the standings up,
Yeah,
especially with the
absolutely,
weather, but all the fans will get out, and I'm sure they'll enjoy themselves.
Yeah, huge game for these two teams. Obviously, they wait all season for almost this moment, this varsity moment. So it'll be a big game, interesting, and as you say, a very difficult one to call. I know the University of Sheffield was slight favourites going in last year, and Hallam took it right at the end. So if it is anything like it was last year, we are in for an absolute thriller, and you can catch it all live on the Forge Radio website, Forge Today website, sorry, Forge Today
Forge.com/varsity.
Or
just go on Twitter at Forge Sport, and you can find all our links there. We're linking it very often on there. So in a second, we're going to have another call in, but just quickly, Nikhil, how do you reckon the rugby ones is going to go? Do you think fanciers? We obviously lost last year despite being the big favourites because we're in a higher Bucks league.
We did. We were big favourites last year, and I do think we'll win it. But firstly, we will go to a call-in from David Schofield, who is watching the men's football threes.
There's been another goal in the men's threes football, with Hallam scoring after a fairly dominant period by Uni. However, Hallam are now back in the dominant sort of form that they've been in through most of the game. 3-1 Hallam.
So thank you very much for that, David. Really great update and another goal there. So we'll see how that game is.
3-1 Hallam. Maybe a little bit disappointing for the University of Sheffield to, as David alluded to, maybe dominating the game for a while and then to concede. A little bit disappointing, but certainly not over at 3-1 and a long way to go in that one, as Ollie said.
The game only started around 3, so they've got a while left.
It sounds like it's been a thriller over there.
Yeah. You get some absolutely stunning games. Just going to throw back until last year's men's ones. We had a very special game with some live commentary. It was a beautiful day on that occasion. Our very own Matt Hutchinson, who scored the first goal of Hallam Sports Park today, was commentating on that game. We saw an absolute thriller from the men's ones last year. And in men's ones football, that was. Men's ones, women's last year wasn't that close. But again, so we're going to go with women's Hallam to maybe win that game.
Yeah, I'd expect so. I mean, if I had to, obviously, of course, the University of Sheffield, I think, will improve on last year's showing. I think they'll be confident of improving on that. But I think when you look at particularly last year's varsity clash, I think you'd have to expect Hallam to win that one.
So in a second, we're going to have a call-in from Dan Cross from the Women's Football 2s. So stay tuned for that. Here's Dan on the call-in.
It's University of Sheffield 1, Hallam University 3 here at the Football Women's 2s. It's been a fairly scrappy game with 2 of Hallam's goals coming direct from corners, but University haven't been out of it, and at the minute, as the game goes into the closing stages, they're pushing for 2 more goals to try and salvage a draw. But as it stands right now, it looks as though Hallam will be taking this varsity point in the Women's Football 2s. Current score is University of Sheffield 1, Hallam University 3.
So thank you very much for that, Dan. The women's 2s and the men's 3s, as we've just heard, are both losing 3-1. That could be our first losses of the day at Hallam Sports Park.
Absolutely. Obviously, not great news for the University of Sheffield, but that is what makes varsity so exciting. You know, obviously, at the start of the day, we were having this amazing run. We've had a brilliant day in terms of points, and all of a sudden, 2 results, bit of momentum for Hallam. And I think that momentum.
And we have just seen a goal over there on the Astros. It is a goal in one of the footballs, and it was a beautiful headed goal. We can see it up here from
threes, I think.
In the men's threes, a beautiful header from the University of Sheffield. So that game now is going to be 3-2. So they are within 1 goal of getting there.
Absolutely, within 1 goal of getting there. And I think they'll be really confident of doing so now. It's only 1 goal. And as we said, it may help to just stem some of that momentum. I think if Hallam pick up a few results in a row, you'll be able to feel the momentum around here grow. I think it is that sort of venue, you know, momentum will be passed around very quickly. And before you know it, there could be a real swing of it. So I think Hallam will be obviously delighted to be leading those 2 games, but certainly
it's very
not over there in the
University of
men's
the men's 3 scored that goal and straight away picked up the ball and ran straight back to the halfway line. They are not settling for a draw here or settling for a loss here. They want the win, and they want the draw, and they want to kind of salvage that half a point in the overall varsity score. So in a second, we're going to have Tom Holden, who has been at the golf club today. So we're going to throw over to Tom and get an update from that.
This is Tom Holden at Worksop Golf Club, reporting on the golf. As it stands, Uni are up in 4 games, and we think Hallam are up in 3, and also we're in 1. We're just on the 11th tee. The third group have just gone through to one of them's 3 up, one of them's 1 down. We think Captain Hannah Holden, she's currently elsewhere. So we've got about 5 holes to go with the first group and about 8 left with the last group. Lost 3 on this morning, so we need to pick up a few more points than we currently have at the moment to win this point. Right, signing off at Worksop Golf Club, Tom Holden.
Thank you very much for that, Tom. So it's kind of all still up in the air over there at Worksop Golf Club.
Absolutely, sounds really close. And as Tom said, we lost this morning by 3 points to 1. So it will need to be almost pulled back by the University of Sheffield if they are to pick up that varsity point. But as Tom said, it sounded exciting going in there. I mean, a few players up, a few players down. Obviously, 5 holes left for one of the groups, 8 holes left for the other. And that really does mean that absolutely anything can happen. As we've seen in the Masters a few times. But I think back to Rory McIlroy a few years ago. Anything could happen in golf. One hole and it can all fall apart. So
sometimes
that
golf
should
can be
an
the most
exciting one to
boring
watch.
sport in the world, and sometimes it can be the most entertaining. For
Absolutely.
sure.
So also just quickly, credit to Tom, Jacob and Gunnar, who I know have got out there today. And I imagine it'll be very cold out on the open Worksop golf course.
Yeah, there were some rumours that they were getting a golf buggy, so hopefully that's made them a bit better for the coverage over there. So great coverage there at Forge from those guys. So nothing else has happened so far in the women's twos or the men's threes, but we're going to hear from David Schofield, who was pitch side as that goal, as we just reported. He's going to give us a bit of a better update.
There's been another goal in the men's threes football, this time for Uni. It's now 3-2, with the goal being scored by number 9, Sam Gitton. After a shot was blocked on the line by Hallam, the resulting corner led to Gitton's heading in a rebound. 3-2 Hallam, with Uni on the offensive.
So thank you very much for that, David. Great update, really providing the insight that we couldn't see from our commentary position up here on the balcony at Hallam Sports Park. So we're looking round. The weather is definitely getting better for sure, but it's not quite made its mind up whether it wants to fully clear up yet. The University of Sheffield women's ones are also warming up now on the women's football pitch, and so the game is almost getting started. That's going to be our next radio commentary at around 5 o'clock. We have some great commentators on that for you. We'll be going live to them for about an hour, and then we'll cross over to the rugby later on in the evening. So let's just touch on what else is coming up during Varsity over the coming weeks. So what's the next event after Hallam Sports Park?
So obviously we've got the ice hockey twos, which is going on tomorrow, and I think that'd be a really interesting one. Actually, I think it was my first Varsity event that I covered last year, and I'd been told to expect a relatively comfortable win for Hallam, and it didn't turn out that way at all. It was 3-1 on the night, and on another day the University of Sheffield could have won that. So that would be a really, really great event. And also, if you can't get tickets for the ice hockey ones but still want to go and see some very high quality ice hockey, I definitely recommend going down to the twos, going down to Ice Sheffield. It is still a great venue, and that should be a really, really good watch. If it is half as good as it was last year, it'll definitely be worth going down to. Then, of course, Friday, I think we've got a bit of a rest day. We've got sailing on Saturday, some more points up for grabs. And then Sunday, loads going on: the triathlon, the athletics, the American football, which, Ollie, should be a great spectacle down at Goodwin.
The American football will be brilliant. We will have live radio from that, and we will have a delayed live stream on Forge TV as well, so stay tuned for that. American football, although we have a correspondent at Forge Sport who often comes on the Raw show, Max Finch, who is an American football player. He's currently injured, so he's not going to be in that game. He's told us throughout the season that Hallam are beating them quite decisively so far. They just missed out on the cup final, so that might be quite a hard game for Uni of.
Absolutely. I mean, the game itself was in doubt until Sunday when Hallam, unfortunately for them, crashed out of the cup in the Northern final. So still an absolutely exceptional achievement by the Hallam Warriors to get that far in the cup. I think they were beaten by Leeds Beckett in the end, but absolutely, as far as points go, so it's so difficult to call. But I mean, they try and put their fingers on these guaranteed points almost, and as far as guaranteed points go, you'd probably
there never
say
are any in Varsity.
There never are in Varsity.
Even
never know what will happen.
Ones, which is probably one of the most certain fixtures. They never are, because men's ones rugby last year, Uni of were in the top league in the Northern Division, and Hallam were 1 or 2 leagues below them.
Absolutely.
Quite a big gap in terms of what you'd expect the quality of the teams, but Hallam won last year.
Absolutely. As we're saying, no real guaranteed points, but I think if you had to ask most people what the most likely result is and the most likely scenario, they'd probably say one of the safest bets for a win will be Hallam in the American football. But it'll be a big occasion for the University of Sheffield. Obviously, at Goodwin, there should be a big crowd for that. Obviously, again, a huge event, and for a sport that is growing in the UK massively every single year, it is getting way bigger. More American football teams coming over to England, to Wembley, to Twickenham to play games, and it's sport that's really growing, and it's a great exposure for the university team.
It's a brilliant time in terms of sport in the UK. A lot of sports are growing. We were speaking about that with lacrosse earlier, and American football is definitely one on the up. Fans are kind of starting to understand more rules about it, especially as kind of the generations and the younger generations are kind of more informed.
Absolutely.
As ever. So we are 15 minutes away from our commentary starting on the women's ones football. They are just all about warming up. The Hallam have headed into they're just having a bit of a team talk, out there. We'll be able to give you some more information as soon as we get it in terms of team sheets. We have that, and we'll cross over to our commentators just before that for that game.
Absolutely.
So,
I think the rain is just starting to spit again a little. As Ollie said, it was always trying to be sunny earlier. It's now looks like it's trying to rain again. It's been an on-off day, but when I checked the weather forecast yesterday, I thought it could be a whole lot worse than it is, and we have not lost a game all day due to rain or weather, which is absolutely brilliant.
University of Sheffield seem to have been done well with the games of rain so far. It is still 3-2 over on the men's men's football threes, and it's still 3-1 as far as we're aware on the women's football ones. So if you want to stay up to date with the live scores, follow at ForgeSport on Twitter or our live blog at forgetoday.com/varsity. That is where you're home for Varsity throughout the next week, where you'll then find out live, hopefully, on the Wednesday around lunchtime. It's normally around the women's threes hockey, who has won Varsity.
Absolutely, and as you were saying, Ollie, earlier on, 6 o'clock, mainly what most people call the big event of Hallam Sports Park Day, and we are just seeing the very, very first preparations for the Rugby Union men's ones. There is a solitary
Hallam's coach, player,
I think maybe a player who's injured or a coach in a Hallam jacket, setting out a few cones, maybe 10, 15 yards away from the try line on the far end of the pitch as we look at it. And that is probably the first sign of preparation for the men's Rugby Union ones, which will be kicking off in about an hour and 15 minutes.
They'll be arriving around now at Hallam Sports Park. They have the dressing rooms from about an hour beforehand, maybe a bit more before that. So they'll be kind of psyching themselves up now. They'll be on the coach here, having maybe that team talk about what they're going to do. They've been practicing this for them. They have practice sessions throughout this week, maybe on Monday, maybe a bit of a rest day on Tuesday, and they'll be practicing over the weekend as well, because this is the biggest game of their season. So Hallam are getting out to prepare their training sessions. I'm sure the Rugby Union men's ones will be out in a second. We will have a live stream of that, and we'll be live on radio for that as well, as also with live women's ones coming in a second. So as we touched on it, the score overall at the moment is 11-4 to the University of Sheffield. We might see 2 points go towards the way of Hallam in the football, but it looks like we had get another point in the way of the University in terms of the another rugby over there. So that's always great to see. We're going to have another call in a second. It is going to be Adam Bailey from the Rugby Men's Twos. He's going to give us a half-time update. So over to you, Adam.
So the University of Sheffield men's twos v Sheffield Hallam men's twos in the Rugby Union, and Sheffield at half-time a 20-0 lead. They took it. The first 15 minutes was quite cagey. Neither side could break through. But in the 16th minute, a try. It was number 11. It was Kieran Shacklock who put Sheffield ahead. The conversion was missed. 2 minutes later, Sheffield went over again. 10-0. 10 minutes later, it was 15-0. But both tries, on both three of the tries, couldn't be converted. On the stroke of half-time, they made it 20-0 with another try, and they changed kicker to number 10, but he still missed the conversion. And it's 20-0 at half-time. We apologise if you heard any inappropriate language there.
So thank you very much for that, Adam. We can't always help what the crowds are doing. We do apologise again for any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it sounds a pretty one-sided game. They're 20-0 at half-time.
Yeah, so that point doesn't seem to be that much up in the air, so we'll have to wait to the end of the game before we confirm it, but it looks like it's going very much in that direction. So the men's football threes looks to have been taking a end that Hallam look to be attacking very much at the moment. We can't see very much of them on the pitch. We can't see very much of them in their half. Same with the women's twos as well. So those games look to be going on. So we are about 10 minutes away from the start of the women's ones, and that game is going to get it going. So let's just finish talking about the rest of Varsity. On Monday, we have EIS Day, where we have sports such as basketball, netball, football, foosball. Is that one of your favourite days?
It absolutely is. I think EIS Day last day was absolutely superb to go down to. We had, as you say, back-to-back games. Quickly, before we
go to the
speak
women's
about
ones,
that, we are going to go to the football men's threes, and this is David Schofield.
There's been a penalty given to Hallam in the men's threes football. Just going to wait while the penalty taker starts to take it. Brought down by the keeper, who was on the floor for a while with an injured knee, but is back up and ready to receive the penalty. It's going to be taken on Hallam's number 14 on his run-up now. It's currently sitting at 3-2. 4-2. Keeper gets a hand to it, but Hallam score. 4-2 Hallam in the men's threes football.
Thank you very much for that update, David. Great live moment there that Hallam have taken the lead. Great for them. Obviously, that point looks to be a bit more
Looks like it may be swinging more in Hallam's direction now.
There can't be too long of that game left, though. We thought it might get back to a draw, but Hallam looked to have kind of extended their lead. It's going to be hard to get 2 goals back now for the University of Sheffield.
Absolutely, and I think Hallam will be very, very keen to get that first point on the board nowadays. They traditionally do very, very well in, and I think they'll want their first full point of the day up on the board. So, yeah, as we were saying, the women's football ones, which we will have live commentary of for you in around 10 minutes' time, and preparations look in full swing now. Both teams just going through the final stages of their warm-up over there. Yeah, a bit more preparation going on for the Rugby Union ones as well. And I was going to ask you, Ollie, obviously last year the University of Sheffield came into that as huge favourites and lost it in a thrilling
Right
finale.
at the end of the game as well.
Absolutely. Who
Gutting.
do you expect to win it this year? Can you predict it at all?
Again, because University of Sheffield men's ones are in a higher league, they have harder competition throughout the season. I expect them to win, but it's going to be an interesting one to see. Hallam University are out preparing on the pitch right now. University of Sheffield have a very good team. Obviously, every year at University Sport, the teams really do change over every 3 years. There's that cycle of the team, and so we'll see how, depends what freshers they got this year, but there's quite an experienced team there as far as I'm aware.
Absolutely. I think it'll be a really, really good one to watch. And, I mean, it's hard to pick out a player to watch because they are all at a standard where they are so good to be playing at this standard regularly. And I think, yeah, it'll be a very, very interesting game. And I think
it's going to be a fascinating game.
Like
it's the game to watch. It's one of the best sporting spectacles at the university because it is so close. It is such a top level as well.
I was just going to ask you very quickly. Obviously, as we spoke about earlier, the pitch in the centre is a bit difficult, let's say, underground. Do you expect it to follow a similar pattern to the women's game? A few cards in that game, a few sin bins?
I think we'll see a cleaner game because, with all respect to the women's, I think the men's will be much more kind of concentrating on playing good rugby. Women's was a bit more of a scrappy game in that aspect. I think you'll see much more kicking in the men's, and so it'll be a much higher paced game in that aspect with better line speed and such like that. We spoke about the pitch being bad, but I'm sure that all of these players coming up, growing up, I played rugby as a kid. They played on much worse before,
Absolutely,
and so
yeah.
they won't be too phased about a bit of mud in. The pitch isn't bad at all. It is definitely still playable, and with big studs as they have on the rugby boots, they will be fine. It's a bit muddy in places, but overall it will be plenty playable, and they'll be able to get on and have a good game here.
Absolutely. I think it should be a fascinating spectacle on the men's ones rugby pitch, and I also think it will fill up quite a lot down towards this end of Hallam Sports Park as the games towards the other end come to a finish. Obviously, we'll have the women's football ones happening and the men's rugby union ones happening very, very close together. And sorry about that, we just had some hot drinks around for us.
It's quite cold out here on the balcony.
Absolutely, it certainly is today, and we can feel that. And particularly, I went down pitch side earlier
If
just
you're on
to
your way,
do some cabling, and it was chilly.
If you're just about leaving University of Sheffield up in Broomhill or at Endcliffe Village, grab some gloves is my recommendation.
Yeah.
It is slightly chilly out here holding the mic, but we are enjoying it nevertheless. So we are seeing University of Hallam's Rugby One's kicker. He's been warming up. He's been having a look at the goalpost. The goalpost looked great. The whole pitch looks great. They've got great corner flags in every case. The lining is still really visible throughout, and it's a very much a full-size rugby pitch. We have the best view, in my opinion, of any sport.
Absolutely. This raised view of the raised view of the pitch really is fantastic. And as Ollie said, there is one solitary Hallam player warming up by himself at the moment. He looks quite relaxed considering it's just over an hour to go to their biggest game of the season. But I think by now, really, all the main preparation will be done. And speaking of main preparation, it looks like that is happening over on the women's ones football pitch. They are almost done. I think I've just seen the referee and the two linesmen have come out.
They're heading to the centre.
They are heading towards the centre of the pitch. I don't think we are a million miles from kick-off in that one. Final checks and warm-ups going on. Both teams just doing a final bit of ball retention. So that will certainly be an interesting one to watch. And as we were saying earlier, obviously, again, Hallam won fairly comfortably last year, but I think the University of Sheffield will be really confident of if not pulling it back, at least making a bit of a better spectacle out of that game and competing and also playing and bringing back some pride and proving a point to those who've written them off. But certainly don't do that, because I think the University of Sheffield have got all it takes to give Hallam a very, very interesting game over there. The men's threes football, where we have had updates from David throughout the afternoon, appears like it is still 4-2 to Sheffield Hallam. We've got a pretty decent view of that, and it looks again like Hallam have attack. They have the attack. Their goalkeeper is stood a good 10-15 yards out of his goal, and he looks fairly relaxed about it. So it looks like Hallam still lead over there by 4-2. As we were saying, the update we got Adam from, there is a rugby game happening on the far pitch. Also the women's football twos, which will be coming to a conclusion pretty soon. And then afterwards, the crowds of people, huge crowds of people here, will all flock down towards this end of the complex to watch the women's football ones and the Rugby Union men's ones.
Our commentators, Nicole and Josh, are making their way down to the pitch now, and we're going to have live commentary from you in there in a second. The crowds are starting to migrate over. Obviously, that's kind of the ones of any sport tend to be slightly better attended, just because maybe the standard is slightly better. The football pitch, though, doesn't look too bad apart from a bit of the goal mouths.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a bit of the goal mouth and maybe a little bit in the centre circle, but in all honesty, it looks like it's in pretty good nick considering the weather we have had recently. And I think even if you watch the Premier League, by this point in the standard, by this point in the season, the standard of the goal mouth tends to be pretty poor, pretty bare by now. And I think it's a good pitch, and I think it'll suit, hopefully, a good game. I mean, if either team wants to get the ball down and play a bit, I think it'll suit them quite well. And hopefully we can see a nice, expansive game between two teams. And hopefully, from our point of view, we can see the University of Sheffield, maybe just compete a bit more than they did last year.
And just do themselves proud. I think that's all that matters really for those guys. It sounds a bit flippant to say, but that game really, Hallam are such big favourites that they have several young English national players, and so in that aspect, University of Sheffield know they're up against such a big task. I think they can go and enjoy it, like we were saying earlier.
Absolutely. Only the pressure that they'll put on themselves, no real pressure from anybody else. Nobody's looking at it from a University of Sheffield point of view saying, oh, that's a point, we'll definitely win, or anything along those lines. So really something that they can go out, enjoy. It is your biggest game of the season, but have some fun whilst you play it as well.
So we've seen that University of Hallam are warming up their goalkeeper with some long-range kicks, long-range shots at goal. It looks to be good. We're kind of seeing both sides doing kind of like a couple 5-on-5 game just to really warm up. Because it's so cold out there, a bit windy as well, you really need to get those muscles going because you don't want any injuries before the biggest game of the season.
Absolutely. I think our commentary team are heading down now to the women's football ones. Yeah, we've just had a wave up and they are heading down. So, Ollie, from us, if you had to predict it, obviously you've asked me, I'd said I think Hallam will win it, probably not as comfortably, or hopefully not as comfortably as last year. What do you think will happen?
I'm an optimist, but I'm not foolish. I'm going to have to go with University of Hallam on this one, as much as it pains me. I think they'll get that one, but I reckon in the rugby ones, University of Sheffield will get that point. So we'll kind of have 1-1 from both of these two pitches, and hopefully by the end of the day, we'll still be ahead on the Varsity points.
Absolutely, and there is live commentary available of both games for you on Forge Radio, and if you go on forgetoday.com/Varsity, you can see a live blog of all today's events, as well as a live blog of the Rugby Union men's ones at 6 o'clock and full TV with commentary. So there is loads to see on Forge if you haven't made it out to Hallam Sports Park today.
We have live streams of all the big other events. We're also on radio. We're broadcasting, well, we broadcast 24/7 throughout the year, but we're very much broadcasting 24/7 throughout Varsity with lots of update shows. We have a Varsity preview show which came out last night from our very own Adam Bailey. Nikhil was on that show. It was a great show with some interviews, including Emily Roach, the sports officer. So in a second, we're going to be passing down to Josh and Nicole. But let's just first talk about the whole of Varsity, Nikhil. This is a very big prediction I'm going to ask you. Do you think we're going to retain Varsity?
I think we will, yeah. I thought we would before today, and I think having seen some of the early results that have come in today, obviously Hallam look up in a few games that are to my right now, but I think having looked at the scoreboard before we came onto air, I think I'd expect the University of Sheffield to win. Obviously knowing that we are likely to pick up a fair few points in the games, such as the hockey at Abbeydale, the netball at EIS, the futsal always tends to be a bit of a throw-up. You can never really tell who's going to win that. But I would confidently say I think the University of Sheffield will win Varsity for a 5th successive year.
And it's all about today, it's all about the momentum. You never win Varsity on Hallam Sports Park Day, but you can build up a head of steam which can carry you through the rest of it. Last year, University of Sheffield were down at the end of Hallam Sports Park Day. We were behind, but we roared back later on. So being up so far already, as we just see University of Sheffield striker practicing on a one-on-one with the keeper. She scores, so hopefully she'll take that form into the game. Great finish as well from one of the other girls practicing.
Absolutely.
Stunning finish. Let's save these brilliant finishes for the game. The referees are going to the centre of the pitch. They look like they're calling the captains over in a second for the toss. And
that's another great finish as well. So if the University of Sheffield half as good at the game as they've been in the warm-up, then we're in for a treat, I think.
Could be on for a winner here. So Hallam are in a huddle, kind of having their final team talk. University of Sheffield are heading over into that now. So we are moments away from the start of that game. The crowd's already heading over. The rugby twos is half-time. That will be starting up again in a second. We might have another call-in if we get a chance. The football freeze and the women's football freeze is still going on. We're going to have a call-in from Sam Burkett from the cycling for our first update of the day from Sam.
Now, hi, I'm here at the cycling, the 10-mile time trial. Uni did very well, continuing their strong run of results in the road racing varsity. They won by a total of around about 30 minutes, with the fastest rider being Kieran Savage, with an amazing time of 31:22.
So thank you much for that, Sam. Yeah, Kieran, I've had the pleasure of meeting him.
I know Kieran as well.
He was at the ESPS award dinner, which we covered. Nikhil knows him. He's incredibly talented as a cyclist, and he's been a step above for a while, and he was definitely the favourite for that.
Absolutely. So definitely the favourite, and he has delivered for the University of Sheffield. So well done to Kieran and all of the cyclists who have been involved in the time trial today.
So in a second, we're going to throw over to our commentators, Nicole and Josh, who are our wonderful commentary team for the Women's Ones football. Hallam are just heading over to the centre of the pitch, and we are going to also have the Women's Ones from Sheffield head over in the centre. So we are ready to hand over. Here is Nicole and Josh on the Women's Ones commentary at Hallam Sports Park Day.
Versus Hallam versus University of Sheffield. Here I'm joined by Nicole today. How are you today?
I'm good. It's been a good day so far. Uni are ahead still in the standings, so looking forward to a good match. I think that maybe we can just sneak a result here, at least get a draw.
Nice. Well, both teams are lining up, so I think we should go for the lineups as the crowd gets quite excited. So what's the University of Sheffield lineup today?
So Uni, we've got Howells in goal, Gold at left back, Evans at centre back, Freud at centre back, Waldridge at right back. And then on the left wing, we've got Meakin, Timmins and Tyrell in centre mid, Patrick on right wing, Jackson and Collison up front.
And the Hallam team today is Horrocks in goal, Turner, Battle and Brock Taylor at centre back. Just in front of the defence is Ashton. In the midfield we've got Ash and Kemp. In front of the midfield we've got Hewitt, and the three strikers today, Biglin, Tatum and where's Pagden. So I know you went through saying that you'd like University of Sheffield. Just now try and nick some. Any score predictions you'd like to say before?
Well, all I'm going to say is that last year it finished 9-0. So anything below that, and I'm taking that as a win for Uni.
So both teams just about to get off here. So you said you came here last year. Actually, we just got the points through. The overall score is now 11-4 to University of Sheffield. So another point today that could really
open up a gap. Exactly. We've done brilliantly so far to get an 11-4 lead, and we just need to try and keep that momentum going, keep going, and try and win Varsity.
Yeah. So you said it was 9-0 last season.
Yeah.
How do you think each team's changed since last Varsity?
Well, I mean, last year, to be fair, Hallam had a WSL player. That's a player who plays in the very top division of the Women's League, Jess Sigglesworth. She'd been capped multiple times by all the England youth teams. Now she's playing full-time in WSL. She's not at Uni anymore, so hopefully Hallam without that player will be weakened enough that Uni can snatch a result. I know I said before that anything below 9-0 would be good, but something like a 1-1 draw or, a 1-0 for Uni would be an excellent result.
Yeah. Well, if it is another 9-0, I think we'll be walking away. I think the University of Sheffield team will be walking away very disappointed.
Indeed.
Well, the game is about to kick off. So just a bit of background. The University of Sheffield Women's Ones finished 5th in the Northern 2B League this year. The Women's Ones did get relegated from the Northern Premier with no points in 16 games, but they are 2 divisions ahead. So it might be momentum might be on the University of Sheffield's side as opposed to Hallam's side.
Indeed, and Uni did manage to beat Hallam 2s already this season, so they have a bit of form against Hallam teams in general.
And the game is off here, Hallam with the ball. Do you think it's going to be quite a cagey opening?
I think given the quality of the pitch, I reckon it will just be teams trying to feel it out, work out how the ball's going to bounce, and just try not to concede early.
The ball is run through to the University of Sheffield goalkeeper here. She kicks it out to the right.
Hallam intercept in midfield, but Uni managed to regain possession and kick it out to the right wing towards Patrick.
So Battle here trying to get the ball away. She's in possession here for Hallam, and it is going to run out.
And it's going to be a throw-in deep in the Hallam half on the right-hand side for Uni.
So University of Sheffield here in the box, opening minutes. Battle there for Hallam. Went in for a bit of a battle, you might say, with the University of Sheffield striker.
I think we'd all like that, a good fiery varsity clash.
Yeah. Sheffield here, University of Sheffield intercept, and Battle is going to try and get the ball back, but this ball will just run. The University of Sheffield's on the right-hand flank there, trying to get through.
And they have managed to win a corner.
Oh, it's actually a corner?
It is a corner, first corner of the game to Sheffield, so it's a bright start. Let's see what they can do from here.
And was that number 15 there for University of Sheffield?
That'll be Meakin taking it, yeah.
So, first corner, we saw in the football men's ones game before, there was a lot of set pieces. Hallam managed to convert off a set piece. Think set piece to be quite important?
I reckon so. I reckon that'll probably be Uni's best chance of getting a goal tonight. And the ball gets played in.
It's cleared out there by, if I can see, that was number 4. So that was Nicole Kemp playing midfield today. Number 5 for University of Sheffield comes over to take the throw in now. So in the opening minutes, Hallam pending throw in box, the throw in goes in, cleared by Battle, cleared again by Battle. It's two great headers.
Battling away there in defence.
Yes, a lot of battling puns can be made today.
I'll apologise in advance for the numerous puns that will be coming your way.
The ball runs out there. That was Lottie Tatum trying to get hold possession. Battle with a throw in here. Headed away.
And that's Patrick on a run down the right. She plays it forwards to Jackson, but unfortunately Hallam do get possession and they have a throw-in.
Brock Taylor there was running back, trying to cover as Hallam takes another throw-in. Nice little flick on there, but it's going to be cleared by University of Sheffield. Still in Hallam's half.
Oh, it's picked up. There's a shot on goal, but it goes just wide. I think the goalkeeper had it covered.
It's kind of a half a chance there. The University of Sheffield striker, I think it was number 9.
Or number 16 potentially.
Number 16. Took it down, tried to shoot on the swivel, but he went wide of the Hallam's goal there.
But it's been a bright start so far.
Definitely, yeah. I think if you really want a positive start, that's what you want. You kind of want to give it to the opposition, and Hallam have not had any chances yet. It is only still about 4 or 5 minutes gone.
Yeah. Sheffield have pressed high there and disrupted the goal kick, but Hallam have managed to regain possession in the midfield.
Georgia Hewitt came away with the ball there. Hewitt again as the ball comes out there. And you see all the crowd just run back when the ball goes out of play.
I think it's just a bit muddy. I don't think people want to mess up their trousers. I
control the ball in the last game I was commentating, so I got a bit of the action myself.
Yeah, getting in there.
This is Millie Turner now with the throw. Hallam now in the University of Sheffield's half. Jess Tyrrell there doing really well. She actually knocked it out there. She's the captain today, Jessica Tyrrell. We actually apologise if we get any surnames wrong. We must point out before. But it's a Hallam throw. It's Millie Turner into the box there.
What a save.
It was a good save there. Danielle Biglin latched onto the cross. It was a great save by the University of Sheffield goalkeeper there.
The young Howells, a fresher this year, one of 4 freshers in the Sheffield starting lineup, saving her team.
The ball is spotted wide. Emily Turner does intercept it, but it goes straight back to University of Sheffield. Tyrell gets it out wide there. University of Sheffield on the left
Going towards
wing.
Meakin, and Meakin, I think she's managed to keep it in. She gets the cross in.
It's cleared very well there by Hallam. Here again, Tyrell in with the block. And it's cleared out of Hallam. Hallam's box.
Bit of head tennis going on, but
yeah,
Sheffield
they
do
need
pick
to
it
get the
up
ball
now.
on the ground there. But that's a
And they get a great
ball.
ball out from the centre back all the way to number 9, Patrick, and it's going into the middle to 16.
And that is a
save.
great chance missed there.
That was a big chance there.
The ball went out on the right wing. It was crossed in. University of Sheffield couldn't convert the
Yeah,
chance.
and it was Jackson, our top goal scorer this season. In fact, if you wanted to fault anyone, it would have been her, but unfortunately, just hit it straight into the centre of the goal and missed the chance.
Daniel Biglin there taking on a player, and her shot just goes to the right of the keeper. I mean, that was a great chance there by University of Sheffield.
It really was.
Should have converted on that.
Given that they're going to be underdogs the rest of the match, you really need to be taking these kind of
definitely.
chances.
I mean, it was the striker there did try to put it to the right of the keeper, looked for the bottom corner, but just couldn't get there. The keeper made a great save.
But it's encouraging to see. Early signs are good for Sheffield. They've had a couple of good chances, and Hallam haven't really troubled them too much. So.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. As we
Indeed,
we're still in the opening stage of this game. Really want to kind of stamp your authority here. That was a poor kick there by University of Sheffield. The ball does find its way onto the left wing. It's a great clearance by Turner though for Hallam. University of Sheffield there trying to get Jackson through again, but she just couldn't. The ball just didn't get through there. It's a nice backline there by Hallam. It's cleared up. And
yeah, and the ball's on the right wing now. Being played through, but Hallam have intercepted the through ball. I mean, Jackson's chasing it all the way back to the keeper, but keeper manages to get it away. And the ball's on the right wing with, lovely footwork there from Freud, the centre-back. Oh, it's coming all the way through to Meakin. She's clean through on goal, takes a shot.
It's
the goalkeeper just
great
about
save by
saves.
Horrocks. So the ball found its way to Meakin on the left, who ran into the box, and the shot was straight at Horrocks there. Here's Hewitt there, taking on a player. A bit of a hard touch there, University of Sheffield get the ball back. Lottie Tatum there. Nice plays. Tatum tries to run after that. She might get there.
Excellent last tackle by Freud. Excellent tackle.
And it's a great tackle there by Tatum. So the ball fell to Tatum. She was trying to beat the last man. Great tackle there by Freud, and the ball's gone out for a throw-in on the right-hand side.
Yeah. So far, it's been end-to-end stuff, really.
Yeah, I mean, Hallam have got right back into this game after a couple of early chances from University of Sheffield.
Definitely.
Hewitt has the ball in now, but that should be tackled. No, she still has the ball.
And shot from range, but it looks like Freud will tidy this up.
It's a shot by Biglin there.
She plays out towards Evans, who manages to get all the way down the right wing towards Waldridge. And Patrick's just lost it there, but it's gone for a uni throw. All the way out on the right-hand side.
There was a good chance there for Biglin. Her shot was charged down, though, looking for the bottom corner. Do you think that Hallam are going to try and put more pressure on the game? I think they're going to come in.
I think they'd have to. I mean, they come in here 2 divisions ahead of uni. You know, they come in as the clear favourites, especially given last year's result. And so far, they've really been, they've really faced the biggest chances. So I think in terms of just pride, they're going to have to want to, fight back a bit more and come back with a bit more energy so far in this first
The 2
half.
biggest chances have gone to University of Sheffield, Meakin and Jackson. Jackson was a clear-cut opportunity. The ball came in for the right. She had only the keeper to beat, and she missed. Good save by Horrocks. Even with Meakin off of the left.
Patrick's on a run again on the right. She crosses it in early, but there's no one in the box, really. It's gone straight through
she
to
was
the
looking for
Hallam keeper.
I think Jackson, the team will want Jackson in the box there, trying to get on the end of those crosses. Horrocks did get the ball back, though, so she might have a bit of a handful, as you can probably hear the singing. Oh, Tatum's in here.
Oh, but excellent. Howells comes right out. Good starting position from the keeper. She manages to get the ball clear, and the ball's now gone all the way forwards towards Jackson, who wins it, plays it forwards towards Meakin, the through ball. Meakin's clear, but she's had to cut back. Plays it all the way across the right wing towards Patrick. But the Hallam player does get there and clears it out.
Millie Turner got back really well to kind of stop Meakin from going through. Good ball by Meakin trying to find Patrick, but
just didn't have the legs, really.
No, Battle did get back and did well. I hope we're pronouncing these names right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, University of Sheffield, Hallam are playing a very high line.
They are. And Sheffield are getting quite a bit of joy so far, just with balls over the top.
But then again, you just saw with Lottie Tatum nearly going in. University of Sheffield keeper had to come in, coming outside of a box and trying to stop the chance.
Yeah.
So Hallam can still be dangerous.
I have to say, I've been impressed so far by young keeper Howells. It's her first year in the team. She's come in, she's made one big save already, and that chance there she denied.
Oh, and the ball, she went in there, and Jackson, again, another chance, got in front of a man, but the shot just goes wide of the goal.
It was a very difficult chance, to be fair. First time volley, post volley.
She did very well to get in front of her man. The shot just went wide.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I say she did well to even get any contact on it. So.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's one of those shots that on 3 times out of 10 it might go in, and the other 7 times it's going to go wide or over.
Exactly.
So the ball is up there, flick on by Hallam. University of Sheffield doing well to kind of get the second balls as Tyrell tries to find Jackson. And now the ball.
The ball's in the middle now with Sheffield, interception, and it's played all the way out towards Patrick, but Hallam player intercepts.
Battle there with the interception. Nicole
Battling
Kemp.
away.
Yeah. Nicole Kemp try to get the ball back. She's going to come away with the ball. She plays it back to Horrocks. Plays it back to Kemp, who just tries to boot it across her area. That's very dangerous. And Meakin
fighting there to win the ball, but
intercept. Yeah, that was Ashton there shielding the ball from Meakin. The ball's up towards Tatton.
Oh, and Ford missed the interception there. Oh, but
and Tatton there nearly went in, but it was great covering there by the University of Sheffield centre back.
Yeah, Evans, she's quick. She's young and she's quick, and she got across there to help out her centre back partner, who did make the mistake early on in that move.
It's Millie Turner here with the throw in for Hallam on the right hand side. Hallam close to University of Sheffield's box. Flick on there, looking for Tatum. It's been cleared here on the edge of the box. And it's just a shot over by Daniel Biglin. It came to on the edge of the box, just hit over.
It was a decent effort, to be fair. It was only a couple of inches over the bar, but
yeah, I mean, it was another half chance. I think it fell to with a couple of space, and she only had eye for goal, I think.
Yeah.
She had no one around her.
Yeah, the shot was definitely the right option there, but it wasn't really going to trouble the goalkeeper.
And be a goal kick here for Uni of. I'd say about 15 minutes in, 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's been a kind of a game of University of Sheffield. I feel like it'll be like 3-0 up. There's been 3 gilt as chances for University of Sheffield.
Pretty good chances, especially utilising the wings really well with Meakin and Patrick.
Yeah, and University of Sheffield looking to Patrick again on the right. Patrick and Meakin on the wings. That's where it is. Get out to the wings and try and find Jackson.
And Jackson's there, racing onto the end of the ball, all the way out on the right wing.
The ball was kind of played past Battle. Jackson ran on the end of it.
Patrick crosses it in towards Collison, but the ball kind of trickles towards the
So they were
keeper.
again trying to attack from the right. The ball was played in, and the shot really came to nothing.
I mean, Sheffield are really getting a lot of joy against this Hallam formation. Playing 3 at the back, with Sheffield with their kind of wingers of the 4-4-2. It's really working for them.
Hewitt with the interception here, looking out to the right. Played up, and Hewitt's continued to run here, and Howes there will take the chance away from Hewitt. Good run there.
Good run. Breaking through the Sheffield line. But Howells has been pretty solid so far at the back.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely skill there in midfield from the captain, Tyrell. He tries to play it through, but the interception is made by Hallam.
Tell you what, a lot of the play from University of Sheffield's gone through Tyrell, and that's where you might find a lot of joy here. Is Hallam here on the left here with Biglin. Biglin going inside here. She finds Kemp.
But she has the ball taken away from her, and Tyrell plays it forwards again towards Jackson, who won't get on the end of it, unfortunately. It's all the way back to the Hallam keeper, Horrocks.
So Battle managed to take it away from Jackson, the runner. She's trying to run onto the ball, Jackson.
Battle's certainly been the standout defender for Hallam so far.
Definitely, yeah. She's managed to stop a lot of players going in behind her. But Hallam on the attack here now with Pagdam. Great tackle there. And Pagdam will try and chase that, but she won't get it, and it's a throw-in to Hallam. Again, there was a ball there, and Pagdam, I think, took about 5 yards on her opponent. It's really fast.
She just streaked ahead, but to be fair to Gold, she did get back in the end and make the challenge, but that pace is going to be a real weapon if Hallam can harness it.
It's a throw-in here for Hallam. To our right, near the University of Sheffield goal, near the corner flag. Zane and Hewitt trying to flick it on. Millie Turner put it in, but there's no one in there. And Hewitt with a great shot there. That came to her, and she volleyed it right at the keeper, but she got a lot of power behind that.
Beautiful shot, yeah. But Howells was right behind it. Excellent positioning there from the young keeper.
And battling there again, intercepting, and she nearly kept it in, but it'd be a throw-in for University of Sheffield out on the right. I mean, Hewitt, she's been quite quick. She's playing behind the strikers today.
And she's done a good job at kind of linking the play and just kind of trying to break the lines as well. She's definitely been one of the key members in
her footwork's been quite well. It's been quite a lot of times when she's had to take on a couple of plays and pass it. She's we're doing good at that. It's those give and goes that might prove
definitely
good for Hallam. But it's
well, we're 20 minutes in, and so far, so Union have done pretty well.
Yeah, it's 0-0. Hallam are getting back into the game, but Union again should be about 3-0 up.
They should be. If they've taken their chances, this could be a very different game.
Yeah. So it looks like it'll be a free kick for University of Sheffield here, just on the halfway line.
It's the first free kick of the game, actually. It's been very clean so far.
Yeah, unlike the men's football, which was had a bit of commotion to it, a bit of chaos.
And indeed, the women's rugby, where you had players being sin-binned every couple of minutes, and one of the Hallam players sent off in the end.
It's nice to see a clean game, but Hallam looking to break out, but that ball towards Pagdam won't go anywhere, and that'll just go out there. Trying to get Pagdam out on the right.
So that's Gold with the throw-in towards Meakin, and it's defended out by a Hallam player for another throw further up the line.
So, I mean, University of Sheffield, you think if they can get another chance, they might be able to take it. If the law of averages works.
Indeed. You can't keep missing all the big chances. So I think, to be honest, coming into this game, I think if you told Sheffield they'd be 0-0 halfway through the first half, they would take that.
Well, I think at the start, Hallam played quite a high line, just allowed University of Sheffield to get through. And then we just stopped there because it was nearly a chance, but it's gone out for a throw-in for University of Sheffield. Now, saying Hallam were playing quite a high line, allowing like Meakin and Jackson behind them. And they've kind of dropped off now, not allowing those run-ins to happen.
They seem to have learnt a bit. I think probably got some coaching advice just to not be so high, just to not be so risky, and just not try and, they don't want to concede early. And Hallam picked the ball up here, but Meakin in there with the interception. She's been excellent down this left wing.
Georgie Hewitt again trying to break away, trying to start the counter-attack for Hallam. It will be a throw-in for Hallam though. Looks like Millie Turner will take it. So, I mean, they're trying to get Lottie Tatum in behind. Hewitt's been in behind quite well. I think the game plan of both teams is try and exploit the space behind the defence.
And both teams are playing a pretty high line, so it's not a bad tactic. And it has led to chances for both sides as well.
Here we go, Hallam breaking out here with Ash to Tatum. Tatum's pass intercepted, and University of Sheffield will try and clear that. It's gone out for a throw-in for Hallam. Tatum there trying to find Biglin out on the left. A pass well intercepted. There's a lot of bodies in between her and Biglin.
To be fair to Union, they got a lot of players back very quickly and closed down all the space. It's interception by Gold, but Hallam do win it back. Although, having said that, it's come out now towards Patrick on that right wing. She lays it back towards Waldridge and then receives it again, but the pass is a bit wayward and it goes straight to Battle.
Yeah. That's a great ball there, and Biglin's in behind. Tries to get the ball in. Kemp looking to run onto it, and that's a great
tackle there by Forward. And it's out with Patrick now.
Was nearly there on the end of that cross, and Patrick now taken out of the University of Sheffield's half.
And And Jackson was very nearly clean through there, but she was offside.
I mean,
It
again,
looked very close, I have to say.
very close. A lot of space there. Got in behind Battle again, but I think we can give Battle the benefit of the doubt. She has done very well in
She
with
has
the positioning and intercepting today. So, I mean, Hallam with another chance there. Kemp nearly running onto Biglin's cross. That was very close. Good interception by the defence from University of Sheffield.
Yeah, to be fair, the two centre-backs for Sheffield so far, they've been excellent. They've not made really any mistakes, and when they have, they've been there to cover for each other. So it's clearly a very strong partnership.
I mean, the keeper Howells as well has been very well.
Indeed.
The shot's been straight out, but she has been on the ball, you'd say. No pun intended. There's been a lot of puns in this broadcast today. We are very sorry for that. As Howells looks to take the goal kick to now.
One thing I would say, though, is that despite the fact the pitch is unbelievably muddy and pitted, it hasn't held the teams back. They have been able to play.
No, you can thank the men before this. A very physical game. But I say, this, compared to the men's, a lot of the play's been on the floor.
It has been, yeah.
Whereas the men's, there was a lot of very kind of aerial challenges. The ball was hardly on the ground. So it's nice to see these two teams get the ball down and try and play. I mean, there was a great chance with Hewitt where there was a nice little flick on. Hewitt managed to run onto the flick, but nothing came of the chance. It's really nice to see kind of that nice intricate play for the two teams.
Definitely. And there's also been quite a few moments of individual skill as well. Lots of little fourth turns and other things.
Yeah,
which
I say
just
Hewitt
brighten
and
up the game.
Tyrell doing very well. So it's another goal kick for University of Sheffield here. Hallam trying to get the ball in from the left-hand side, but University of Sheffield did close them down very well. It resulted in a goal kick, which is a positive, I say.
Definitely. I think Uni can be very encouraged by the start they've made to this game.
Yeah,
They've definitely been on top.
It's been a very open game. High lines played by both teams. I think
it suits Uni more than it suits Hallam.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jackson's got a lot of pace to her. There's Kempin with the interception here in University of Sheffield's half. She's going to try and find Biglin, and Biglin had scored for University of Hallam.
It's an excellent goal, to be fair.
It was a good, so Kemp made interception. She took on two plays, slipped into Biglin. Biglin ran onto it from the right-hand side of the box and put it past Howells. It was a great run by Biglin.
Excellent run by
Great
Biglin,
finish.
and excellent from Kemp to find her. Just played a lovely little through balls, and Biglin ran onto it. Howells did come out. She tried to make herself big, but Biglin just dinked it over her.
She went down to ground too easily and opened up the goal. But that's 1-0 to Hallam.
If you're being critical of Howells, you say she could have stayed up a bit longer, made herself a bit bigger, but
But taking nothing away from the finish from Biglin.
Nothing away from the finish. Excellent dink. And it is Howells' first ever varsity.
So
it's an inexperienced, a mistake you might say, but an inexperienced keeper.
I think you should take nothing away from the finish from Biglin. It was a good finish. University of Sheffield tried to go straight back down, attacking Battle side, but Patrick couldn't get the space she needed. So it's to be a goal kick for Hallam here. 1-0 to Hallam here.
Hawks played it out, but it's intercepted almost immediately.
Just need to find that space again, University of Sheffield.
They just need to hope that now that Hallam has scored, they don't then drop back and close off the space, because that is something they could easily do now. Just defend, try and keep the result.
If I was Hallam, now I'd try and go get a second goal, try and kill the game off, because University of Sheffield have had the chances this half, and if they take one, then it's 1-1, very tense game. In a game like Varsity as well, you need to kill the games off early.
Indeed.
Because the crowd are a big factor in these Varsity games. And the University of Sheffield crowd have been singing songs about the players. They've been cheering every decision. So there's another offside there. Was that?
It might have been the fullback Waldridge getting all the way forwards, but she was called offside in the end.
Do you feel University of Sheffield need to commit more players forward to try and beat?
Yeah, I think I'd quite like to see the fullbacks going forward, because we talked about Meakin and Patrick on the right and left wing, but neither fullback has really been very adventurous. And I think maybe just a few more bodies in attack, create a few more overload situations, and maybe that would help. They can't just rely on the pace of Jackson. They've got to get people up to support her as well.
Hewitt thought she had a bit of space in University of Sheffield's half, but it went out for a throw-in. So she had a bit of space there. She could have used that.
She turned and she had acres of space in front of her, and players she could slip balls into as well. So lucky really from Sheffield that ball went out.
Ball to Tatum here, cleared by University of Sheffield. Hewitt trying to find Tatum again. But again, another high line by Hallam.
Finds Patrick, who gets it through to Jackson. Oh, she is offside.
I don't think Jackson was actually offside there. I think that was calling against Patrick.
It looked like Jackson
Patrick was not in the phase of play, so I think that's the wrong decision by the linesman there. I think Jackson was onside and Jackson was in.
Jackson was very much in. She had Mika on her left as well.
That's a bit of a controversial decision. Again, another high line played by Hallam.
It seems like they need to kind of drop back. They need to just stop because Uni just keep getting in time and time again. And one of these times they will actually take their chance.
So Biglin in towards Tatum. Tatum, the ball just runs through to Howells there. Biglin was out on the left, looping ball into Tatum. And Howells kicked the ball out there.
I have to say, since the goal though, the Hallam crowd have really come to life.
Yeah, they have. Just there, Kemp accidentally handballed there.
We should have a lot of space down the right-hand side. It's a shame, really, because it would have been a very promising attack for Hallam.
I think Kemp and Hewitt done really well at intercepting the balls in kind of the final third. And that's where the goal came from. If they keep doing that, there might be more goals that come from that. So University of Sheffield need to watch that. As the ball's put up here. Kemp looking for in behind the defence here. She was, but Howells
is there
came
again.
and recovered the ball.
And Collison fighting for the ball in midfield, but she loses it out to the Hallam player. It's now come out to Pagden on this right-hand side, but she plays it back to her centre-back.
Tatum here looking for the flick on. Great.
Oh, he looked for the through ball, but Evans was there to clear for Uni. Now it's all the way across on the left-hand side.
Biglin on the left here. She's nice play there with her midfielder. Biglin again, cut inside. She's going to try and find the ball in. She is looking for Tatum. She's going to miss Tatum.
That's Tyrell there, the captain, with the clearance, but not very far.
Looks like Kemp came in, crossed the ball, but she kind of slipped there and it hit the University of Sheffield player. It's gone for a corner, so, I mean, a mistake turned into a nice little gain there for University of Hallam.
Indeed, and hopefully they're not anything like the men's team and they won't convert from it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, so it'd be a corner here for Hallam. I keep calling the University at Hallam. It's very, very hard to get two Sheffield universities separate. So, anyway, here's a corner here for Hallam. Again, if they can kind of try and gain some off the set pieces in. It's going to go.
No ball. It's scrambled about in the box, but
Hewitt tries to get it back in. It's deflected. It's
just
out.
beautiful.
Oh, and that is a bit of a wayward challenge here.
I think it was a kind of a 50-50. I don't think she meant it. It was just a follow through, then caught Tyrell, the captain. The referees just ignored it. I think probably the right thing to do.
I think the best thing for the referee to do in this type of game is let it go. Don't caution the players. Don't, because if a player's on a yellow card, she's going to be just kind of weary of committing all the challenges. It really detracts from the game.
And it has been a very clean game so far.
Hewitt here with another interception.
Tyrell runs it back.
Here's Kemp here. She's going to look wide for Pagden. No, she's going to go on herself. She does find Pagden, who goes past University of Sheffield player. Kemp gets the ball back, though, after a nice tackle by the defence. Turner skips past one player, goes to get it in to Biglin, and Biglin tried to get the ball there.
It has now gone for the Uni. Oh, it's gone for the corner.
It's gone for another corner there. I mean, Turner skipped past one player, try to cross it in towards Biglin.
I think we're kind of seeing a bit of the quality that Hallam possess now, kind of
definitely,
shining through.
I mean, Turner, very nice footwork there.
Very nice
Silkily got past the player, you might say. But it's another corner here for Hallam. Hallam are starting to dominate the game. As the ball goes in, it's a low cross to the edge of the box, and it's failed to be controlled, but it's a shot there by Ashton.
It one went, of the centre-backs even, maybe, but
it went way wide of the goal.
Very wide. No real power to it.
As I was saying before, Hallam are coming to dominate the game. Seems like the first few University of Sheffield chances haven't really affected them.
No, they haven't really lost any confidence from it.
I mean, we're about 25 minutes, 30 minutes into the game now. It's been, I mean, first 15 minutes probably University of Sheffield.
Definitely.
But that goal, the goal has really switched momentum.
It's almost deflated Uni. Like they're not really sure how to get it forwards anymore. When they do, they get called offside.
I think the controversy is about Jackson being offside, but she wasn't. I think that might have denied them a goal. But
and Howell's goal kicks aren't really going anywhere at the moment.
It's Pagden. She's going to have a shot at Pagden, but it goes wide. I mean, Hewitt, again with another interception, looked out wide, found Pagden. Pagden had a shot, but it went way wide of the goal.
Hewitt is just breaking everything up in the midfield.
Hewitt and Kemp have done very well in intercepting those passes in kind of the final third up high for Hallam. I mean, the goal came from that. Kemp intercepted, skipped past 2 players, put it through Biglin. Biglin beat Howells. Do you think that will happen again? Do you think that another goal like that will happen?
I think if it's going to happen, I think it's probably going to be a through ball, like you said. I think it's probably going to be Kemp is going to be involved in some way. She's been excellent. Her vision and her passing have just been top class this game.
Here we go. Turner doing very well to muscle University of Sheffield. Player off the ball. Kemp with the slide tackle trying to get it up to Tatum, but it's cleared. Back up here, and Kemp's got a bit of space. She's going to try and find Tatum. No, she's going to try go herself. She's going to try and find Biglin. It's fallen to Hewitt. Hewitt's in the box on her own, and the shot by Hewitt.
She's excellent there. Nutmeg, the Sheffield player, played a kind of 1-2 off one of the other Sheffield
the ball
defenders.
Actually fell to her. She took on one University of Sheffield player, found herself in acres of space, and the shot was a bit lame.
It was, but also her weaker left, to be fair.
It's a bit of a late, yeah.
I think she probably was just happy to get it on target. And
yeah, but I think if you're in the box with acres of space, you need to try and put a bit of power there. But she felt like, I think she connected to it at the end of a stride.
Indeed, yeah.
So she couldn't get the power behind it she wanted.
I don't think she realised she had as much time as she had either. Yeah.
Header there by Turner, looking for Tatum. Tatum is going to try and flick it on. Hewitt is going to try and run onto it here. But Pagden nearly had it. She managed to get a foot to the ball. But Sheffield now going to try and...
got it on this left. Plays it through, but too much on the pass.
It'll be cleared there. That's the first time the Hallam defence have actually had to make a clearance in about 5 minutes.
Hallam's dominance really showing right now.
Yeah, Ash tried to send Pagden through. Pagden didn't really read the play as well as
a lovely turn
Ash.
there by goal, but she was blocked off by Pagden, and you do get the free kick.
Yeah, I mean, there was a nice kind of sequence of play at the right. Ash trying to put Pagden through. Pagden didn't make the run. Nice interception by University of Sheffield. Fell back to Hallam. There was a foul by Ashton from Hallam. But it's going to be cleared back up here. And Tatum nearly had the ball. She managed to kind of shoulder barge Tyrell off the ball. And I think that's a really good, big positive. Like having a play like Tatum up front, she can hold the ball up.
She's a good target woman, as it were. She has been able to hold up play, bring her midfielders and wingers in.
And Pagden there, there's no foul being called. The crowd want a foul for high leg there, but Pagden gets the ball and it's cleared back out to Pagden though. Going to try and find Tatum. Hewitt takes down, skips past 2 players, and it's a great goal by Hewitt. The ball fell to Georgia Hewitt just outside the box. He took on 2 players. Her shot, Howell's got a hand to his shot, but it nestled in the bottom right corner. It was a failure to clear from University of Sheffield, and Hallam have gained from that. It's 2-0 to Hallam. University of Sheffield, a far cry from where they were when they started the game. But I mean, just at the start of the sequence,
it's just an amazing chance for you, because it just comes from Pagden crossing it in on the right, and just Hewitt just skipped past 2 players, 2 Sheffield players. I mean, excellent chance from her. Like, she was in the box, no one could do anything. None of the players could do anything. They couldn't touch her. If they brought her down, so it would have been a penalty. And just excellent skill from Hewitt to.
Well, Pagden out on the right here seemingly might have fouled University of Sheffield centre back. The ball went in, came back to Pagden. Pagden played it back to Hewitt, and the goal came from that. So the crowd aren't really happy about that, and University of Sheffield, out of support, they're not really happy with that decision.
And it's a shame from Howells as well, because she did manage to get a hand to it, but it wasn't quite strong enough to
I think
keep out the shot.
In those situations, the keeper's not at fault. She did as much as she can.
No, you don't expect her to save it, but...
I mean, it was 5 yards from goal, and the shot was seemingly, it could have gone... She could have aimed for the corners more, but...
I mean, really, it's all about that skill and the build-up from Hewitt, though, just slaloming her way through into the box.
Very nice footwork. We've seen that throughout the game from Hewitt.
She's certainly the creative hub for...
Ash finds Pagden on the right. Pagden goes past 1.
Evans is there to cover. The gold now. It's a foot race for Pagden, who wins it. The gold has managed to recover.
So Pagden did very well there. She took on 1 play. It was She was tackled, but she managed to sprint about 10 yards to find the ball again. Out on the right.
Pace is just causing all sorts of troubles here for Sheffield.
It's another throw here for Hallam. Turner to take it. And it's Ash. It's cleared out. Turner with another interception. Another interception here. And it's Kemp just outside the box. She's going to have a shot. And Howells with a nice save there. So the ball fell to Kemp. She cut inside.
Cut inside.
Nice.
Nice shot with her weaker left foot as well.
Howells did do a nice. Did put off a nice save.
Good skill there by Meakin to get past her player, but the through ball just isn't accurate enough, and it goes all the way through to Horrocks, the keeper. Though it has been intercepted, it's now with Patrick on the right-hand side, and she lays it back.
Meakin did very, very well to kind of take one play. Meg's another one with a pass, and she got
just going on a run there, but she was eventually stopped, I think, by Hewitt again.
So more nice footwork shown by University of Sheffield. And that's what they need to do. They just need a bit of flair, need a bit of skill. We also need to keep calm. As the ball is played up towards Tatum, who could not control it. Suspicions of offside, but the linesman did not flag.
She did look a little bit offside, but we'll trust the linesman.
Yes. There's Battle here intercepted, but it does run out for a throw on there. So University of Sheffield nearly got the ball in Hallam's half, but Battle was kind of let off there.
Yeah. Now it's with Jackson up top.
Jackson.
There's a rack, and she's running back onto the ball.
But Turner will intercept there and just boot it into Rose Head.
I feel like Sheffield are getting a little bit almost desperate. They're kind of just kicking the ball up. And maybe desperate's the wrong word, but I feel like they just need to be a bit more considered with their play. Just keep the ball for a few minutes. Just try and keep a bit of possession, get their confidence back, rather than just constantly knocking it forward towards Jackson.
That's great strength there shown by Jackson, but the ball runs to a Hallam defender. It's going to fall back to University of Sheffield, and the ball's going to go in towards Jackson. It is cleared, and Hallam can try and break here. Hewitt to Kemp. Will Kemp try and put Tatum through? She's got no one on, and the ball is intercepted, and it will fall back through to Battle, and her pass is wayward and out of play. But as I was saying, like, they need to try and get Jackson back in behind the defence. They need to try and get Meakin and Patrick with a bit of space.
Definitely just need to be a bit more accurate with their balls forwards at the moment, because at the moment they kind of win it in the midfield and then immediately just passing it forwards without kind of considering what's ahead of them. I think they just need to calm it down a bit.
There's a wayward pass there by the University of Sheffield, and Pagdam using her pace. She's in behind the defence here. Can she convert? No, it's a good save there by Howells. So there's a wayward pass there. Tatum tried to hold up the ball. The centre-back for University of Sheffield just tried to clear it. It went skewered off to the right side. Pagdam got the ball, took on a defender, but a shot was well saved by Howells.
And again, though, we're just seeing Pagdam's pace. Goal just cannot deal with her out on this right-hand side.
And Battle will beat Jackson to the ball here.
That has gone for a uni throw all the way out on the far side, deep in Hallam's half.
Jackson did very well to chase the ball down that ball,
she did do well.
Battle, and got
that is one
for
of the encouraging things. I think Sheffield's work rate has been excellent so far.
They need to keep it up, though, to try and get a goal. They just need to create chances. They need to work the keeper. So
if they can get a goal this half before half-time.
So saying the men's football, all Uni of need to do is create chances and try and work the keeper, and they did, and they got the goal. So if Uni of Sheffield can do that, Hallam's lead may be cut short.
Indeed.
And that will be cleared by Hallam, straight back into University of Sheffield, but that's a wayward clearance, and Kemp will find it, finds Pagdam, and Kemp finds the ball back on the right wing with a lot of space. Can she get it in? The cross is cleared, and it's out for a corner there. Yeah, so sorry, it was actually Hewitt who picked up the ball, found Pagdam. Kemp ran beyond Pagdam with a lot of space, and Kemp's
I think
cross.
it was Meakin who got back to deflect out for the corner. So
one of the wingers there getting back to help out her defence. Great play though by Hallam, finding a lot of space in behind the
I think this right-hand side is a real weakness.
So corner goes in here to a ball just going outside the box there. Battle will pick it up just outside the box, finds Hewitt. Hewitt is going to give it to a teammate. He's going to find Kemp a lot of space here. He's going to try and cut in. She's not going to take the shot on her left foot. She's going to find Hewitt again. Union have really done well in forcing Hallam back to basically their own half. And Turner's just going to hoof it in, trying to find Tatum. But there's an offside called to a Hallam player, and
there were
Uni
quite
of
a
a
few
whole out of
Hallam
the hook.
players standing offside there. I think it was.
But I say the pressuring by Uni of there was really good.
It was good. It was a poor corner kick initially from Hallam, but Uni did excellently just to force them back, go in and get a foothold.
I mean, Kemp had quite a bit of space on the edge of the box. She tried to take on a player to hit it with the left foot, but the defence did well in forcing her back. And they got a free kick.
Interestingly, it looks like Evans might be now taking some of the goal kicks instead of Howells.
And Jackson tried to find Patrick on the right side, but it's well defended there by Battle.
And also, if there's an injury there to Howells, or if they just want to try and change things up a bit.
Yeah. So the ball's played up here. She's got to look out for Meakin here, but she does play it back to Horrocks. And that's the first time Horrocks has touched the ball in a long time, and she's going to clear it.
Meakin does make the interception, but it is back with Hallam now.
In towards Tatum. Pagdam slices the ball there, but it's going to come out to Ashton, who's going to try and find Pagdam running down the right, but the ball is just cleared by Uni of Sheffield. I mean, Pagdam's been very, very like a live wire in the Hallam
Oh yeah, Pagdam's
attack.
definitely one of the most dangerous players. Just that pace, really. I think she just frightens the defence every time she picks up the ball.
Ball is played up to Jackson, who tries to beat Taylor, but Tyrell finds the ball in her own half. It was cleared by Taylor. Uniov taking out their own half here, looking for Patrick on the right side. She's got a bit of space here. She can try and get the ball, but it is going to run out there. If she could have controlled that ball, she had a lot of space there. Battle.
I think she was. I think the pitch might have done for her there. It was just a couple of wobbles, just unlucky bounces, and the ball just picked up a lot of
Battle
pace.
kind of squeezed in to the defence, giving Patrick a lot of space out there, but Patrick couldn't get the ball under control.
She's quick, but I think the ball was the ball from
It is a very kind of
Timmins was asking a lot of her. Really.
It is a wet surface today, so the ball is going to skid. As Brock Taylor will clear the ball. Jackson, again, the team are looking to get Jackson in, but a good covering there by the Hallam defence.
I mean, Jackson is the top scorer coming into this, so they're really trying to looking for her every occasion. And she has had two of Sheffield's better chances so far, but in recent times it's all just been Hallam. So
it's a throw in here for Uni of Sheffield on the right-hand side of Hallam's goal. Flick on, cleared by Ash. Back out from the throw-in, so a bit of pressure being exerted by Uni of.
A bit of pressure. If they can hold the ball up, get it into the box.
If they can try and find Jackson, I mean, if Jackson's top goal scorer, you're going to try and find her in the box.
Definitely.
So there's a actually free kick here. Hallam conceded a free kick, sorry. I think it was Ash tackling the, I think that was, who was that? Number 6, oh, that's Jackson actually, on the edge of the box.
Yeah, it's going to be Tyrell, the captain, to take it. So if she can get a good delivery in here.
With a team like Hallam, where they are the favourites, you need to take advantage of these set pieces.
Definitely.
And I mean, the set piece is so close. You can try and find the back post, or even just try and find the tallest player on the pitch, like Jackson, who's evidently, as I keep saying, the top goal scorer. You're going to try and find that, find her in the box. So free kick is about to be taken here. Hallam, 2 players in the Hallam wall. Referee's about to blow for the free kick. And the ball's about to be delivered in by Tyrell. It's a looping ball, and it just goes over the bar there. Jackson was tight against the keeper. There's putting a lot of pressure on Horrocks there. That's what you want to do. You want to try and put a play on the keeper to kind of stop her from getting the ball.
The setup was really good in the box from Sheffield players. They all knew their role. They were all in the right place. It's just, unfortunately, the free kick just looped a little bit too far out.
Pagdam there. Horrocks cleared the ball out to Pagdam. Pagdam couldn't get the flick on, but she has one to throw in.
She has one to throw in.
On the right-hand side, just in front of us here.
Gold's sticking tight to Pagdam and forcing the throw.
Turner with the throw, Hewitt with the flick, Tatum holding up. She's got no help here, but she's managed to try and find Hewitt, but the ball will just run through out there. Great hold-up play by Tatum there. Nice little build-up play. Turner with the throw and Hewitt with the flick. Tatum with the hold-up. Tatum trying to find Hewitt behind the defence. Again, just like the Patrick chance over there, the ball just ran out of pitch.
Indeed.
But Tatum has intercepted here. Oh, and it's a goal. Hallam have scored, and we didn't have enough time to even explain that goal.
I mean, it's just...
So you were saying Howell's clearances have really been kind of a weak point of the Uniof's game. Howell's clearance fell right to Tatum.
Tatum miscontrolled it, really.
Left it for Biglin, and Biglin shot and went through Howell's legs, and it's 3-0 to Hallam.
I mean, I think on this one, you can say that Howells were disappointed there. It was a poor clearance from initially, and then Biglin, I mean, it was a very powerful shot from coming in from the left-hand side, but it does just go straight through Howells' arms into the back of the net.
I did say Tatum did control it. He really just ballooned off her shin.
Yeah.
She left it for Biglin. Biglin's pace just carried her through, took the ball on, and just had a shot straight through.
None of the Uni defenders could react because they all just set up for the goal kick. But
so it's 3-0 to Hallam. We're about 35 minutes into the half here, so about 10 minutes left. Hallam looking to run away with this. You're saying it was 9-0 last year. Are we set for another?
I mean, I think that this Hallam team hasn't got the quality to just do that. And I do think that this Sheffield team has shown a few more signs of life than what we saw last year. But, I mean, 3-0 is a disappointing scoreline given the start that Uni have had.
Definitely. And Jackson has the ball here.
She's laid it all the way back to Tyrell in midfield. He then clears it all the way out to the right towards Patrick.
And it looks like might have been a handball there. The referee hasn't blown for it, so Hallam can clear it.
Tatton, but that's gold with the interception.
Hewitt trying to win the ball, and she has. She's found Tatton. Tatton goes past the centre-back. She's going to find Biglin. Biglin on the left here. Biglin's going to try and find Ash. Ash turns. Ash shoots. Great save by Howell. Pagged him on the rebound. Going to put it back across. Great save by Howell there. I mean, Tatton took on two players, put it on in for Biglin. Biglin put it across to Ash.
But now Uni are attacking straight away on the right-hand side.
End-to-end stuff here.
It really is end-to-end
stuff.
stuff.
We'll go back to that Ash chance in a second.
Battle has now won it, I think, for Hallam.
So I'm saying Tatton played it through to Biglin. Biglin found Ash. Ash did very well, had a lot of composure, controlled the ball. She turned about 5 yards from goal, had a shot. Howell's great save.
Howell's really stretched there. It looked destined to be a goal, but Howells did pull out a magnificent save to keep it a little bit more competitive.
The high line kind of employed by both teams there kind of factor into that chance. Tatton managed to hold up the ball. Hewitt with a great challenge as well to aid the attack.
I mean, I think, and that's half time.
That's actually half time. So as I was saying, it was 10 minutes to go. Actually, it's gone quicker than we thought. It's been a good half, full of goals, unlike the men's football. I think that's a testament to these two teams. It's been a very exciting half of football.
Definitely. I think anyone watching this will not be disappointed. Excellent start with 3 really big chances for Uni of. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to capitalise on any of them, and then Hallam came right back into the game with 3 excellently taken goals. Their skill really, I think, factoring into all of them. The first one, just a lovely little dink over the Howells. The second, excellent slaloming run from
Hewitt.
And then the last one there, just almost a goalkeeping mistake, but a really powerful low-struck shot from the left-hand side from Biglin.
Yeah, so let's go back to the Uni of chances, because they were the first real chances, to kind of happen in the game. I mean, Jackson clear through, great ball in from the right by Patrick. She had acres of space, just couldn't get enough power behind the shot.
Yeah, it was a first-time shot. I think if the cross had been a bit more powerful, maybe she could have directed it a bit better, but really you would expect her to score that.
Then there was the Meakin chance on the left-hand side there. Jackson, great hold-up play, found Meakin with space. Turner was nowhere to be seen. Meakin kind of slipped as she shot, went straight into Horrocks, and another kind of golden chance for Uni of squandered. There was a hard chance with Jackson as well.
Yeah, half chance for Jackson, kind of volleying it on the near post after a crossing again from Patrick on the right-hand side. That was a little bit more difficult. First time volleying near post, you're not necessarily expecting Jackson to score that. But I think it was a really encouraging start from Uni of, which is perhaps why they'll be disappointed at the moment with the scoreline.
I mean, the biggest, one of the big factors in Hallam's games is that they've been able to acquire possession quite far up the pitch. I mean, the first goal from Biglin, Kemp intercepted. I think it was Kemp or Hewitt intercepted in the final third. Took on 2 plays. Beautiful through ball to Biglin. Biglin waited for kind of Howells to commit and just put it past her.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think Hallam's goals have all come from moments, apart from the first 2 have come from real moments of skill. Like you say, that beautiful through ball and the lovely little dink over Howells as well. Excellent composure shown by Biglin. And the second, just a ridiculous run from Kemp in midfield, just slaloming past 2-3 players. Really, I think what we've seen is that although Sheffield had a bright start, they've just the quality really from Hallam, just their close control of the ball's been a little bit better in the final third where it matters. And like you say, they've been able to break up possession high up the pitch and immediately just attack on Sheffield, who just don't seem to be ready for it. And the high line played by both teams has really had a massive factor in this game. Uni of high line not been successful. Hallam, I guess you could say that Hallam has worked because obviously Uni haven't been able to score against it.
Yeah, so just talk us through the second goal. So Pagden had the ball on the right. She cleared it through, and I think it was Kemp that picked it up on the edge of the box.
On the edge of the box, yeah, and she just like skipped past 2 players, just slalomed into the box. Excellent. I think she went right, then she went left, just got herself, clean through with about 7-8 yards from goal.
The shot was kind of in Howell's vicinity, but she just only could get her fingertips to it and push it into the right-hand side of the goal.
Yeah, no real, Howells couldn't really do anything there. I think she did well to get a hand to it, but...
I mean, the third goal came from kind of another interception, but even further up the pitch, I mean, Tatum just got herself in front of the clearance by Horrocks. Howells,
indeed,
getting the 2 players mixed up. Allowed it to run to Biglin. Biglin took a touch and just slotted it through Howells.
It's a shame because Howells had made quite a few good saves up until that point, but I think that third goal she did let herself down a bit there because it just went kind of straight through her arms and her legs, and obviously it came from her initial bad clearance.
So how do you think the second half is going to go?
Well, I'm expecting Hallam to go on and push their advantage. They really started to dominate in the latter part of that half, and they've just kind of, like I said, their quality is kind of shown out. Uni just need to come out here, think of it as 0-0 again, and just try and work hard. Keep looking for Jackson up front because she is a danger when she gets on the ball. Keep looking for Patrick and Meakin on the wings, and just try and get 1 goal, try and get a foothold in the game. And if they can do that, you never know what might happen.
Yeah. So the second half just about to start here. I wouldn't say Uniov was kicking. We're kicking from right to left in the first half. We're kicking left to right. Hallam vice versa. Sorry. Expect any substitutions?
I don't think so. I don't think either team really needs to change anything. I think the teams that are out there are pretty much the strongest, and I know that Uni only have 2 options, a right back and a right wing to bring on, and to be honest, Patrick on the right has been outstanding, so I'd find it difficult to see Uni substituting her.
If you had to make, if you were the manager of Uniov right now, what change would you make?
I think the one thing I would like to do maybe is to, if I had a pacey left back, I'd bring them on for Gold. I think Gold's really struggled with Pagden on the Hallam right-hand side. That's just because of Pagden's pace. She's been absolutely lethal. And if they could bring on a quicker left back just to cover a bit better, that would be what I'd do. If you were both teams, would you drop deeper now? Because there's been a lot of kind of chances coming from a high line, as you were saying before, as you said throughout the game. Would you drop deeper? I think it's a risk. I think for Uni, they need to push for a goal. So whilst dropping deeper might stop them from conceding, at the end of the day, they need to score. So I think they have to stay high, and they have to just keep trying to push for these balls over the top. Hallam, on the other hand, they are happy, so they can drop deep, they can do what they want. But given that they won 9-0 last year, I think they'll probably be looking to try and extend out the scoreline, really make this a thrashing. And they won't do that by playing deep, parking the bus. Yeah, so both teams, both coaches of the teams just going, giving half-time team talks here. How do you think about the refereeing and the officiating this game? I think it's been excellent, to be fair. A few offside calls that looked a little bit dodgy. Definitely, the Jackson one, I thought she was onside. The Jackson one was poor, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They've been very well. Definitely and hard I think, to be fair, the referees hadn't had much to do because the players have played a really nice, clean game. There's only been about 2 or 3 free kicks the whole half. So as we'll just take a kind of a step back and look at the whole of the day today, specifically the 2 games we covered today. Can't say specifically. There we go. Finally did it. I covered the men's football ones earlier. That ended 1-1. It was a very good kind of hard contested matchup. Hallam missing a penalty through Harris. Harris then converted a corner, and then Uniov in the final 10 minutes.
Hello and welcome back to Forge TV's live coverage of Varsity 2017. We are, of course, live from the Hallam Sports Park, where we've had a fantastic day of Varsity sports so far. I'm joined here by our fantastic pundits, Nikhil and Dan. Have you had a great day so far? Absolutely, yeah, it's been brilliant.
It's definitely been better than the weather suggests.
Yes, we've not quite had the sunshine that we had last year. However, I think it's just about to hold off just enough so that we can enjoy the Rugby Union ones that we've got here coming up very, very soon. So just to remind you that you can catch all our coverage that we've done today on forgetoday.com/varsity. Whatever it is, we've got it covered there. You can hear the crowd there as Hallam's team begin to come onto the pitch. Guys, obviously, what are you expecting tonight from this match? We've got a brilliant atmosphere. Do you think the weather's going to affect any performances at all?
I think it might make it a little bit more scrappy. We saw the women's game earlier, which was obviously live on Forge as well, and that was quite a scrappy affair. Quite a few sin bins in that one, and I think we may see something similar here tonight.
Definitely, and you commentating earlier on the women's ones rugby. Do you think we'll see any similarities between the style of play?
Probably, because you can't do any long passes with the balls all slippy as it is from the wet weather. And so there's a lot of set-piece play, so a lot of scrums, a lot of line-outs.
Excellent, and of course tonight's match, of course, isn't the only rugby match. Obviously, the match that you were commentating on finished 12-12. That was a draw. Overall, I think it's fair to say very, very strong performance from University of Sheffield today. It's 11-6, I believe, is the varsity score so far. What do we think? Do you think we can keep that performance up over the rest of the week?
I certainly hope so. It's often a day that we don't always do the best in. We tend to have better days. So I think for the University of Sheffield to be doing that well now is great.
Okay, and I think we are just about to start now with the men's Rugby Union ones live on Forge TV.
All right, okay. All right, fine, yeah. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for that, guys. And just to get you through the, we're starting here, we'll get you through the University and Hallam teams shortly. I'm Jamie Blakeman, joined here on the balcony by Ollie Baisley, but University have started well, and they're just inside of their own half. And it's quick ball out to Hodgson, who kicks over the top. He's going to give his wingers a chance to go, but Hallam will collect it. Looks to go, and Hallam will break down the right-hand side. And it's a good hit by the forwards of the University of Sheffield there. And there is a penalty given to Hallam just inside their own half, a penalty there by the referee, and they were going to kick to touch. Ollie, a very quick start and a fantastic atmosphere here.
Yeah, it's a stunning atmosphere. The crowd is about 10 deep here at Hallam Sports Park. We are incredibly lucky to be covering this game, and it's a great, the weather has picked up as well, the players are up for it, it's going to be a fantastic game.
Yeah, definitely. So Hallam have successfully kicked to touch there with the first penalty of the game. They were going to have a line out just outside of the University 22-metre line. The pitch slightly torn up here after the game's earlier game. It was women's ones earlier, which ended in a 12-all draw, and you can catch that back on Forge TV. But here we have University ready for a line out, and we're just going to have a quick pause as the officials sort out the numbers in the line. I'll quickly take you through what I can of the University team. We've got Ross Hobbs, Ben Cook and Jonathan Carriman on the first row. We have Jake Carter and Patrick Ferguson second row, and the back row is Paddy Wheeler, Frank Smith and Sean Casey at number 8. And the ball is thrown in by Hallam, and they will get quick ball out to the back line. And Hallam have managed to break through a couple of people there, but then it's a good tackle there. University kind of forming on their 22-metre line. Ollie, what do you make of this start as we had a knock-on by Hallam? It's going to be a scrum down University ball.
So University really need to kind of settle into the game. And we saw last year they had a really great start and they scored a try early on. But this year they need a settled start. They're in University of Sheffield's half. Hallam have a bit of territory. They're near the 22 and it's a scrum down. It's a really important scrum because if they lose here and they get maybe a converted try from that, that's a big early blow in the game.
Yeah, a chance to clear the lines there. And we'll just continue with that University line. We've got Will Hodgson at scrum half, Andrew Hodgson at fly half. Centres are Jamie Pearson and Daniel Kelly. Wingers are Sam Tripper and Matthew Branfield, and Ferg Wood is at fullback as the ball goes in there for University of Sheffield, and they do win that scrum, and it is Will Hodgson that gets it away.
Yeah, really great kick on the ground there, and it goes out for touch. Really, really stunning kick there. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Will Hodgson, who's a fresher and a great player, I'm told, by his captain, and he's had a fantastic season so far, so let's hope he can keep up the good work in this varsity game. So it is going to be a University of Hallam put in at the line-out.
Yeah, so University of Sheffield have managed to clear their lines well there. They've gone into the Hallam half just past the 10-metre line, and they'll get their chance for their first feed at this line out as they look to form quite a flat back line there for University of Sheffield. So it's going to be interesting to see what move comes off this as the ball goes in.
And University of Hallam picking up with their number 8 there, and it's going through their back line, doing a couple of swishes. A very big hit there from their University of Hallam player. Really kind of physical start to this game, and they kick long field down into the University of Sheffield's half, and it is number 15, Thurgood, who goes and picks up the ball, but it's gone out in the dead ball area.
Yeah, so he's done well there. He's let the ball go out, and that will, of course, mean that we go all the way back to where that kick was taken. Well shepherded there by Ferg Cook for the University of Sheffield. Very quickly take you through the Hallam team as well. Their scrum is Angus Learmouth, Will Stone and Will Archer on the front row. Lewis Blore and Alex Bilton. Second row, Ed Spender, Angus Hughes and George Hedgley make up the back row. Halfbacks are Freddie Taylor and Harry Pratt. Centres, Josh Britton, Lewis Bowman. Wingers, James Harrison and Zed Richards. And at fullback, it's Billy Sack.
So there you go. You've had our team sheets. We'll kind of give you an update of players as we go throughout the game. So University of Sheffield have a scrum just inside the Hallam's half, in between the 22 and the halfway line. It is a University of Sheffield put in with their number 9, Will Hodgson, putting the ball in. So he's put it into the middle just now. And it is going to be a free kick to the University of Sheffield. And they pass it out wide, they tapped and go, they nearly dropped it, Thurgood just caught it, and they're now racing up on the right-hand side of the pitch, and they've got a ruck, and they're passing it through the back line.
University of Sheffield now trying to break into Hallam's 22, and they're doing well
they
here.
Just dove into a tackle there, that's not allowed, so they got away with that one. You can't dive into tackle, you can't jump off the ground, so that's a lucky one there. So hopefully they got away with that, and University of Sheffield progress through, and they're carrying on up into the 22.
We do have a change on the team sheets as well. Number 22, Sheriff Doug is on the pitch for the black and gold, so we're going to make sure we figure out who that has come in for. But University continue on the 22-metre line. They've come all the way across to the left side of the pitch and still trying to get some very slow ball from their forwards, but now it goes out to the backs. And it's been dropped there by Andrew Hodgson. He's just slipped on these conditions aren't brilliant, but they're not awful for Rugby Union. But University have managed to retain the ball, but we will go back, and I think there was a knock-on, scrum down, Hallam ball.
As far as I'm aware, what I believe the situation with the number 22 is that it is actually Frank T. Smith. There was a issue that the University of Sheffield couldn't find the team kit. So number 7, Frank T. Smith, who's actually playing as the open side flanker, is wearing number 22. So that's that information there if you're watching on the live stream. So University of Sheffield have a scrum exactly on the 22, directly in front of the posts. They've kind of turned this start around. They're under a bit of pressure at the start, but they're looking more promising now.
Yeah, no, definitely University on the front foot currently. They've split the back line here, so again, it's going to look like there will be a move off the scrum, but the referees just stood them up, and we will reform that scrum. But yeah, out on the left, we've got Sam Tripper and Andrew Hodgson. Then we've got the centres spread right, so it's going to be interesting. As you say, they're dead centre on the 22. They can go left side or right side, and it's going to be interesting what they do here.
A good tip normally is always when the number 10 goes, because they get the ball first, and Andy Hodgson is on the left-hand side of the pitch, on the blind side, so I imagine to go there. But the scrum put in is on from the right-hand side. Hallam look to have won the ball from the scrum, and they're passing it out the back line, going through the blind side on their right-hand side of the pitch, left as we look at it, and there was a massive hit there from Sheffield Hallam, and they're passing it through the back line, trying to work out of their half. They're doing some good progress so far, some good scrumming and some rucking and mauling, and they kick it long through their number 9, and that is a good kick. It is caught by the University of Sheffield, and the play is back in the University of Sheffield's hands.
Yeah, so University trying to get through there just on the halfway line, but they have gone out of play, much to the delight of the Hallam fans. There's a little bit of afters here, and the officials will just break in there, and nothing to do there.
So University of Sheffield have now got Hallam have now got the put in the line out. They are talking about what they're going to do. It's not a kind of too critical of a lineup. It's exactly on the halfway line, so they've got a bit of leeway either way in case someone makes a play. So Hallam are about to pass it out. It is caught. Sheffield Hallam catch the line out, and they pass it for their number 9 across to the 10. Inside centre's got it, and they're running into the tackles. A bit of a handoff into the face there, but University of Sheffield stop their attack there, and it's again going through the backs for Sheffield Hallam. Good passing so far. Very neat play in the attack from Hallam.
Yeah, Hallam are keeping the passing short, and we see them come out here left from that breakdown, but they continue the ball. But University of Sheffield are tackling well. There's a good rush defence here, possibly offside there, but no indication there from the referee, so we'll continue. And no, there is now a whistle from the referee, and that's most likely going to be offside against University.
A Hallam penalty exactly on the halfway line, so it's not really kickable unless they have kind of a world-class kicker, which would be quite astounding. They look like they're going to go for touch on the left-hand side of the pitch, Hallam's left-hand side. They're giving it to their number 10, Harry Pratt, who's their vice-captain. He's going to kick for touch with his right foot, and it looks like it's going to make it to touch around the 22. The line judge is running up to the 22. So Hallam are going to have the put in from the line out at the 22. in the University of Sheffield's half.
Yeah, fantastic kick there from Hallam. That's just what they want. They want to get University back in on the back foot in their own 22. Early minutes here, it's still 0-0. University is chicated by the referees by that. Looked like there was going to be a box kick, which was charged down. Yeah, as you said, Ollie, all a little bit messy, but it will be a offsides penalty.
Choice of sending in 7, 5 or even less of that if they want to. So Hallam are going to throw the line in with their number 2, Will Stone, who throws the line in. It is caught, and now they're going to have a driving maul towards the University of Sheffield's line.
Yeah, clean take by Hallam as they try and form up on the ruck, and they will break away just left, but University continue with a staunch defence, not letting them through. Hallam continue to knock at the door.
It's looking promising though. Hallam are making a lot of more progress, a lot further on, and they look like they're going to get towards the line. They keep on making progress every single ruck, and it looks a bit very worrying for the University of Sheffield. And Hallam are over the line. No, they're not. That was a false attack.
It's another
penalty. University of Sheffield got to be careful, because you could see a yellow card here, and you could see a player sin bin for 10 minutes as well as the penalty try.
Yeah, that's the third time that the referee has indicated there's an offside against University of Sheffield. They'll again kick out for a 5-metre line.
They're confident in their lineouts, aren't they, Jamie?
Very much so, and it was well taken that first time. Yes, the ball maybe wasn't as quick as they envisaged. They got all caught up there just after the line out, but Hallam are happy to attack from that 5-metre position. They've got their backs in a nice deep position. Will the University of Sheffield hold on early here?
Third line out for Hallam, and they've won all 3 so far. Again, Will Stone is going to throw it into the line. They're going to look to lift their number 8 or their number 7 up, and their number 8 catches the ball, and again they're going to do a driving maul towards the University of Sheffield line. It's looking very promising. And it's a try. Sheffield Hallam score the first try. Great attacking work from them. It looked like it was coming from a long way off. There's a bit of afters there, a couple of pushing stuff, but Sheffield Hallam had the first try, the first 5 points, and it's a decisive one.
Yeah, that's exactly what Hallam wanted to do first time round with that 5-metre line. They want a quick ball off it. They got it this time. They attacked with their forwards, and just with brute strength from such a short way out, they managed to bully their way over. It's not going to be the easiest of kicks. He's taken himself all the way back past the 22. It's about 10 metres inside of the pitch. We've seen some good kicking earlier on in the women's game, so it's going to be interesting to see if Hallam can convert this and make it a 7-0 lead early on here at Hallam Sports Park.
So their kicker, I believe, is their number 10, Harry Pratt, their vice-captain. He's currently looking at his boot, checking there's no mud on it. Really needs to be prepared for this kick. This is a big kick for him. It's the biggest of the season. This is all that matters. Varsity is by far the biggest game of the season. The referees are looking. He's kind of having a moment to reflect himself, moment to concentrate, and he's going to go for this kick. As he walks up for the kick, it's looking all right. We get the indication that it did not go over, so it is still 5-0 to Sheffield Hallam in the Rugby One's commentary here at Hallam Sports Park.
Yes, that's 5-0. University getting away with that just a little bit. Hallam maybe slightly disappointed not to get that conversion, but it wasn't an easy kick, and it was a decent effort. It looked like it had the legs, but from our angle, it's hard to tell how wide it was, but a decent effort there by Hallam. But University of Sheffield about to get us back underway as they float the ball left and high.
So the Varsity veteran Andy Hodson kicked it off with his 4th Varsity this year. He's in starting number 10 at Sheffield Abbeydale as well, and he's done all right so far. That try, you can't really blame it down to him. He's done all right. It's just kind of the forwards weren't able to stop that driving maul from Sheffield Hallam. And Sheffield Hallam had the ball. They're breaking through the midfield. They passed it out. It is a 3-on-2 for University of Sheffield though, and they get them down. Sheffield Hallam's attack is stopped about the halfway line, just inside the halfway line. Sheffield Hallam have it, and they're attacking through their backs.
Yeah, Lewis Bowman there for Hallam University broke away, but taken down well, and it's a penalty for the University of Sheffield, and that will put that breakaway right to an end, entering at the side there, and it will be a penalty to the University of Sheffield on their own 10-metre, and they'll hope to try and pin Hallam back into their own 22 now, centre of the pitch.
So University of Sheffield have passed the ball to their kicker. They are again going to go for the line out, get some territory up the field. We've seen often in rugby that it's very common recently that people much prefer going for the line outs rather than tap and goes, and so they make it up to just in between the 22 and the halfway line. So University of Sheffield are in Hallam's half looking for an attack.
Yeah, slightly lofted high kick there. Would have preferred maybe a little bit more length, try and get a bit closer to the 22. But University of Sheffield will take this. It's a good attacking position on their far right of the pitch as you hear the crowd build and build here. It's a fantastic atmosphere here at one of the final events of Hallam Sports Park Day on the first week proper of Varsity 2017.
Ben Cook throws it in for Sheffield University, but it is dropped by the player. there. It's dropped backwards though, so Sheffield University still have the possession, and they are driving in with the forwards there into the ruck, and again trying to make a little progress in time, give their backs time to get in position, and it's going through the backs now in a wonderful diamond formation. Inside step in with their number 13, Daniel Kelly, doing a great inside step in and getting a couple of metres there.
Yeah, University have managed to bulldoze their way into the Hallam half. Still slow ball here. Ross Hobbs, the prop, taking it on there, and University will try and get it out to the backs now. A little kick through to Sam Tripper. Will he manage to make it?
It looks like it's going to go out into touch. It has gone out into touch. Really close there, but a great little kick. That's the sort of rugby we'd like to see. It's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, clever little kick there from the fly half, Andrew Hodgson from University of Sheffield. He saw an opening. He saw that Sam Tripper was on the same wavelength as him. Tried to chip it through just a little bit too much, and it will be a chance for Hallam to clear their lines. It's going to be a line out to them deep inside their own half.
They're still deep inside their own half, though. They've got to be really careful. Any dropped balls, anything like that, they could be in big, big trouble. So Sheffield Hallam still need to be careful in that aspect. They throw the ball in, and it is caught by Sheffield Hallam into their backs, and they're passing it out, and they're going into contact there just to recycle the ball and get a bit of a better opportunity to kick it out through their fly half, who then kicks it long. It looks like it's going to go straight just behind Fergwood, who catches it in. He's now going to run upfield and look to make some ground back. Sheffield Hallam done some very good line speed, but Fergwood drops it on impact, and it's a knock on, and Hallam have the ball inside the Sheffield halves.
Yeah, lucky there from Fergwood. He took the ball well, and he ran at his defence, but they got him, and Hallam will now come back. They're just inside over the 10, and they'll look to attack down that left side, which brought them so much early success. Obviously 5-0 up in this game, as they look to continue that, as they'll come down the right side now.
Some really aggressive rucking from University of Sheffield so far. I think I've been really impressed by how they haven't settled for the fact that Hallam have won the ball at that breakdown. And it's really, they've won the ball again. That brilliant stuff. Their number 9, Will Hodgson, kicks it away upfield, and Hallam have the ball back in their own territory, and they've lost a bit of ground there.
Yeah, box kick again from the University of Sheffield. That seems to be an early tactic. Just managed to clear the line, and it's pushed Hallam back into their own half, but they retain the ball, and they've got slow ball here, and they'll feed it to the forwards, see what they can do as the University line try and call for the left side. I think they're a little bit worried
Hallam
about that.
looked like they dropped the ball. It looked like a knock-on for me there, but the ref didn't see it, and they allowed it on. It went into a ruck, but Hallam still have the ball inside their own half, just about.
And there'll be a kick here from Hallam. They think they've seen a space, but it's going to go right down the throat of Matthew Bramfield, who's swapped wings. He's now on this left side, and he's got his kick away. Gary Owen up high.
Fergwood is chasing the kick, and that was a bit of an interesting one. The Sheffield Hallam player dropped, and Fergwood kind of collided him slightly late, but the referee didn't seem to be too bothered about it.
Yeah, I think that's all fair there. Massive pressure on Hallam's fullback, number 15, Billy Sack. He had Fergwood bearing down on him. He's fluffed his catch because he's seen...
He's gone down a bit easy for me. As far as I saw it, Fergwood's arm caught him in kind of the middle of the chest, but he seemed to be really winded.
Yeah, I don't think there's any foul play here. I think it's just a bit of a... Billy Sack was in a kind of a unnatural position trying to catch that ball. He panicked a little bit, and he's gone down, and we're just going to take a couple of minutes to make sure he's okay. But he is back on his feet. As you say, he does look a little bit winded, but he'll hobble back. And it should be a knock-on by Hallam, so it'll be scrum down, University of Sheffield ball, just outside of the Hallam 22. It is indeed a scrum down signal by our match official.
So Fergwood has had a very active start for his fight. He's been really involved in the game. He currently plays for Sheffield Abbeydale as well, which is one of the club sides in Sheffield. And he's really developed this season, and he's looking to put that development to test today in Varsity. So Sheffield Hallam have a scrum. It is going to be... Sheffield University have a scrum. It's one of the couple scrums that we've seen so far. It's been quite evenly contested. No team has put their dominance so far. And we're going to see Will Hodgson put the ball in. We're going to Sheffield have the ball, and he passes it out to Andy Hodgson, who's playing through the backs. And it's a beautiful inside switch. That fooled me there.
Yeah, no, lovely little ball there, and that's exactly what University of Sheffield want. They will try and recycle now that scrum half. Will Hodgson not happy with the speed of the ball, and there is another knockout, and it's going to be an advantage to Hallam, and this is just a little bit scrappy by University of Sheffield.
Yeah.
You can see that they're trying to be creative. And
both sides have made mistakes so far. They're not been easy, but ultimately the score is 5-0 to Hallam. University of Sheffield can't afford to make the mistakes so far. There has been 3 scrums so far, with both sides winning 1, and University of Sheffield have lost one of their scrums so far. So they've got to be careful with that. There's another scrum to Hallam. It seems like it's whenever you put it in, they've been fine so far. So it's a scrum inside the Hallam half, about on the 22, and they'll have to contest this one. They've just moved it slightly due to the pitch being a bit muddy.
Yeah, we can hardly see the 22 anymore after it got a bit battered up by the previous game's rugby, but pitch is still holding up considering the amount of rain we've had, and it should last through the game as Hallam put the ball in and it's a long scrummage there. The ball is still not coming out, and here it comes from Hallam down the back.
That looked a bit forward to me, but the referees played it on. Sheffield Hallam have the ball. They rocked really nicely there, really protecting the ball well, and it's through to their fly half, number 10. Hallam did really well to divert the play there, but it is caught by number 11, Matthew Branfield, who passed it out to Third-Wood, who's breaking. Third-Wood is breaking. He passes back into Matthew Branfield, and they've made some really good ground there, and it is University of Sheffield's putting at the ruck.
Sam Tripper, number 11, actually there on that left wing. Branfield and him have been swapping wings occasionally, but good work by him and Fergwood as University of Sheffield try and get it out to that back line, but that Hallam tackling is fantastic, and they're just getting up into their faces very quickly. University continue to look right. There's not a lot of numbers there, and they're struggling to get over the 10-metre line.
But they've broken. University of Sheffield have broken on the right-hand side of the play, but they've been tackled just about into touch, just away from touch. They passed it back inside. It's a bit scrappy. Looks like it's stopped though, however.
Yeah, so there's another knock on there from the University of Sheffield. Referee signalling there's going to be another scrum down and put in to Hallam University. It's going to be on their own 22, and it's going to be another chance to clear their lines. It's still good play from the University of Sheffield, but just not as clear-cut chances as Hallam have managed to engineer when they were in University of Sheffield's half. But that was a long time ago, and University of Sheffield do seem to be on top.
They've been much dominant for a while now. Their passing through the backs is absolutely beautiful. The way they set it up in terms of where they put their players. Andy Hodgson is an absolute master. If you watch him himself, don't watch where the plays go, you can see that he's always organising the whole of the backs, and he's going to do this again after this scrum. But Andy Hodgson doing great so far. University of Sheffield need to stop doing the knock-ons and need to convert some of this attacking opportunity. But the scrum breaks up. They're going to do it again. The referee wasn't satisfied with that. He blows the whistle, and Hallam players look quite comfortable at the moment in the scrum. They haven't been challenged so far. They've won all of their scrums so far, so they really need to concentrate with that one.
Yeah, an early push there, which is why the referee's got involved, and he'll just reset them as again the crowd kind of come into this game again. It's fantastically well attended here at Hallam Sports Park.
Especially considering the weather. You thought maybe early on we were thinking that maybe the crowds might turn up, but they're here in full voice and really enjoying themselves.
Yeah, so we've got Brum will get underway again, and they do manage to win this one again, and they will try and break through, and they've had a little bit of luck there with their number 10, Harry Pratt.
University of Sheffield are really blocking up the just next to the scrum. They maybe think that they can't afford to let go man on man there, so they're having 2 men for each tackle. But it's been caught after a kick by Sheffield Hallam. University of Sheffield caught it. They're going to the breakdown. There's a ruck near about halfway down the line, and they're passing it out. Andy Hodgson has now got the ball. He's been tackled by Hallam, and there's another ruck involved in that. University of Sheffield need to be careful to make sure they get over the gain line each time, but they're going to work it through the backs now and try and gain some momentum and create another attack.
Yeah, Hallam's close rush defence, close to the breakdown, has been fantastic so far, as University of Sheffield get a little bit of gain after contact here for one of the first times, but Sheffield really have to try and get the ball out wide if they're going to get past this Hallam defence, who were so good in close quarters.
Oh, a really big tackle there from Hallam. 2 players picked up and tackled. Legally, it must be said, a University of Sheffield player. Great defence there, and they have won the ball, but it's been tapped out of a University of Sheffield's player's hand illegally. The referee has awarded a penalty to University of Sheffield, just inside their half.
Referee signalling a high tackle there as the ball went down. Slightly confused as well, but I think there was a bit of a neck around a black and gold, hand around the neck there, so in the interest of player safety, he's signalled that as a high tackle, and University of Sheffield will kick back down into Hallam's half on about the 10-metre line, and they will try and build again. But as we've been saying, Hallam are defending so well.
So University of Sheffield have done really well in terms of breaking the gain line so far. There's been some great opportunities, especially with Ferg-Wood really doing some nice inside passing. So that's been great to see so far. So University of Sheffield have the put in at the line out is going to be their number 2, Ben Cook, who is the fresher liaison this year, and he was on the Varsity bench last year, but it's great to see that he's on the pitch this year. So University of Sheffield fake a line out, they go to the back instead of the front, as Hallam thought they were going to, and they're going to the breakdown. Some really big attacking from Hallam there, really hard at the breakdown, not giving them any time, but the referee has put
He's signalled a forward pass there from the back of that line out, and he's given scrum down to Hallam. Not entirely sure about that.
I think he was saying that the line out wasn't straight, and so he's not
sense.
happy with that, and it's going to be a Hallam put in at the scrum. Normally you get another opportunity, but not on this occasion. So Hallam are going to have to put in the scrum. It is Hallam's 4th scrum so far, and they've won all 4 that they've put in. So that's going to be interesting to see. It is going to be their number 9, Freddie Taylor to put in at scrum. Hallam scrum quite well. The scrum's keeping very straight. It's kept very upright for Rugby Union so far.
It's been very good scrummaging from both sides as Hallam break away from that. It's a good tackle by University of Sheffield, pinning their opposite number down right on that 10-metre line as Hallam look to go again down that left side. They're not wanting to kick this one out. They want to size up their defence and go at them.
Freddie Taylor organising his back line, organising to get that ball distributed. University of Sheffield and Hallam's line speed so far has been extremely impressive. Really great stuff to see. Hallam recycling ball through the half, about the halfway line. Both sides can keep it very equal. So much of the game so far has happened within the halfway line. As Sheffield Hallam break through enough tackle, they pass it out wide and they are absolutely through. Ferg Wood makes an absolutely vital tackle. He had to make that tackle, otherwise it was a try. And University of Sheffield are now rocking the ball. There's a bit of a driving maul and they can't get Hallam down on the floor. Hallam have the floor. It's going to be Freddie Taylor to pass out to the back line inside the University of Sheffield's half near the 22.
Yeah, great work by James Harrison for Hallam, who broke away there. There's a big dump tackle there for University on Hallam. The referee's seen it and he's signalling advantage, and that could spell trouble for University of Sheffield.
Hallam have an overlap out wide, and they're going to score a try. It's going to be the second try for University of Sheffield Hallam, and it's a big one. It's really important. Sheffield Hallam are now leading 10-0 in the game. It's an absolute pivotal moment. University of Sheffield weren't strict over their defence. They weren't organised, and Sheffield Hallam really capitalised on their second opportunity to attack. They scored their second try.
Yeah, number 12, Josh Britton there for Hallam University, who surged away from his men there, and he's finished very well for Hallam. About the identical position as the first try, so it's going to be interesting to see. Probably a little bit wider, actually, in fairness.
Yeah.
So it's going to be another hard conversion, but we're just over halfway through this first half, and as Ollie has just said, it's 10-0 lead to Hallam University as they look to try and salvage this day of Varsity 2017. It's very much been...
University of Sheffield, a bit of a really poor start there. But I must mention Angus Hughes, the captain of Sheffield Hallam, has had a storming game so far. In that attacking move there, he broke a lot of tackles and really forced it so that they found it really difficult. He broke a couple of tackles and he created that attack himself. Once you get over the gain line, you get past that initial defence, it is so easy to then make that extra 10 metres, which really makes a difference.
Yeah, so we've got Hallam standing over this kick, and here goes the attempt. It's up. It's got the legs, and we wait on the flags, and he is
a great
over.
kick. It was a fantastic kick. Really, really difficult to do from out wide, especially on the right boot. And it's going to be a University of Sheffield kick-off. They really need to gain some momentum so far. Their coach is going to be really frustrated because they've had so much of the ball. They've been really even for so many parts of the game. But on two occasions which Hallam have attacked and got into the 22, they've scored.
Yeah, and there was no follow-up from that suspected dump tackle, which the referee was signalling advantage for. So we remain with a full complement on both sides, but it's Hallam 12, University of Sheffield 0.
So, yeah, really hard lines for University of Sheffield, but there are still lots of the game to go. University of Hallam pass the ball through the back lines, and they're making some good progress, getting over the gain line well and rocking well. But the referee has seen something, that there is an injured player down from University of Sheffield, and he has paused the game.
Yeah, so the right thing to do there. We've got a man down far on the left. He's holding his neck. I don't know if there was a possible high tackle there. The ref's just coming over to check on him. Just another reminder of score. That's Hallam 12, University of Sheffield 0.
He is worried about Patrick Ferguson, I believe. He's a bit worried about him. The medical staff is coming over to check that he's all right. He's having an assessment for concussion, I believe, and it looked like he's going to carry on the game. The medical staff are satisfied that he's going to be fine.
Yeah, nothing too much to worry about there, as the referee will march them back across the pitch. He's taking them into the middle. Not entirely sure where he's going to restart this, because obviously it was the ref that stopped that game, but he's signalling scrum down, Hallam ball, as we'd expect, just outside their 22, quite central, and Hallam will look to come again. But as Ollie, you said earlier, University of Sheffield are not out of this game despite the scoreline, but Hallam have been absolutely clinical with the chances they've had.
They've been really clinical with the ball they had. They've had 5 scrums and won all 5 of them, but they haven't had the most of the ball. I don't think they're the better team either. If you just look at the individual players that University of Sheffield had, they've made some beautiful rugby moves so far, but Hallam again have been more clinical. They're playing a kind of more defensive style of rugby. They don't want the ball as much as University of Sheffield. They're more prepared to give it away. So Hallam put the ball in, and it's going to come out to their back. Their number 8 passes it to the number 9, and they're going wide over the overlap. And they drop the ball. University of Hallam dropped the ball while running. That's a bit of an odd one.
The ball's gone backwards though, so no scrum here, but Hallam continue with the ball. They're just outside of their own 22, and they will probably look to clear here, but no, they'll go short ball, slow ball. University of Sheffield tackling well though.
Yeah, a couple more rucks that we think we might see, and then they're going to go for a box kick. Yeah, a box kick. Here we go, up into the air. Fergwood progresses forward. He looks to catch it. Brilliant catch there from Fergwood. Absolutely stunning. Really hard under the spotlights here at Hallam Sports Park. So University of Sheffield using their forwards to ruck over. They're going to pass it in the backs, get some forward play and get some momentum to be able to kick it out. Sheffield Hallam really aggressive on the rucking, trying to run some penalties here. And Will Hodgson's really doing some work to clear it out and make sure they get the ball out of the rucks.
Yeah, so University of Sheffield attacking well, just creeping over that halfway line, and they're going to keep it with the backs. They're going to spread it wide, short ball, very good line there, but still stuck on that halfway line. They cannot get past this defence, as there is a advantage signal for the University of Sheffield, but they will play on as
they kick it.
through.
Absolutely stunning move. Andy Hodgson kicks it and lands it and catches it himself. He's chasing Sheffield Hallam, and they're at the try line. They're rocking over the try line. Sheffield Hallam put the ball down on the try line. So it is not going to be. No. It's going to be a 5 metre put in.
No, University of Sheffield have gone down on the man collecting the ball. They've not given him a fair chance to get back onto his feet, and the referee has ruled that's a penalty against University of Sheffield.
Stunning rugby though for Andy Hodgson, kicking the ball over the Hallam defence and catching it himself. That is world class.
Yeah, kicks only ever as good as a chase, and he chased that one and really put under pressure. Shame that he couldn't just wait. Just that little bit of eagerness turned what would have been a fantastic
breakdown. Yeah, we've seen so far a really interesting game of rugby. It's been fascinating to see. It's so tactical at the moment. The breakdown is such a huge part of modern rugby, and both breakdowns have been really impressive. Both number 9s really getting the ball really out of breakdown, not letting it stop there. And so we're seeing that University of Sheffield haven't been able to really attack early and get that early line speed. So they're having an early line speed here. It's going to be a line out. University of Sheffield, I believe, have the put in. The referee is signalling that he wants another ball as Sheffield Hallam kick the ball out towards the roof of the stand here. And so Hallam are going to have a line out. We can't quite see who it's going to be for a put. Oh,
it's going to be Hallam put in because it was kicked from the penalty. They're bang on their own 22-metre line. We've played a lot of this game in Hallam's defensive half, but they are leading early here, 12-0, as the line-out goes in and is spread out to the backs, and Hallam will go through their backs, and will they get through again? But no, it's good tackling by the University of Sheffield to keep them in their own half.
So University Hallam kicked the ball out to touch. It is going quite well for them. They kick it back to half-time, but out of the half, because they're in their own 22 and it went out straight away. It doesn't go back, and so the University of Sheffield going to have the put in the line out just inside Sheffield Hallam's half. There's a big one. The line out hasn't been the most standout of kind of chance to them so far. They've messed a couple of those up. One went wide, it wasn't straight, and then they had to lose another scrum to Hallam. So University of Sheffield really need to score some points in the first half. We've got about 11 minutes to go, so it's a big opportunity here to get another try in and at least level the score up slightly.
Yeah, as we say, University of Sheffield definitely still in this game the way that they're playing. There's a bit of a sloppy line out there, but Will Hodgson gets in there and collects it, bails his forwards out.
And looked like there could have been an advantage there. The referee had his arm up for a bit, but University of Sheffield are going to pass it out to the back. The number 9 is just playing it through the forwards, getting some opportunity before they have another attacking. They're really just kind of consolidating on this ball, driving a bit, and they've made some really good progress there through the forwards, rocking and mauling. And Andy Hodgson plays it through the backs. Brilliant little switch inside, and number 7, the inside centre, catches the ball and makes a couple of metres.
Yeah, it might not be working quite well for the University of Sheffield through the backs, but that's not going to stop them playing the style of rugby that they want, as they go short again through the backs and the forwards, and they have a chance to attack here and a chance to come left here.
University of Sheffield's attacking rugby is beautiful so far. They're really doing really great at passing the ball inside and kind of really making the gap, getting over the gain line. As we see the University of Sheffield kind of push back slightly, and it looks like they're going to get a line out.
Yeah, the ball has gone out of play. Again, a little bit of afters, which is really unnecessary here, because the game's been played in quite a good nature so far, but the referees will kind of get in there and break it all up. It's going to be a line out to Hallam, just shy of the 10-metre line. They're still trapped in their own half, but it looks like we're actually going to go back, and we're going to have a scrum down. The linesman and the referee are discussing probably that little bit of afters that we saw as the ball went out, and he's going to march back over to the players. I don't think we're going to see a card here, but we might see a talking
with both captains and just say, obviously this isn't acceptable, you can't be doing this, and if it progresses further, some people might be off.
Yeah, so referee just lecturing mainly the Hallam set of players there.
Yeah, number 7, I think he was talking to their captain there, just saying to Angus Hughes that we don't want any more of this. So it's going to be another scrum. We've seen so many scrums so far. There's been a lot of them so far, a lot of knock-ons. And so University are going to have to have a scrum against Hallam. It's going to be an interesting... Hallam have the put-in at the scrum inside their half. right next to their 22, and I imagine they're going to try and clear it straight away.
Yeah, the one criticism that we can have of Hallam so far has been their kicking to touch has occasionally been a little bit poor. They occasionally fail to find touch, but they're going to run it through the back line here. A good little switch move again, but University are just as smart of it, and they make a very good tackle. They keep Hallam in their own half. And there might be a turnover here, but no, the arm is out from the referee. Hands in the floor, and it's going to be a penalty to Hallam. Dead centre of the pitch, and this time they definitely will clear to touch.
Yeah, they'll clear to touch and get some clarity back. University of Sheffield have given away too many penalties so far, given away too many knock-ons, too many kind of fouls. They need to do a bit better. They can play better than this, because those are all kind of easy mistakes to prevent. And realistically, we've seen way more from University of Sheffield in terms of attacking potential. They've broken the gain line so much. Sheffield Hallam kick to touch. It just about gets there. Very good kick actually up into towards the University of Sheffield's 22. University of Sheffield are there to stop an early line-out going. So this is going to be an interesting to see how Hallam done. They're back inside the University of Sheffield's half, and every time they've been there so far, they've scored a try.
Yeah, no, it was a very good penalty kick there. Just used the wind to the advantage, lofted it high, make sure that it just floated that little bit further, and we're halfway between the 10-metre line and the 22-metre line. University are on the back foot for the first time in a while, territorial-wise, but they've been on the back foot for most of the game. Hallam at 12-0 up currently, and we've got just the dying 10 minutes of this half to go.
So Sheffield Hallam pass it through their backs, but the referee again isn't happy with the line out. He says it's not straight, so it's going to be a put into University of Sheffield at the scrum, just inside University of Sheffield's half.
Yeah, especially in Rugby Union, you've got to play the referee, and you can see that he's very eagle-eyed at these line-outs. It's not the first time he's given not straight. So Hallam have turned what would have been another good attacking position, as you said, they've been so lethal from those attacking positions, into a scrum-down University ball from that same position, halfway between the 10-metre and the 22, and Uni will look to clear from here.
As a result of this, I think you'll see University and Hallam playing more short line-outs to prevent those ones going adrift. So Will Hodson looks to get the ball. They pass it through Sean Casey to Will Hodson to Andy Hodson, and they're into the into kind of a maul. University of Sheffield haven't been tackled yet, and again they're recycling the ball, playing it through the backs. Great little work there. Really great rugby, holding onto the ball, and their number 7 is broken free.
Number 2, Ben Cook, who's been storming away there, forwards in the back line, occasionally not always working, but that was a fantastic pickup by Cook, and he's broken the University of Sheffield back into the opposition half as the backs try and get somewhere.
We've seen in modern football and modern rugby that often the hookers are often used as ball carriers. As University of Sheffield actually pick up the ball from the ruck, doesn't go through the number 9, they make a couple of metres there, and Will Hodson kicks it along the ground, and it's going to go out for a line-out.
Yeah, it's another little good kick through there, but again, not really much of a chase there, but it's gone out on an okay position, and the University of Sheffield will take this. It's going to be a line-out Hallam ball, bang on their own 22, and we're probably coming into the dying minutes of this first half here. Hallam 12-0 up, and that's going to make it quite an interesting half-time team talk. As we keep saying, University of Sheffield is definitely not out of this game, but the score is clearly in Hallam's advantage as this lineup comes in. It's a bit scrappy, but Hallam will win it.
Hallam done so well in the lineup so far. They haven't missed one as far as I've seen, and they're breaking. They're just about outside of their 22. They're going to look to recycle a couple of phases, and they kick it upfield. A really high kick, but no distance on that. University of Sheffield catch it brilliantly and going to the tackle. That is a massive hit from University of Sheffield. Completely rolls over a Hallam player, and now they're recycling it for the backs. It's thrown into the middle of nowhere, though. University of Sheffield lose a couple of metres there, though.
Yeah, Branfield did absolutely fantastically, full steam ahead onto that take, and he did fantastically there. A little bit of a sloppy play there, coming off the breakdown, but University of Sheffield keep the ball, and they continue down that right side. They're inside the Hallam half, but only just. And they keep going down that right side. It's a blind side, and they feel like they're going to get some luck there. As I just noticed that Sam Tripper, the open side winger, is shaping up for maybe a crossfield kick. And here it comes.
There we see, really great play, and it looks like he's going to get it. Sam Tripper looks like he could get it, and he's just about tackled. He looks trying to offload, but he hasn't managed to offload. And and it's just been tackled just before the line.
Yeah, it was a crossfield kick, and the University of Sheffield clearly shaped that well. Hallam didn't see it. Sam Tripper doing fantastically well. He stayed up, looking for that offload, never got it, but University of Sheffield now break down the right, but Hallam are going to swarm them up again, and they just can't get anywhere. But University of Sheffield continue just behind the 5-metre line. They're knocking at the door of Hallam just before half-time, and this will be just what they want.
3 minutes to go in the end of this half. University of Sheffield with some beautiful rugby with that crossfield kick, and they're playing it through the line. They look like they're going to make a couple of metres. They're about 2 metres in front of the try line now. now. University of Sheffield, they're going to go on the open side through the scrums, and it is the University of Sheffield's scrum half who looks to dive for the line, but he's just short. And then go for it again, and it looks like they could be very, very close. University of Sheffield making a metre at a time, but it is held up. It looks like it's held up. They went for the line, but it was held up.
Yeah, really, really strong play there from the University of Sheffield to try and end this half. Held up, so it's going to be 5 metre attacking line. Attacking scrum for the University of Sheffield. They want to convert this late on. This is the first time they've really got down to the try line and really kind of made Hallam fear like they will concede here. But as we have kept saying all through this half, University of Sheffield have played some fantastic rugby. Hallam have played some very clinical rugby and converted their chances. This is Sheffield's first major chance. Can they convert
Sheffield
this?
have broken so many lines so far, and I'm really confident that Andy Hodgson can do some great distribution, some great inside play, some great trickery, and fool the Hallam defence into getting that 1 metre, that 2 metres, which are really going to count when we try and get over the line here for that first try to maybe equal the score, level the score slightly to make it 12-5 or 12-7, as Hallam are currently leading 12-0 just as we go into half-time.
Yeah, so scrum down, 5 metre ball. University of Sheffield looking to convert this chance late on in the first half. Currently, Hallam 12, University of Sheffield 0. But we're going to have the scrum reset again because this ref is still not happy. But as we've said a couple of times, he wants to play in a very certain manner. So we're just going to have that scrum reset. 5 metre ball, put in University of Sheffield. And here comes the drive. The ball is still not in. The Asterix come in.
The ball in. Will Hodgson puts the ball in. Sean Casey looks like he's going to try and pick it up, but the scrum's completely twisted. We're going to see it reset. The referee's blown his whistle. We're going to see another one, and it's a penalty to University of Sheffield.
Yeah, the scrum was purposely wheeled by Hallam there, and if there's any more infractions here at the end of that first half, you could see some further punishment, but the University elect to scrum again.
That's very confident of University of Sheffield. They didn't maybe fancy their lineups, especially with this ref, as we've been saying. So they're going for a scrum. It ties up a lot of Sheffield Hallam's forwards, which is maybe where they're strongest so far, as we've seen. And they're going to be able to try and play it through the backs where University of Sheffield have been best.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right decision there from the University of Sheffield to elect for the scrum again, having seen Hallam wheel that to get themselves out of danger. They're looking to call on the ref to say if this scrum isn't legit again, that they want a penalty try or a yellow card, but this ball will eventually come in now from the University of Sheffield.
So Sean Casey looks like he's going to pick it up. He does pick it up brilliantly, makes a couple of metres, but is tackled brilliantly by Hallam. But now University of Sheffield are going to play it through the backs. They're going to try and get some through lines. They're about 5 to 10 metres from the try line. The ball is kicked out of the ruck, and University of Sheffield have a penalty advantage with the referee, but they're playing it out. Some great inside trickery there, but they don't quite fool the Hallam player. He reads it well.
Yeah, they'll continue with this. And
it's a penalty advantage. We've gone back for the advantage. The referee saw none, and it's going to be another scrum, I imagine. University of Sheffield are confident in their scrum, so they're going to go for another one. They need to get the ball out quicker from the scrums there. Sean Casey seems very happy to pick it up at the scrum, but if he stays in a bit longer, they can get it to Will Hodgson and pass it out to Andy Hodgson quicker.
Yeah, so we're about 15 metres in from the touchline on that left-hand side, so University of Sheffield will have a nice big open side to work with, but also quite an appealing blind side for possibly Sam Tripper to head his way into.
We are into overtime in the first half, so they can't afford any infractions on the University of Sheffield side at least. So University of Sheffield try and pick up the ball, and they play it to Andy Hodgson. Andy Hodgson really does really well, but he makes a couple of metres. University of Sheffield rock over the ball brilliantly. They pass it again to the Blacks. University of Sheffield held up slightly, but the ball is thrown out. Sheffield Hallam have the ball. They're going to look to kick it out to touch, and I imagine this is going to be the end of the first half.
Yeah, referee signalling that there's nothing unfair there, and it's free ball. Hallam have recovered it. It's not a good kick.
They don't kick it out to touch, which is a bizarre decision, but maybe they don't know that it's half-time exactly. So Ferg Wood hands off one. He makes 2 tackles, and University of Sheffield getting over to the line. Absolutely stunning. Ferg Wood made the try there. Really, really great inside pass there to the winger on the outside.
Sam Tripper finishing that off in that far left corner. And as you say, Ferg Wood and Sam Tripper, they've been dangerous all through the game. It was that crossfield kick that set this initial phases of play up, and it's Sam Tripper that finishes that off. Fantastic work by Ferg Wood. So score now, Hallam 12, University 5 conversion to come, end of the half here.
Ferg Wood caught the kick from Hallam as they were trying to clear from their 22. They should have kicked out, and they would have got they've got it being a half-time.
No, I do think they were trying to kick to touch there again, but again, it's been the really weak point of Hallam. They have not found touch at all there, and they just have to keep hammering away that. But finally, University of Sheffield have made that pay, and they've got that try as we wait the conversion. It's going to be a very tough one. It's just inside of the touchline, just inside the channel just inside the 22 as well. So it's going to be a very, very tight angle here. For Hodgson.
Fergwood caught that ball brilliantly, stepped inside one, handed off the third, and then did a brilliant inside pass to Sam Trippier, who then went on to score the try for
Hodgson here with the kick. It's in flight. It's got the legs. And it's good.
So it is 12-7 to Sheffield Hallam as we go into half-time. It doesn't seem to quite be half-time yet. It is half-time by our score as we make it, but the referee is going to play on for a bit. So Sheffield Hallam are going to have the kick-off, but there's maybe seconds or a minute or two to go.
Yeah, I don't think our clock has taken into account the couple of stoppages that we've had for the couple of injuries, a couple of little health checks. So we will actually continue here. It's not the final play of the match as we thought, and Hallam have kicked to Uni, but now it's a little dink out, and surely University are under the impression it is half-time.
Yeah, they must be under the impression it's half-time. Yeah, so it's half-time there. University of Sheffield are down by 5 points. And in a second, we're going to pass it over to our punditry team. We have Will Moran, Dan West, and Nikhil Vicaria.
Thank you very much, Jamie Blakeman and Ollie Baisley. They were your commentators there. That's the first half done, and I think it's fair to say, what a half. Very exciting stuff, some excellent moments. Anyone who particularly stood out for you there?
I think Sam Tipper is number 11. He's down as number 11 on the team sheet. Sam Tipper, the left winger, I think he's been superb, actually. He didn't really get on the ball as much as he'd probably have liked to early on, as Uni soaked up quite a lot of pressure, but the try at the end was superb, and it's really made this game, well, it was a spectacle already, but it'll be a great spectacle for the second 40.
Definitely. And Dan, any standout moments or players for you?
No standout players in particular. It's more just the whole how aggressive Hallam were at the very start. But as soon as they had ball in hand, they looked so dangerous, and they were always challenging. Often they'd kick it, which was a bit puzzling, because as soon as they had ball in hand, they were very dangerous in the first half of the half.
Definitely. I think both teams towards the end of that half really starting to get into the shape of things there. So what do you think the University of Sheffield need to start doing now to start bringing back the points, start making a bit of a comeback?
I think early on maybe they just let Hallam have it a bit too much in their 22. I think Hallam were allowed to build up pressure and pressure upon pressure, and we saw with Hallam's second try, I mean, originally it was a great tackle by the University of Sheffield just inside their own 22, but eventually it still led to a Hallam try, and I think Sheffield will maybe, they've soaked up that pressure quite well for a while, but they'll want to return the favour with some pressure of their own, and we saw for the last 5 or 6 minutes of that first half, they put the pressure on and they got the try at the end.
Absolutely, yeah. Dan, any thoughts on that as well?
No, Union just need to sort of keep going with what they're doing now, because they've ended on such a high that they just need to keep that momentum going for the rest of the second half.
Definitely. I think both teams now especially are looking like, I mean, they're giving it 110% out there. And it's nice to, you can hear it in the background, the crowd is absolutely ecstatic from both sides tonight. What I think is that everyone sort of tends to be now getting into the spirit of Varsity a bit more. It's good to see so many people out here tonight, isn't it?
Absolutely, you can really feel it here. As you say, you can probably hear it if you're watching the live stream, and you can really feel it stood up on the balcony. You know, there is a chants going back and forth, people getting behind the teams, particularly when the tries have been scored. They've all been met with pretty big reactions, and I think it'll only get more so as this game gets into the closing stages, the business end as such.
Yeah, it's what Hallam Sports are so good at, because even though Varsity's been ticking away a bit for a couple of events, this is like the big wake-up call. Like, Varsity is now here, everyone's getting really excited and really into it. This game proves it.
Absolutely, absolutely fantastic. So obviously the weather seems to have held off so far, which is always good. The pitch, a little bit still wet out there. Do you think that's having any effect on the game that's being played at the minute?
Not a huge amount, but it's definitely, you can definitely tell some of the tackles probably they wouldn't be going down quite as easy if it was a hard, solid pitch. But they are some being swept off the feet a bit, just because the studs aren't getting the grip.
Yeah, I mean, I think just watching it here on the balcony now, we've seen some really, really good tackles being made. Not many missed tackles as well. In terms of, I think, Sheffield, again, like you say, starting to come really strong towards the end of that half. Nikhil, sort of, what do you think is going to happen this half in terms of strengths from both teams? What do you think they're going to focus on?
I certainly hope Sheffield can maintain that momentum, because I think towards the back end of the second half, they probably showed us something they hadn't in the first half hour, and they were absolutely superb, and they really had Hallam on the ropes, and obviously it led to the try, it led to them getting points on the board, and that will be such a psychological boost as much as anything, to get those points on the board. And also, of course, going in at 12-0 would have been very difficult, but to go in at 12-7, they're only a score away from Hallam, and I think that'll be a big, big thing for them mentally, and I think hopefully that'll mean that they'll come out and play in a similar way to the way they ended that half.
Definitely. I mean, again, the try coming just at the right moment there, Dan.
Absolutely. I was even surprised they actually bothered doing the kick-off afterwards. But there must have been like a couple of minutes left on the clock. But yeah, it really, the momentum's definitely with Uni at the moment.
Definitely. I think we're going to see a really, really strong second half as well there. So, I think going into this second half then, is there anyone you felt sort of players-wise who's going to really come out, who started to get into the game a bit more?
I think because it has been quite a scrappy game in the middle, as Dan said, really, a lot of big tackles, people going down quite quickly. I think we've been almost naturally like attracted to the wingers on the side. I think they've stood out a bit just because obviously they have more space in the place in the centre of the pitch. And I think really, the ball is getting attracted out to the side as well a bit. And I think if it keeps getting pulled out that way, I think the wingers could have a really big say on this game.
Definitely.
And then it's all to do with the stamina of the forwards as well, because whoever can make like the last subs, can have the last big impacts off the bench, will really come to the help at the end of the game.
Absolutely, and obviously not the warmest night, so it's going to be quite hard for the subs to be keeping warm on the bench tonight.
They'll be raring to get on the pitch, yeah, just get involved.
I think so as well, definitely. And you can hear the crowd again in the background. It's just great to have such good support. I mean, Sheffield, we're on 14-6, I believe, is the total running score for Varsity right now. Do you think whoever wins this match tonight, obviously Hallam could sort of put themselves forward a bit more. Do you think that's going to be much of a psychological boost for the University of Sheffield if we win this? I think because we've had a fantastic day so far. What do you think the effect of winning this match tonight will be?
Absolutely. I mean, Hallam Sports Park isn't always the most successful day for us, and I think to win it would give us a real boost going in to almost a rest of Varsity. Obviously, we've got ice hockey tomorrow and then next week as well. I think it'll give us a really good psychological boost.
Definitely. Dan, any final words?
Not really. I'm just raring to get this second half on the way.
All right, brilliant. We're going to head over to your commentators now. Jamie Blakeman and Ollie Baisley are going to bringing you the second half here on Forge Radio and Forge TV.
Thank you very much. We are back underway in this second half. Hallam at the University of Sheffield getting us away. Hallam are now in control, and they've lofted a high ball into the dark Sheffield sky now, and University of Sheffield take it.
Brilliantly caught there, really great catch under immense pressure. Well, Hodgson passes it to Andy Hodgson. That great access in the University of Sheffield attack and through their backs. So University of Sheffield inside the Hallam half. Hallam are really aggressively rucking. We've had a bit of a rest. And Andy Hodgson kicks out wide. Another wide ball. University of Sheffield might get there first. But, really close. University of Sheffield catch the ball, but then drop it again, and it goes out into touch.
Yeah, and lucky there. Hodgson clearly looking for his man Sam Tripper, trying to recreate what they did just a couple of minutes ago here by scoring it down in that left-hand corner. Not quite there, and University of Sheffield end up bumping the ball out into touch, and it's going to be a 5-metre line out for Hallam, but they'll have a very good chance to clear their lines here. The temperature has really dropped away, and so has the light, hasn't it?
We can notice it up here in our commentary team. I'm moving around a bit more to keep warm. So Sheffield Hallam are going to have to defend the line out here. We've had a lot of line outs and set pieces so far. University of Sheffield have only had 2 themselves, but they've won both of them, apart from that one which they put slightly wide and the referee gave to us. So the referee is currently addressing one of the issues. One of the props looks like one of the forwards looks like he's injured. Is going for a medical assessment, and looks like he's going off the pitch. We're going to have our first sub.
Yeah, he's trotting straight off. He's holding his right-hand shoulder. And
collarbone, maybe.
Yeah, he looks very upset that he's having to leave this game. Yeah, he's clearly quite badly injured, and I'll be very surprised if we see him come back on again. So muddy and so dark here, we're struggling to make out the numbers at this distance, but we'll try and figure out who that is that University of Sheffield look like they might have lost for this game.
So we have a new player on the pitch. He is definitely one of the forwards, we can tell you that, but we are currently trying to identify his number. He is a Sheffield. In the meantime, Sheffield University have won the line out. They have the put in, but the referee again isn't happy. The line out apparently isn't straight, but he's given the penalty or the scrum to the University of Sheffield.
Yeah, it looks like number 17, Christy O'Brien, has entered the fray for University of Sheffield. As we say, hard to tell from this distance, and we will confirm that substitution. But a shame for University of Sheffield to lose a player this early on in the half. Probably a little bit earlier than you'd expect to make your substitutions, but we remain penned deep in Hallam's half. They've got the scrum on the 5-metre line, and it's going to be University of Sheffield put in here, and it's a very good chance to attack again. The score currently Hallam 12, University of Sheffield 7, just shortly into this second half.
This is the 14th scrum of the game so far, a lot of them in this game, and it is passed into the Sheffield University backs, and they pass it really well. They pass it wide, a really bizarre pass there. Andy Hodgson didn't quite look where he was passing. University of Sheffield have the ball, and they're still inside the Hallam 22.
Yeah, a bit of a no-look pass there, but Matt Branfield manages to collect the ball. University of Sheffield have retained possession, and it's all a little bit scrappy moving in field.
Very scrappy in the ruck there. I'm not sure the referee should have maybe blown up because Hallam were really disrupting, and he has given a penalty in the end to the University of Sheffield. They tap and go, and Hallam aren't 5. They aren't far away enough, so that's going to be another penalty advantage to the University of Sheffield. They are just outside the 5-metre line. The University of Sheffield pass it out to their backs. They're really doing great. Oh, and Andy Hodgson drops it, so it's going to be a penalty advantage. The penalty advantage was still there. University of Sheffield have the penalty. It is about 10 metres from the Hallam line.
Yeah, signalling offside there, so it's another good chance for University to attack it. What will they do? Will they go for points, or will they go for the line out? But we do have a stoppage in play, and the clock will stop as we have a Hallam player down.
Yeah,
as an aftermath.
He made a tackle really there to kind of prevent the try. University of Sheffield are going to go for the line. They're going to go for the line out and then try and get the try to get the 7 points. They're currently having a big discussion within their group. They're not sure whether it's worth going for the 3 points. Depends how confident they feel kicking at this time of night. The crowds are absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere is unbelievable, and University of Sheffield really need to source this energy from the crowds and push it into an advantage.
Yeah, and we can now confirm it is number 17, Christy O'Brien, that's entered the fray. You can tell he's new because of how clean his kit is. All the other players absolutely caked in mud as this pitch has slowly deteriorated.
He replaced Ben Cook of University of Sheffield in the hooker position, so he is going to be performing that role for the rest of this evening because we don't believe Ben Cook's going to be coming back.
Yeah, shame to see Cook leave the match because he had a very good first half, and University of Sheffield will miss him.
University of Sheffield have a scrum, another one of there's been a lot so far, and they've been very confident in their scrummager.
Yeah, it seems to be a new belief here in the University of Sheffield in the second half. That late score in that first half will really have helped them, and it's a put-in just outside the 5-metre for University of Sheffield, and it's a good scrum.
Looks to pick it up from the back of scrum. Really great scrum. They've kept it in really well there, and they're driving forwards. Well, Hodgson tries to pick it up, but it is gone, and they've lost it. But they've found it somehow through the open side flanker. They're rocking currently. The ball's out for a long time. They've got to be careful there. So the forwards have it. They're rocking and mauling, and they're going to pass it through Will Hodgson to Andy Hodgson. They're going to have an attacking out wide. Inside, and careful there. Nearly went forwards. University of Sheffield still have the ball.
Yeah, knocked down, not on purpose by Hallam. It'd be interesting to see if the referee signals any advantage. It doesn't seem so, but University of Sheffield retain the ball. They're halfway into the opposition 22, and now it's their turn to knock on the door as University of Sheffield look to come right here, but it's gone all a little bit messy.
The passing has been a bit messy for a bit. University of Sheffield were kind of their strong point in the first half. Really great passing, but just a bit unlucky on the catching. But there, some of the passing is just not the best decision making in terms of where they're passing it out in terms of the backs.
Yeah, a little bit there. It's back's worst nightmare. One of the forwards decides to join the back line and just disrupts the move. Hands go down, and the ball has gone dead. I think we're going to have another stoppage here, and the time will go off.
There are 2 University of Sheffield players on the ground. Both look like they're even complaining with cramp. Yeah, both look like they're complaining with cramp of their hamstrings. So we might see a couple more substitutions, but I imagine they'll be very determined to get back up. So we've had about 5 to 6 minutes of the first half so far. Sheffield Hallam's water men are running onto the pitch. They're all huddled up, having a bit of a team talk. It's a really important, decisive moment in the match. They're going to have a scrum to defend themselves from losing another 5 points.
Yeah, it will be a slight concern for the University of Sheffield coaches here that they've got so many players down and injured at the moment. There's one player's managed to pick himself up, but there's still another University of Sheffield player that's remained down and doesn't look like he's going to get up anytime soon, and he could also be quite seriously injured here and may not be able to continue.
Jonathan Kerman, the University of Sheffield captain, who I've been in contact with and talking to about their team, he's really confident in this game, but he's kind of at the moment organising for the new subs to come onto the pitch. He himself is the club captain. It's his 5th year in the after a year in industry and 3 years in the first team, so he's vastly experienced at this level. And so they're going to have a scrum. It's going to be a Hallam put in, and University of Sheffield's player needs to be supported off the pitch as he looks to have a really severe ankle injury. So that's a really shame for the end of his night. He's going to be escorted off the pitch. A really shame to end of his varsity, but He's put in a great performance so far.
Yeah, so that's very quick 2 successive injuries for University of Sheffield, which will possibly put an end to their kind of increased momentum that they've had at the start of the second half.
Might suffer later when Sheffield Hallam get their subs on and they can see the swing of play change a bit. Sheffield Hallam have had a couple subs. We can see by the fact that some of their kit is pristinely white on some of their players, so that might be a bit of interest. They changed their backs a bit at half-time. So Sheffield Hallam have the ball, they're passing it out the back, trying to break out their 22. Bit of a high tackle from University of Sheffield, but the referee's a little play on, he hasn't signalled for an advantage. So Sheffield Hallam box kick it through their number 9, and it's gone upfield. It's caught by Fergus Wood again, and they're breaking forward.
And he's done very well here. He's broken a couple of tackles, and Fergwood continues down into Hallam 22. He's finally brought down, but not held, so he gets back up again. There's going to be quick ball here for the University of Sheffield if they can get it to the back line, which they do.
And great inside pass there. Slightly forward, in my opinion, from where I was standing, but it's all right. It's still play on. Fergwood, what an amazing first half and second half so far. So Sheffield Hallam charged the ball down there, and they're breaking. Sheffield Hallam.
It's going to come all the way back, though.
There's going to be some afters after this, because Fergwood has just caught a Hallam player very high as he was breaking. So Sheffield, the referee's walking straight over. He could be in trouble, maybe.
I missed that because I was looking back at the referee who was signalling.
Fergwood was chasing a University of Sheffield Hallam player who was breaking, and University of Sheffield realised that the play was stopping, but Fergwood hasn't, and he kind of grabbed him around the neck and pulled him back. So a bit lucky that they weren't in play there.
Yeah, the ref's not too bothered about that. He's just very quickly come over, told the players who's boss here, and we're going to just have a scrum down as he originally signalled. So he's going to take both sets of teams back inside of the Hallam 22, only just inside of it, about 15 metres in from that left-hand flank.
University of Sheffield put in as well, so another great opportunity to attack. They need to be a bit more clinical in their backs now.
Yeah, the referee signalling a scrum down for a knock-on there. Must have come after the charge down, but University of Sheffield putting the ball. It's another number 8 pickup. It's a show and go, and it stays with the number 8 for University of Sheffield, Sean Casey.
Sean Casey, great first half there. He's been a bit messy sometimes with his pickups, but he's done great on other occasions. So Hallam really attacking this ruck. They're not giving up on this ball. They held on to it a bit longer there. You could have maybe seen a bit of an advantage, but Sheffield Hallam really doing great on the breakdown, preventing this University of Sheffield attack from getting momentum.
Yeah, Sheffield continuing to break through. It's going to be another little kick, and it's going to be Fergwood on the right wing looking to collect it, which he has.
Fergwood catches it, but it goes out into touch. Hallam carry Fergwood out into touch.
Yeah, it's number 14.
But there's an advantage, as you were speaking about. Hallam weren't moving away from the breakdown. The referee did call an advantage, he just didn't announce it at the time. So
Sorry, I'll leave
Sheffield have a kick. 3 points directly in front of the goal, in front of the post even, and it's going to be number 10, Andy Hodgson, who's going to take it. This is about as guaranteed 3 points as you get, so let's hope they can get that on the board and get the scores to 12-8.
Yeah, number 14, Matthew Branco, was protesting the out-of-touch call. He thought that he'd managed to get the ball off Fergwood and they should have been able to continue. But the University of Sheffield will, of course, take this penalty advantage as Andrew Hodgson just lines up his kick. It's, as you say, if he misses this, he will be quite embarrassed because it's about as easy as you like as he starts his run up, and he will slot the ball over and add another 3 points to the score. It's now Sheffield, Hallam University 12 points, University of Sheffield 10, and this game is finally poised.
Andy Hodgson is the starting 10 for Sheffield Aberdale as well, so he's hugely experienced in kicking, so I'm sure he wasn't nervous at all in that scenario. So University of Sheffield now have they're going to have to face a kick-off in their half, and we're going to see if they can score some more points in the second half.
But yeah, no, University of Sheffield doing exactly the right thing there. It was guaranteed 3 points on the board, and they've taken that, and that's exactly what they need to do, especially after Hallam have managed to capitalise so many times on University of Sheffield's ill discipline, as Hallam get us back underway, and it's a good kick, and it's fielded well by the University of Sheffield.
So University of Sheffield at the breakdown, they're inside in their 22. Will Hodgson does a great box kick, and we're going to see Fergwood goes for the catch and he gets it, and then kicks it forward. He kicks it along the ground. It's a foot race against Fergwood and number 22 from Sheffield Hallam. He lets him stand up properly this time. They're pushing to touch, in my opinion. Not quite. The referee doesn't judge it in touch. But the referee is blowing the whistle a long time before. We didn't see that. He's fooled everyone. There was 2 games of rugby going on.
Yeah, he's fooled me as well, as definitely Fergwood made sure that he'd learnt from his mistake this time, clearly showing the referee that he'd let his opposition number get up. but it didn't matter.
There was 2 games of rugby playing at one point. There was the referee having a game at one point, and the rest of the pitches was all going. I was wondering why we suddenly had a 10-player game of rugby, but that is all settled down now, and we're going to have a scrum on the halfway down.
And we can just update you on the overall varsity score currently. It's University of Sheffield 16, Hallam 7, and in this game it's Hallam 12, University of Sheffield 10. We've played about 51 minutes, but I don't think our clock has been stopping for stoppages. So, in fact, there's quite a lot more of this second half to go, and it's so finely balanced, and it's going to be a fantastic game of rugby here live on Forge TV and Forge Radio, and we will keep you up to date across Varsity on forgetoday.com/Varsity.
And also at Forge Sport on Twitter. So, Sheffield Hallam have the ball through the backs. They're playing some nice rugby, but it is a knock-on, or maybe it came off a Hallam player. But University of Sheffield, that's controversial. University of Sheffield and Hallam were chasing Hallam back, and one of their players was tripped as he looked like he was going to try and get the ball. So Sheffield Hallam have their ball 5 metres from their line. They're going to really try and get it out here.
Yeah, Hallam lost the ball. University of Sheffield did well to capitalise and punch it through. It wasn't able to stop it. And I do agree with you, Ollie. I think there was a little bit of unfair play there in the middle, and the University of Sheffield maybe could have asked for a penalty. It looked like there was some off the ball, but in the end, we've continued play. Hallam have cleared their lines somewhat.
The referee was a bit of a shocker there. University of Sheffield were chasing the ball down. It had gone behind the Hallam players, and he got tripped up, and nothing was done with it.
Yeah, so University of Sheffield might feel a little bit aggrieved here. We've ended up just outside the Hallam 22. It's going to be a line out, and it's going to be Hallam's feed. So very good opportunity for them to try and clear to touch. But as we said earlier, that's one of the things that Hallam have been struggling with here, getting the ball into touch, and the University of Sheffield have capitalised well as the ball comes in.
Will Stone throws it for Hallam, and it goes straight through both of the people lifted up in the air. University of Sheffield are might going to get a penalty here advantage for sure. That is an absolutely fantastic rocking. You saw the player really go his hands. That was a long time to decide upon that. University of Sheffield kind of reached in. You saw their number one, Ross Hobbs, dived in for that ball as soon as the tackle was made. He made it clear to the referee that I'm holding on to the ball, I deserve my penalty, and he got it.
Yeah, and the University of Sheffield have signalled that they will kick to posts here. So it's going to be number 10, Andrew Hodgson, trying to put Sheffield into the lead. 5 metres from the halfway line. Andy Hodgson is clearly very confident in his kicking this evening, so that's going to be impressive. If he gets this, it's going to be a really difficult kick, a very long kick. Yeah, it's going to be just shy of 40 metres, probably closer to 35 metres. It's reasonably straight, a little bit of angle to the right-hand side, which will help the right-footed kicker.
The wind is with him as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Sheffield can convert this 3 points. 3 points that will put them into a 1-point lead, but nothing to take for granted, especially on this pitch. He's in a very muddy area of the pitch where the ball is. It's not going to be ideal, but Hodgson's standing over it, takes a step back, begins his run up. The ball is in flight. It's definitely got the legs, and it's got the angle, and the flags go up.
Brilliant kick, absolutely stunning. He was never in doubt. It was such a confident run up. He took his time. He didn't worry about it at all. And University of Sheffield add another 3 points to the score to make it Sheffield University 10, Sheffield University 11 even, and Sheffield Hallam 12.
Shall we try that again? University of Sheffield now in the lead with 13 points.
Oh, my bad.
Against Hallam's 12. They are in the lead for the first time here on Forge TV and Forge Radio. And we're back underway very quickly. University of Sheffield try and clear their lines, but Hallam take it up through number 8, George Hedgley, but it's a big hit there, and he stopped on his own halfway line.
So the University of Sheffield pulling the rock down a bit there. Sheffield Hallam playing through their backs on the halfway line. Some great rugby from both sides so far. It's been a really great game if you're just tuning in. The score, we've just updated you. We were about 5 to 10 minutes into, about 15 minutes even into the second half. So Sheffield Hallam playing it through to their backs, playing it through their forwards. A bit of kind of close play, close rugby. They're number 9, and it's just tackled out. And Sheffield Hallam are going to have a scrum or a penalty just inside the University of Sheffield's half. And it looks like they even might go for the points, or they've been going for the lineouts a lot recently.
Yeah, referee signalling not rolling away there from University of Sheffield at the breakdown, and it's going to be quite a central kick, and it looks like, yes, Hallam will shape to kick out of touch. Number 10, Harry Pratt, has got it up in the air. It's a very long kick, and it will find touch, and he'll be very pleased with that effort, because he's going to pin the University of Sheffield right back down into their own half. Which is just what they want, having just lost the lead for the first time today. It's been a very close-fought game. University of Sheffield always in this game, despite the score deficit at times. Hallam have been clinical, but University of Sheffield find themselves 1 point ahead Plenty of this game left to go, though, as Hallam will have a line out about 10 metres away from University of Sheffield's try line.
You might not be able to see it on stream, but we can tell you from our commentary position, the crowd is about 8 deep in every location around the main pavilion and really deep around the rest of the game. So Sheffield Hallam are scrumming. They're about just inside the 20.
Penalty to the University of Sheffield there. Referee signalling not releasing, and the University of Sheffield will be able to clear their lines here. We can hardly see where the ball is from our commentary position because the crowd have gotten so raucous here. It's a fantastic atmosphere here at Hallam Sports Park. The University of Sheffield will now look to clear their lines through that man, Andrew Hodgson. We've been saying his name so often in this game.
He's been outstanding.
Yep, so he's got the ball in his hands. He's just looking to shape himself, and he'll get the ball lofted in flight. It's not going to go very far as the linesman runs back down into University of Sheffield's half. We nearly get pelted by the ball up
We
here.
need to catch it, yeah.
And so not the legs he would have hoped, would have preferred to maybe clear the line just a little bit more. But it's going to be a University of Sheffield line out because obviously it's from the penalty. They're just shy of their own 10-metre line, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do from here.
It's always difficult for a right foot kicker to kick it out to the right. You always find that maybe it's good to have a right and left footed kicker to kick it out of your own half. So University of Sheffield is still going to have the put in at the line out. Sheffield Hallam have some subs though, and so the University of Sheffield.
Yeah, 2 changes for the University of Sheffield. 2 changes for Hallam. 1 change for University of Sheffield.
And we have a change at scrum half. We're going to have a Will Hodgson, who's been excellent so far. I've been really, really impressed with him. He hasn't made a single mistake all game. He's going to go off and get a rest, and we're going to have a new scrum half for University of Sheffield.
Yeah, so it's going to be Christy O'Brien, the substitute hooker here with that line out just inside of University of Sheffield's own half, and they cleanly collect it, and they will mould this ball now and see what they can do. You would expect them to try and clear the ball, but obviously being outside the 22, kicking to touch is not an option as they mould this very well. They've moved it up onto their own 10-metre line, and it looks like there's going to be a peel off, and the University of Sheffield are away.
Ooh, high tackle there on number 17, but the referee didn't really make too much of it. So University of Sheffield still have the ball on the halfway line. They're pushing through with the forwards. It's another ruck, and they're kind of securing the ball. Number 20, their new scrum half, who's just come on, passes it out, and University of Sheffield still have the ball.
Yeah, University of Sheffield slowly going left, and left again through the forwards. Now they'll go to the backs. There's a misdirection, and University of Sheffield gain some line. They're back down into the Hallam half now, and they're definitely on the front foot here with that 1-point lead, ever so narrow as they try and look down that left-hand side as Hallam putting a massive tackle. They're very well tackled. But not quite into touch. University of Sheffield will retain that ball, and Hallam's rush defence continuing to be an absolute bother for the black and gold side. Hallam have defended fantastically, as there's a little kick through here from Hodgson. It's got a lot of height on it. It's not, and it has found touch actually. I didn't think it had quite enough legs on it, but he's kind of penned Hallam back down. Just going to be inside their 22, which maybe he will have preferred it to be just outside, obviously because of the rules about the ability to kick to touch, but Hallam will be just inside their 22 with this line out, so obviously they'll be able to kick and clear their lines.
Jamie Bain is the new scrum half for University of Sheffield. The referee is currently discussing how many people are going to be at the line out. University of Hallam have made another substitution, another 2 substitutions, so they're really getting themselves on. This is a pivotal point in the game where they need to score some points, as they are down 13-12 at this point in the game. It's been so close so far, and 1 score either way can make the difference.
Yeah, Hallam coach clearly not happy with what he's seeing, which is why he's ringing the changes, and it's the right thing to do because University of Sheffield seem to very much have the ascendancy here, and especially with that 1-point lead. They'll be happy to hold on to this as the ball comes in. Hallam cleanly collect their own line out, and the referee has blown up
again isn't happy. He says it's not straight. I didn't think that was too bad from my position. It's quite difficult in these conditions, especially when you're going for the long throw to the back of the line out. But University of Sheffield have the put in on Hallam's 22 at a scrum.
Yeah, that was a little bit harsh. I do think referees clearly being...
and we're going to have some more substitutions again. University of Sheffield bringing on another player. It is going to be into the front row, so we're going to see another change here.
But right decision or not, the outcome is a scrum down, University of Sheffield ball. They're on Hallam's 22, so it's going to be a great position to attack. They're about 10 metres in from that left-hand side again, so we've got a deep back line of Hodge. Well, I was going to read the team sheet, but there's been so many changes now. But actually looking at the back line, none of them have really changed, though. They've played a good, hard game. They've been playing some very intricate rugby. There might be some changes here.
So University of Sheffield come out of the scrum. Sean Casey tries to carry it, but he doesn't get very far, and it's a penalty to Hallam. I'm not sure what that one was about. I didn't see it personally. I didn't think there was anything wrong there, but Hallam had the penalty, and they're going to be trying to kick the touch and get out of their half.
Referee signalling not releasing again there on the ground. Again, maybe a little bit of ill discipline creeping back in from Sheffield. Maybe a bit harsh as well.
A bit harsh. I thought it was quite straight to the tackle. That not releasing is very harsh, especially when we saw earlier on that Sheffield University had to wait about a minute before they got that ruck, the penalty at the ruck before. So Sheffield Hallam have the put in from a line out just inside their half, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can now get some momentum sorts. They spent hardly any time in their opposition half so far in this game.
Yeah, and a really bad penalty kick there. It's only gained them just shy of 10 metres, which they really could have done with more, but they've cleanly won the line out, and it will go to the back line now. New fly half in for Sheffield. Let's see if that will change things as the ball goes loose, and it is a scrum advantage. I think the University of Sheffield might have gained this though, and they will drive forward.
At that line out there, it's again a right-footed kicker kicking to on the right-hand side of the touch, which is always a really hard manner to do it. So University of Sheffield still trying to hold the ball. They're playing it through the forwards. They're not giving this up, and they're really trying to get into the Hallam 22. They're trying to consolidate their lead. They only have a lead of 1 point right now, which isn't very comfortable. They're very, very close to the touch line right now, but it's not going to go into touch. So they're going to play it out through the backs, and they're going to go into touch again. Sheffield Hallam really close there on the breakdown. Great line speed, despite it still being so late in this game, and the players getting tired.
Yeah, the strong rucking from Hallam that we noted on earlier, not so much. The University of Sheffield seem to be dominating those breakdowns. There's just, as I say that, curse the commentator, this breakdown goes all awry, but University of Sheffield keep the ball. They've not lost it, and it's going to be slow.
They've got to be careful though. It's really getting close. University of Sheffield having to pile on a bit, but use a bit of interesting tactics at the ruck to stop the Sheffield Hallam players. And Andy Hodgson kicks it out to touch. Absolutely stunning kick. It bounces along the floor all the way to just before the 5 metre line.
Yeah, no, really good kick there. He's penned Hallam just outside of their own 5 metre. I did see Ferg would have come into the line, and I thought maybe that was going to be another little kick through, but Hodgson deciding to give that a bit more welly, and he's pinned Hallam deep inside their own half. And that's a place that we've been for a lot of this second half, and to be fair, a lot of the first half as well. University of Sheffield have always been on top territorial rise, but only recently have they been on top points wise with that current 1 point advantage. It's 13-12 to University of Sheffield here on the final event of Hallam Sports Park Day.
We've seen Andy Hodgson kick a lot to Sam Trippier, who is a final year student after being in a year in industry. He came into a fresher with a lot of talent. He's been a great player ever since. So Sheffield Hallam have the ball though, and they're going to try and break out of their 22. They pass it towards their new fly half, who's just come onto the pitch. But again, the kick is a very poor one. They barely get out of the 22. They just get out of their 22, and it's a University of Sheffield put in.
And it's a University of Sheffield catch in the crowd, which is what there's cheers for Phil. As we've said throughout this game, a fantastic crowd and fantastic atmosphere here at Hallam Sports Park. But it will be a line out to the University of Sheffield, and it's going to be just outside the 22 as there's more changes. Hallam bring on one substitution.
There can't be many substitutions left, Jamie, can there? We've got not very long left in this game. There's about 15 minutes, maybe a bit more, maybe about 20, because our clock hasn't stopped as it does in rugby, as you all know. So University of Sheffield's new number 17, their new hooker, is going to pass it out, and they're going to try and get this line out. They're going to be careful that it goes straight this time. Number 17 obviously is Ed Finch. He's a second year with the rugby, and he's studying medicine as a post-grad. So University of Sheffield lose the ball a bit, they go back a bit, but they've got it again, and they are on the touchline trying to pass it out.
Yeah, Henry Perriott, scrum half, gives a nice little short ball there. It goes spilt on the ground. It's gone backwards, and a breakthrough there for University of Sheffield.
Very careful not to get into touch there. University of Sheffield break on the blind side, about a metre from the touchline. Oh, massive tackle from Sheffield Hallam. Absolutely great here, and it really stopped the Sheffield University player in his tracks. But their new number 20, who's come on at scrum half to replace Will Hodgson, breaks a couple of tackles, but he got tackled and then got up again, and they weren't happy about that.
Yeah, in at the side there, signalled by the referee. He's clearly not happy as he gives a stern look back at the University of Sheffield players. And
he's stamping his feet very, very affirmatively there. He wants to say that that's the spot it's going to be. Sheffield Hallam need to kick a bit better this time. They're going to do a left-footed kick out to touch this time, and it's a much better kick this time, but they still don't really quite get the distance they want.
Yeah,
the kick went quite far, but the line judge didn't say that it didn't go very far, at least where the line was concerned.
Yeah, no, a much better kick, but it's crossed the line far too early, and
You
kicking from the 22. They've ended up on their own 10-metre. So they won't be too disappointed, but the kicking has really been a bit of a weak point for Hallam.
It's been poor for Hallam. They'll look at that. I think both new number 10s who've come on have struggled in that aspect. So Sheffield Hallam are going to have the put in at the line out. The referee is currently just checking. Sheffield University player requests to know about how long he's held. I imagine he's told about 20 minutes left, as that's the time as far as aware. So Sheffield University are going to have to defend this line out. They're going to have to try and win the ball. Hallam look like they're going to go towards the end of the line out, as far as I'm aware. Yep, they go towards the end, and it is missed initially, but it's caught at the end of the line, and Sheffield Hallam make a couple metres onto the halfway line.
Yeah, good awareness there at the back of the line out. It looks like it could have been lost so easily, but Hallam's last man at the back manages to clean it up, and they can build from here as they try and break away. It's kind of slowed down on the halfway line, and they get driven backwards by University of Sheffield's tackling. Hallam continue to break down that right-hand side, but it's all quite slow. There's a lot of changes in the back line, though, for Hallam. There's 3 fresh new shirts, including, as you said, at number 10, Matthew Lomas has entered the game, so it's going to be interesting to see if they can make the impact for Hallam.
I believe they could. I think the subs at this late of the game, after 60 minutes, especially at university level, the fitness isn't quite as good as you might see on television in the Six Nations. They do struggle a bit, and a new player in a fresh white kit has made a bit of a break there, but they're still just short of their halfway line. Sheffield Hallam really struggling to make gains in that aspect. They can't get over the break line very often, despite having a lot of this possession recently.
Yeah, I've commented again and again in this game about Hallam's rush defence. University of Sheffield doing the same now, putting massive pressure. The ball gets knocked backwards out the tackle, but Hallam now come forward.
Yeah, there was a bit of a gap out wide, and Hallam made a bit of an advantage of that, but they had messed up a bit previously. They kind of dropped the ball but caught it again, but Sheffield weren't quite prepared for that. So Hallam have the ball. They're driving just inside the University of Sheffield's half, about just at their 10-metre line. They've made a couple of metres there. So Sheffield Hallam have the ball passing out through the backs, and again they're trying to get into a more attacking position to get back into the lead of this game.
Yeah, Hallam slowly making their way forward. That's definitely a forward pass there by Hallam, but the referee was right in front of it. Is better place than I am, and he has no issue with that as Hallam now come left. It's slow ball though, despite within the backs, and the University of Sheffield managed to tackle well. They now look to go right. They're just inside of University of Sheffield's half. They're really struggling with the territory in the second half, but now they'll try and break right, and there might be an opening here.
There's a big opening here, and Fergwood's going to have to make a big tackle again, and he gets him down. There was a bit of a weird moment there where Lewis Bowman kind of did a touch and go when he had the ball. The University of Sheffield, in the meantime, have won a penalty. Fergwood made a really important tackle, really vital as the Hallam player was rushing through onto a very dangerous area. So the University of Sheffield are going to have a kick for a line out, and with a right-footed kicker in Andy Hodgson, we're going to be able to make a bit more territory than they have been doing on the other side of the pitch when they've been kicking.
Yeah, Zed Richards for Hallam was the man that found that space, and he did very well. He got them all the way from the halfway line down onto 22, but further indiscipline at this time from Hallam, it gives away that penalty. But the referee is calling over, I think, both captains. He's going to have a word here because I think he's not happy with maybe the way the game has been played. I can't really tell.
I don't think it's been too messy recently. We see a lot of penalties in Rugby Union nowadays, but that definitely Hallam have given away a lot recently. So he's having a word to the captains. He's telling them to go. He's having a word with 2 Sheffield Hallam players actually.
Oh, yeah.
There must have been an issue with one of the players doing some sort of infringement at that breakdown. So he's saying that he doesn't want any more of that, or the player definitely could be off the pitch. We haven't seen any sin bin so far. It's been a very clean game in that aspect. So University of Sheffield are going to kick to touch. It looks like it goes in a reasonable distance, and it is just over the half. It's just exactly on the halfway line. So University of Sheffield are going to have the put in from the line out at the halfway line. The score is currently 13-12 to University of Sheffield with about 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a very well-poised game here. Late, cold evening here in Sheffield. Actually, I think we're technically in Rotherham out here at Bawtry Park at Sheffield Hallam's sports ground, but a fantastic venue it is here for Varsity 2017, and as Ali just said, it's going to be Sheffield line out on the halfway line. It's spilt, and Hallam will take advantage of this, and they will drive forward. They're in possession on the halfway line on the far right side of the pitch, and they'll now come left through the backs. But again, it's quite slow. University of Sheffield are up there tackling, but it's some good yards after contact by Hallam. And then they'll look to go right down the blind side, but he spilt it forward.
and University of Sheffield have the ball, passing it through their backs. But again, University of Sheffield also spin it forward, and it's going to go back to a scrum for University of Sheffield after that first knock-on from Hallam. If you're just tuning in, the overall Varsity score is 16-7 to University of Sheffield. We've had a fantastic Hallam Sports Park day. It's normally a day which University of Sheffield don't do that well in. In the past, we were behind at this stage, but we've got a decent lead at the moment. That's going to be vital going to the end game. So there's a bit of a moment, University of Sheffield kind of taking their time to get back to the area where the scrum was taken. The referees marking out the point. The pitch is held up all right. It looks a bit battered after these 2 rugby games today and a bit of the weather, but the rain has subsided for the moment. The fans are enjoying the game, and it's been a fantastic showcase of rugby so far.
But yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we've been a little bit lucky with the weather. It was due to be really, really inclement, but we've done quite well here. And as you say, the pitch has held up, although the handling is starting to go just a little bit, because there is large areas of mud starting to appear, especially in those hot areas that we've seen straight down the middle channel and at the lineouts on the 22. That's all cutting up a little bit, and that might play a factor late in this game as University of Sheffield lead by 1 point. It's 13 points to 12 about halfway through this second half, and we're just going to have a bit more of a stoppage as the referee sets this scrum on halfway.
While we wait for the scrum, if you want to tune into more of our Varsity coverage over the next week, we are on Twitter @ForgeSport, on Instagram @Forge_sport, or go to our website forgetoday.com/varsity. So the scrum is happening. University of Sheffield put the ball into the scrum. It's a very big push from Hallam there. The scrum's got, and Hallam have the penalty advantage. The referee was not happy with the scrum there. He's really quite frustrated with that aspect there, and he's telling University players to get back. This University players didn't really scrum properly. They saw that they were going to win the ball from that scrum, and they stopped, and Sheffield Hallam capitalised.
Yeah, referee signalling that penalty was for standing up in the scrum, and as you say, it kind of all went awry a little bit there. They knew the outcome, and Hallam, with the penalty on the halfway, will put a good kick in, and they're going to go right down to just outside of the University 20. Actually, no, the linesman's going to trot a little bit more, probably about 5 metres outside the 22 on that far right-hand side for Hallam, where they've had a little bit of luck. They've scored both their tries down that left wing, so to have their backline now attacking that left corner, that's going to be something that they'll be very interested in, as we see quite a new few, those brand new white shirts, maroon and white shirts of Hallam in that backline. Will that play a difference? There's a number 8 in the backline as well.
This is the 19th line out of the game. Sheffield Hallam have had 13 so far, and they've won 9 of those. They do win this one as well. It is played through their backs inside the University of Sheffield's half. They managed to get the player down in the end, and he's going to have a rock right in front of the post, just inside the half, near the 22. Sheffield Hallam have made some progress there after that line out.
Yeah, so Hallam with the ball just outside the 22. 22 hardly visible anymore as cut up across the pitch, but the pitch still quite playable. Hallam on that 22, far right side once again, and they'll try and spread it to their backs, where they go straight into contact, and University of Sheffield continue to tackle well. Still on that 22, Hallam getting nowhere. They're going to go back to that blind side. There's
really
a bit more
big
of an opening
pass out there to the out wide. Sheffield Hallam really did brilliantly, and they've made a lot of ground from that. They did a really pass over a couple of the players, and they kind of broke onto their wingers. Sheffield Hallam really doing well. The great rugby so far. We've seen a really, really, really good standard. I think better than last year. Both teams have definitely improved. So Sheffield Hallam now are on the inside the 22, and they're trying to try and get this into a try.
Yeah, that blind side really did get them a good 10 yards, and they're now deep inside the University of Sheffield 22. They continue to look down that blind side, and they'll now come left. Its ball's been dropped, and it has gone forward. There's going to be a scrum advantage, and now the referee will blow up and knock on Sheffield Hallam. Scrum down and put in University of Sheffield ball basically on their own 22-metre line.
That relieves some pressure there for University of Sheffield. They'll be really happy there. Their coach, very animated on the touchline, really happy about that one. He definitely needed that pressure to be released. The crowd is getting very loud at the moment. They are really singing behind their teams and getting behind their sides. So we're going to see University of Sheffield go for this now. They really need to defend this last point. A 1 point lead is really not enough, so we're going to see how this goes.
Yeah, deafening from the crowd here. It's a fantastic atmosphere and all in good spirits, which is what we want to see as we await this scrum down. University of Sheffield. It's about 15 metres inside. It's really hard to tell if this is in or outside the 22, which will obviously play a massive change in the way that University of Sheffield will deal with the phase after this scrum. But we continue to wait for the scrum to form, and it is now there, and we're waiting for the put in. Referee still not happy. Here comes the ball. University of Sheffield put in at the scrum. and it's all getting a little bit messy. University of Sheffield come away with it though and try and attack down the right.
Great atmosphere here for the crowds, really great spirits as well. They're both kind of having, showing their loyalty to either side, but very kind of not staying in contact with each other. So back into the game, Sheffield Hallam kick forwards, and it's going to go out to touch. It goes straight into touch, and they didn't kick from their 22 as they were inside the University of Sheffield's half. So that goes back to where it was kicked from, and it's a University of Sheffield put in. So University of Sheffield gain a lot of ground there. Just a line out just inside their half. It's going to be their ball put in, and they really need to kind of get back into the Hallam half and relieve this pressure. They've been under pressure for a long time now.
Yeah, Matthew Lomas, fullback, newly into the game for Hallam, did so well to collect the ball on the run, but then he's just shanked his kick straight out on the full, and as you say, it's going to march the ball back to where the kick was taken, which is just inside of Sheffield University's own half. But Hallam will win the ball. But it's a free kick, actually.
Another free kick. And we have another Varsity score update. It is currently 17-7 to University of Sheffield. A huge 10-point gap. That is going to make a big difference and really give massive University of Sheffield momentum going into the rest of Varsity. You need only about 43 points, I believe, to retain Varsity, and University of Sheffield are well on the way to that.
Yeah, so it's a tap and go from that free kick, which was then kicked down the pitch. Is called for a mark. Quite interesting. You don't see that very often by Hallam. So they'll have their own free kick in their own 22. Some good heads-up rugby there from Hallam, and they will look to now clear the ball into touch, and it does so. So they go from just inside their own 22 to about the 10-metre line of Hallam's, as we hear the crowd start to build a little bit more.
We're going to see some, we've all the security who are kind of watching up here from the gallery have now run downstairs. There's been a bit of action down there. But back on the pitch, University of Sheffield have a line out, and it is just inside the half of Sheffield Hallam on their 10-metre line. So we're going to see what happens here. University of Sheffield really need to get a couple more points on the board. Another 3 would make it a bit more comfortable, because at the moment another conversion could mean that Sheffield Hallam win the game.
Yeah, no, definitely. So as we keep our attention on what is going on the pitch here at Varsity 2017, the line-out's gone in, and it's a now strong driving maul on that far right-hand side of the pitch. And it seems like Sheffield University have the push on here as they'll move deeper and deeper into Hallam's half. But now Hallam backwards as University of Sheffield break through down on that left-hand side, down on the blind side. It's a good tackle from Hallam, and University will retain the ball deep now inside of Hallam's 22-metre line.
So University of Sheffield in Hallam's 22, but Hallam get the ball back and they kick out towards. University of Sheffield catch the ball, and they're going to look to break back. But again, the referee is not happy, and he is taking it back to something.
Yeah, so the referee will march them back down into Hallam's 22. He's indicating it was a knock-on. It will be scrum down, Hallam ball inside their own 22, perfectly positioned for them to be able to clear the line as the crowds here at Varsity 2017 continue to be incredibly loud.
They're very excited at this point in the game, and a couple people are being escorted out. It's not great to see, but that always happens at this time of year at Sports Park. So anyway, back onto the pitch. University of Sheffield have a scrum. We've seen so many scrums this far. It's been a very set-piece heavy game. The coaches must have really drilled this. They're very happy to go into the set pieces rather than maybe trying to avoid them and go for a line-out.
Yeah, scrums and penalties are going to be the tail of this game. Early on, definitely, it was the penalties that let Hallam get their early lead. But then, from good scrummaging and good set play work, it's allowed some fantastic backline work from Sheffield to get back in this game as Hallam win that scrum and they break away, and they're back down now halfway out of their own half, looking to get further out. As the ball now comes back onto the left-hand side of their back line. They've got numbers if they can get it wide, but it's a great tackle from the University of Sheffield.
We've been talking about how good of a game of rugby it's been, but we've seen over 40 set pieces so far in terms of line-outs and scrums, and it's been really great to see. So now University of Sheffield have to kind of really get their line speed back up as Hallam play it out inside their own 22. They're out of their own 22 and working towards the halfway line. They kick over the halfway line. University of Sheffield's Fergwood catches it, dances around a couple of tackles, but then falls over in the end, and it goes into a ruck. Sheffield Hallam really aggressively rocking.
Penalty to the University of Sheffield, though, offside from that kick. And University of Sheffield will tap and go, and they'll go quick, and they'll go well as they get back down halfway into the opposition half, and they continue to move slowly on the ground here. It will slowly set, and it will eventually come out on the right-hand side of the backs.
And now the crowds are been a bit quieter. We can actually hear ourselves up here in our commentary position. University of Sheffield playing it out through their backs. Andy Hodgson wasn't expecting the ball there, but he does a little drop kick, a brilliantly beautiful place. Andy Hodgson's kicking is absolutely stunning. He is so good at it. He hasn't put a kick on all day. He does a little drop kick over it, bounces before it goes into touch, and it is about there 10 metres from Sheffield Hallam's line. They're going to have to do a very good line out here. They can't afford to mess up this one.
Yeah, the ball to the back's just a little bit slow, a little bit unwanted. So Hodgson does very well to just chip that ball over, relieves the pressure, and he's once again pinned Hallam deep inside their own half as the crowd here build once again at Hallam Sports Park. Reminder of the score, it's University of Sheffield 13, Hallam 12. We're coming into the dying minutes of this game.
It's going to be a really important point, because this again will add more momentum to University, or maybe take away from it. The overall Varsity score is 17-7 to University of Sheffield, and University of Sheffield lose that line out. Sheffield Hallam win it, and they make about 10 metres from it as well. It's caught by the end of the line out. Again, we've seen quite a lot of that in this game. So Sheffield Hallam have the put in from the ruck, and we're going to see how this goes. So Sheffield Hallam are now kind of really rocking. It's going to be interesting to see. So Hallam really need to get over the gain line here. They really need to make something, or do a kick better than they have done. Referee slightly gets in the way there, but it doesn't affect the game. So Sheffield Hallam really defending here. Oh, but great rocking from University of Sheffield, really aggressive stuff. But for some reason, the University of Sheffield, as they weren't rolling away, the referee was indicating a penalty, and it's going to be a penalty to Hallam.
Yeah, so we're coming into dying minutes of this game. Hallam looking to get back into this. Just a point down to any score will do for them, and any kind of tackle or stoppage will do for the University of Sheffield as Hallam clear that penalty kick.
There is moments less in this game, less than 5 minutes according to our watch. So University of Sheffield really need to hold on. 1 point in a rugby game is absolutely nothing. That's a one penalty or one try will make that difference there, which are very easy to get, especially at this stage of this game. People are very tired.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, next score guarantees that win, because there will be no time for anything else. But it's University of Sheffield with that 1 point lead, and that's going to how they'll want to keep it. Currently, line out just inside of Hallam's own half, about on that 10-metre line, which again is disappearing slowly into the mud. It'll be a Hallam throw on this line out, and so it's in and one
Hallam
cleanly.
have been very good with their line outs, and again they catch this one and kind of get into a driving maul, but they aren't going anywhere because Sheffield are pushing them back very even there. So Hallam will have to try and defend this. They pass it out through their backs, and it's been recycled again.
Yeah, it was a good maul there from Hallam, but they've done so well, and then throw it away, a really poor and sloppy offload, but they know that they're desperately running out of time, and they're trying to keep this ball alive. The ball remains inside of Hallam's half. It's on that far right side. There's almost no blind side left there, so they're going to have to come left if they're going to get anywhere, which they do, and they get up onto the 10-metre line as Hallam retain the ball as it comes out to the back.
Hallam really need to start trying soon. They need to get up into the 22 to be in range of scoring some points, because if they're not going to be able to do anything, and they're going to lose this game 13-12, which is going to be a travesty for them.
Yeah, it's a drop ball there, but referee signals it's gone backwards. Hallam retain possession. They're still on their own 10-metre line, and they just can't seem to get out. University of Sheffield defending manfully there. As a couple of hands go up, a lot of people appealing for something, but the referee will signal it's going to be a scrum down. It's going to knock on. It's University of Sheffield ball. There can't be long left now, and this is a fantastic position for the University of Sheffield to be in, just inside of Hallam's half. Scrum down. They'll take their time with this and look to seal that win.
Yeah, University of Sheffield really going to do great here to hold off in this victory. They were behind 12-0, and they've scored 13 unanswered points. A really great comeback in that aspect. Really showed great spirit. It's what Varsity is all about. So University of Sheffield trying to hold on at this point, but they're doing so by maintaining their territory. They're not letting Hallam get into their 22 and then really having to defend really hard. They're staying high up on the pitch so that Hallam can't score.
Yeah, you said 12-0 that University of Sheffield were down, and we always maintain that did not tell the proper scoreline, because University of Sheffield have never been out of this game, and they're still very much in this as they win that scrum.
They showed great promise at the start. They were really good in the backs, and that's what eventually ended up them scoring the points. So University of Sheffield keep on pushing through, and they're going to pass through. A big part of this game, a lot of this credit must go to Andy Hodgson. He's kicked 8 points so far in this game and been a really instrumental part. He hasn't missed a single kick. All of his kicks have been absolutely stunning, or it be just a touch or a kind of a little through ball onto the line out.
And it's another penalty to the University of Sheffield referee, indicating that Hallam were not rolling away. So it's going to be a penalty kick on the opposition 10-metre line. And again, University of Sheffield will really take their time on this, and they'll be able to get a good touch finder. They'll hope to get down into Hallam's 22 and kill even more time with a line out because there can't be long left in this game now. We've had a couple of stoppages for a couple of checks, so we've had a lot of injuries. As it's a bit of a low shanked kick, but it's worked out well, and it has put the University of Sheffield just inside of Hallam's 22, and it will be University of Sheffield line out.
So University of Sheffield kind of defending this point is really resilient so far. We haven't seen a score for a while. University of Sheffield must be close to the end of this game here, but they are in such good kind of territory right here. They're in Hallam's 22, exactly on Hallam's 22, and they've got their line out. We've seen so many line outs in this game. This is University of Sheffield's 8th line out, and they've only lost 1 so far, so they're going to have to be hard luck to not get this and push on into Hallam's half. They've got a very, very steep line here, very steep attacking line, an attacking line of over 20 metres in depth.
Yeah, and there's some very savvy use of the clock here as Sheffield University make sure they use full amount of the time that they're allowed for this set piece, and they do win that.
The referee is telling the Hallam line to get back so they're not too far forward, making sure they're behind the back foot of the ruck even. And so University of Sheffield still pushing forward in the ruck, and they're trying to maul through. You'd like to see them go wide a bit, but they're really confident in their forwards' ability to kind of hold on, and their handling has been really good as of late.
Yeah, University of Sheffield really happy to keep this slow, keep it in the forwards and keep it close to the breakdown, although it gets a little bit scrappy there, and it's going to be knocked on by Sheffield University. It's going to be a scrum down to Hallam, about halfway inside of their 22. And
Hallam needs to try some here. We keep on saying this, and they really need to do something big and important, because otherwise they're not going to be able to eventually kind of win the game, and that's all that it comes down to, and all that matters in the end. So Sheffield Hallam have the put in this scrum. There are moments left in this half, and we're going to have to see what happens. So Sheffield Hallam have the put in with their scrum half who's been replaced. Both scrum halves have been replaced in this game. It's a vital position in the game of rugby. One of the players we haven't seen in this game, I think if this game does go to the University of Sheffield, Andy Hodgson is my man of the match.
Yeah, I'd agree there, but there's been some fantastic standout performances from both sides, and especially from University of Sheffield. There's a massive big hit goes in there, and it's going to pen Hallam even deeper inside of their own 22.
It doesn't feel like University of Sheffield, a team who are behind right now. Do they know that they're ahead? Because they're ahead on the points, but they're really, really pushing for another score. They are absolutely determined to get this, and Hallam are going to find it really hard to get some more points into the board and to win.
Yeah, University of Sheffield maintaining that territorial advantage. They are not going to let Hallam outside this 22. They've got them exactly where they want them in these dying minutes of the game with that 1 point advantage, although it's going to be a penalty to Hallam.
And there can't be long in this game left. Yeah, the crowd is kind of expecting it to go any second. We have it about 8 minutes of stoppages so far, so it could be any second. Sheffield Hallam are going to do a touch and go.
I think that means that the clock's expired because they checked with the referee, could they kick to touch, and they then went very quickly for that tap and go.
That is dangerous there for Hallam. They can't make a single more mistake, or they have lost this men's rugby 1's varsity game, and the overall varsity score is going to go to 18-7 to University of Sheffield. So Sheffield Hallam are just outside of their 22. We've not really seen any team make the whole length of the pitch so far without making mistakes, so this is going to be a tall order.
Yeah, absolutely finely poised. Any score for Hallam will win it for them with that 1 point advantage to University of Sheffield. We do believe that the clock has expired, and on the next stoppage...
And it is over. University of Sheffield win the rugby men's 1 to make the overall varsity score 18-7. The referee has blown up the whistle, and that is the end of the game.
It's not quite the end of the game yet. He's given a penalty to the University of Sheffield. All they have to do is kick it out. I think there was a slightly preemptive...
University of Sheffield players were celebrating madly there, so we thought it was over.
No, they were right to do so, because it is all over now, and they know how this game is going to go. All they have to do now, they're just double checking with the referee. All they have to do is kick it into touch, and that will be the end of the game, and that will be that point officially in the black and gold. And here goes Hodgson. He's really making sure.
The easiest kick of his career as a rugby player. He's just got to kick it to touch to guarantee the win for University of Sheffield. He's kind of taking his time. Oh, it looks like he's going to go for the points.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Wise move.
Why not?
Wise move. Get some more points onto your scores and kind of your varsity trophy in that aspect. And we're going to see University of Sheffield extend their lead in the end. So we're going to see how that is. University of Sheffield are on 13 points to 12. This is the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. University of Sheffield are going to carry on here unless the ball doesn't go out of play.
I was going to say the only danger with this is that if that ball goes short,
he needs to kick it very hard.
Yeah, basically it needs to go out the back, hopefully through through the posts for University of Sheffield. They cannot allow Hallam to come back on this, because what a way that would be to lose it when you could so easily knock it out. But we've seen some very good kicking so far, and we're just going to have a stoppage, I think, just because of some pyrotechnics which are getting onto the pitch.
Yeah, a bit of a flare there of the Hallam colours. Not sure where that came from. I imagine it came from the Hallam fans. So University of Sheffield with this last kick. It's been an absolutely fantastic game of rugby. Can we say that Andy Hodson is our man of the match?
I think I'd agree. I think Fergwood has pushed him very closely.
He did very, very good in terms of the try. He was instrumental in that one. But Andy Hodson's 8 points has made a difference here for University of Sheffield. So Andy Hodson looking to extend that and make it 11 points. He has had a fantastic varsity. He is a really experienced member.
And
this
there
is
goes
his
the
fourth
kick.
year of varsity.
And it's free.
And he makes it. University of Sheffield win the men's rugby ones, and this is the kind of a really big point in the varsity. They're now 18-7 up.
So that is the end of the men's Rugby Union ones. University of Sheffield have won it by a 4-point margin. It's going to be University of Sheffield 16, Sheffield Hallam 12, and we're ready to hand back over to Will, Nikhil and Dan, and here they are now.
Thank you very much, Jamie and Ollie, for that fantastic commentary there. That, of course, was the men's rugby ones. What an absolute show they put on for us tonight. Both teams ecstatic. Guys, what a game.
Absolutely. I mean, it shows how wrong I was at half-time. I said, I thought this game would be one on the wings because I thought they were the 13 players. I'll tell you what, it certainly wasn't like that. A lot of scrappy play in the second half, but Uni, they retained the ball so much better. There was less turnovers, they kept hold of the ball, and, I mean, absolutely superb kicking as well. I mean, I think the fly half, Andrew Hodson, absolutely superb. Every penalty, all the conversions, 15-12 was finished, and Uni deserved that on the back of their second half performance. Or 16-12, sorry.
15-12.
15-12.
No. Yes.
I think
no, 16.
12.
Yeah,
Absolutely. You can check that out, of course, on the Varsity website, fortoday.com/varsity. University of Sheffield, very resilient, very calm, very dominating in that second half. Dan, what were your thoughts for their performance?
Well, I went down pitch side for a bit, and the ground conditions for them to hang on to the ball and keep control as they did was ridiculously impressive, because they were just sliding all over the place. Like, scrums were just getting pushed around, not from any extra force, just because the ground gave way.
Absolutely. I think there's not much you can do about that. I mean, we've had, to be fair, the weather, it's not been raining.
It hasn't, no.
It's been a little bit cold, so the ground is still a bit wet. You've got to say, credit to the players for
absolutely
putting on an absolutely fantastic game of rugby in those conditions out there. What was the best moment for you guys? I know for me it was probably the penalty kick when we went 13-12. Well, obviously, really close score. Nikhil, anything that stood out for you?
I'd probably agree with you on that. I think that was the moment where we really believed we could do it. I mean, obviously, the back end of the first half, we were very good as well. And we came out in the second half with the same intent. We were absolutely superb in that second half. And I think, although the score was only 13-12, we were only 1 point ahead. We never really looked under too much pressure or too much of a threat of Hallam coming back after that, which says a lot about the Uni team. They really were resilient and they were superb, and you could really tell they thought, we are not losing this game.
I totally agree, because, yeah, even though it was only a 1 point advantage, that clearly gave them such a massive psychological edge, because they were just so dominant and determined from that point on to just not let Hallam through.
I think once they'd gone 1 point up, they weren't going to let anything stop them from that point on. Do you think we might have seen any extra points had the game gone, had certain things gone a different way? Could there be any moments where we could have seen maybe Hallam getting ahead of us a bit?
Potentially. I think in the second half there weren't as many really try-scoring opportunities, you'd say. I think Hallam, in fairness, used their try-scoring opportunities very well in the first half and took them both really well. And I was quite surprised. I thought there'd be maybe a bit more in terms of the tries rather than just the penalties as we had in the second half. But that was a game it turned into, and I think both teams played it well, and they both deserve a lot of praise putting on a spectacle, but particularly the University of Sheffield, who were absolutely superb in that half.
Definitely. I mean, we've come. This tends to be Hallam's day usually. We've come, put on an absolutely fantastic display of rugby. We couldn't have had so much more, could we, Dan, really?
Not at all. It's been a fantastic end to a fantastic day for Uni of especially.
Absolutely. Just before we tie things up, any sort of, I know you said Andy Hodson made some excellent, I don't think he missed a kick all game, really.
No, I don't think he did.
Dan, any players for you that sort of stood out, or was it just the whole team in general?
It was just the whole team determination to not let anything through.
I think the forwards were very, very good as well in that second half. They really were strong in the tackle, and I think it showed, really.
Definitely. I think this is going to be a huge psychological boost for the University of Sheffield now, going into the week and through to next week as well. Do you think we'll be able to keep this sort of excellent performance up?
I'd hope so. As we were saying before, it's not usually a day that we do amazingly well on, so I think to come out of today with a healthy lead is an absolutely exceptional return and probably better than most people could have imagined. So I think hopefully Uni will be able to take this momentum through quite nicely.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because it dies down a bit, so it's only ice hockey tomorrow, then a 3-day Friday. But then, as soon as the early next week starts, and I hope they'll take the spirit and the confidence from the whole of Hallam Sports Park Day, because all the teams have done so well, and just really build on that.
Exactly, and it's a great thing to build on. So the event's coming up soon. What are you guys most looking forward to?
Obviously, the ice hockey final will be great. I'm really looking forward to that. But Abbeydale Day, I think, is what I'm really looking forward to. I always find the hockey to be a great event. Tends to be 4 very closely contested matches, back-to-back on the same pitch. I think that'll be a really good day.
Dan, what about you?
I'm really looking forward to the EIS Day because it's such an intense day because everything's in one venue, very tightly packed, all indoors, and so it's very full on. And the netball, followed by the futsal, it's a fantastic thing to have on the main court.
Definitely. I mean, we've been here all day at Hallam Sports Park, live here on Forge TV and Forge Radio. The Varsity score is currently 16-17.
Might be even higher.
It might be even higher. But yeah, you can check that out on the website, forgetoday.com/varsity. Twitter as well. All the latest information is on there. Yeah, check it out. Follow us. We'll be here all week. Live on Forge Radio, on Forge TV. Thank you very much for listening. Interview. We're going to go over to some interviews now with Will Pettit, who's down pitch side.
And we are here with Jonathan Crimian, first team captain. Mate, how do you feel after that?
Unbelievable. Speechless, mate.
You must be so drained after that.
Yeah, 80 minutes of hard work with all of us there.
Where do you feel it was won and lost today?
Backline, we just kept making those tackles every time they came at us. We just kept tackling them, didn't let them through. Yeah. That secured it.
Front row player, you played so much of that game. You must be exhausted personally.
Yeah.
You must be so proud of your players as well. Years of hard work there.
That's it. Yeah, it's all over now. But the pain that we go through all year.
Is this your last year?
This is the last year. Yeah.
So you've gone out of a bang.
That's
you
it.
Must be
That's it.
Phenomenally out.
Yeah, man.
Who stood out for you to stay out there?
Backline, Sam Tipper, Ferg, DK, Andy at 10. Just the whole backline just played really well. I mean, they weren't cutting through holes all the time, but they were making those spaces.
Yeah. We're just battering them again and again.
Yeah, we couldn't get through in the forwards. They're big pack. They tackle well, but we just kept going at them around the outside, and we eventually just made it through here and there.
Have you got any words for the fans who were just phenomenal?
Thanks. Just a great big thank you to all of them. Couldn't have done it without them.
We're going to let you get back to the party. Have a warm shower. Cheers, mate. That's us. That's been a very, very good day of Varsity. Thank you very much for watching with us.
Thank you very much, Will, for that interview down there on pitch side. I think you can say the crowd, University of Sheffield crowd, absolutely ecstatic at the win tonight. Any final thoughts that you want to add?
Just same as you, really a great day. Obviously, always a great spectacle. We knew it'd be a great day. But in terms of the points tally for the overall Varsity competition, an absolutely sensational day for the University of Sheffield. A day that isn't always the best for them, and they have come out and dominated. They've extended their lead, and I think they will be hard to catch now.
Absolutely. Dan?
Yeah, given how cold it was today, Varsity's really heated up with how fantastic all of these events are and how much Uni's pulled forwards.
Absolutely. Varsity well underway now. We have been Forge TV and Forge Radio live at Hallam Sports Park for Varsity 2017. Stay tuned here on Forge TV, forgetoday.com/varsity for all the latest scores. Thank you very much for listening.